Chapter 1242. 1242 Chapter 1242 Stealing Treasures. What a wondrous lightning treasure. Boy, give this lightning cauldron to this old man, and you can get lost. The azure-robed elder said coolly. His body emitted a powerful aura. It was the aura of a great circle of the spiritual god realm. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. It turned out that the other party had his eyes on his lightning cauldron. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. A mere perfect stage, spiritual god. Lu Ming did not care about him at all. Since the other party was seeking death, he did not mind sending him on his way. Brat, didn't you hear me talking to you? Hand over the lightning cauldron and get lost. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave when this old man makes his move. The azure-robed elder berated. You can try, Lu Ming replied indifferently. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You're only at the 7th level of the spiritual god realm. Do you think you can compete with me? Since you're so stubborn, I'll send you on your way. The green-robed elder's expression turned cold, and his body began to exude a cold, killing intent. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Right at this moment, a few more powerful auras rose up from that large mountain. A total of 3 people flew out from the mountain and appeared around Lu Ming, surrounding him. All of them were at the great circle of the spiritual god stage. Old Monster Ching, how can you keep such a treasure for yourself? A one-eyed man shouted. Everyone, this old master discovered this first. The azure-robed old man's expression became even gloomier when he saw the one-eyed man's group of 3. You discover it first? What a joke. I was only cultivating just now, but my spiritual sense had already discovered it. The one-eyed man sarcastically said. The other 2 also said that they had already noticed it. The 4 of them completely ignored Lu Ming and actually started a fight over it. In their eyes, Lu Ming was just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. He did not pose any threat. Are you done with your nonsense? Just as the 4 of them were fighting and confronting each other, Lu Ming's voice was heard. The 4 of them quieted down immediately and looked at Lu Ming in a daze. Enough nonsense, then I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming's body emitted a murderous aura. What? What did this kid just say? Ha ha ha. The one-eyed man laughed. Under such circumstances, surrounded by 4 perfected spiritual god experts, Lu Ming actually said that he would send them on their way. Was this kid crazy? Brat, I'll send you on your way first. Killing intent flashed in the one-eyed man's only eye. At the same time, a battle axe appeared in his hand. The power of thunder and lightning bloomed all over his body as he swung the battle axe at Lu Ming's throat. Buzz! With a single thought, the lightning cauldron above his head trembled. Then, a bolt of lightning as thick as a water tank burst out and struck the one-eyed man. With a sizzling sound, the one-eyed man was drowned by the lightning. The power of the lightning emitted from his body was like a mouse meeting a cat under the lightning of the lightning cauldron. It instantly vanished. The one-eyed man wailed as his protective Zhenyuan was also shattered by the lightning. His skin and flesh were split open, and smoke rose from his body. What a powerful force! What a powerful treasure! The green-robed elder exclaimed. At the same time, the blazing light in his eyes became even more brilliant. This treasure is extremely powerful. Why don't we join forces and seize the treasure first? Then, we can discuss how to divide it, the green-robed elder said. All right, sure. The other 2 agreed without any hesitation. The power of the lightning cauldron's attack had shocked them, but at the same time, it also made them even more excited. In an instant, the 3 of them attacked. 3 terrifying attacks fell on Lu Ming. With the 3 of them working together, even a perfected spiritual god would be severely injured or even killed, let alone in existence at the 7th level of the spiritual god realm. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, a dragon's roar came from Lu Ming's body, and 9 streams of dragon energy burst out instantly. Bang! Lu Ming struck out with his palm and destroyed the attack of one of the gray-robed elders. His palm did not stop and continued to slash at the gray-robed elder's body. The gray-robed old man let out a blood-curdling screech as his body caved in. His body was sent flying like a cannonball as he spat out a large mouthful of blood. A great circle spiritual god expert was severely injured in one move. Chila, from the lightning cauldron, a huge lightning bolt flew out and drowned the gray-robed old man. He wailed in pain. When the lightning bolt disappeared, the gray-robed old man's body was already charred black, without any signs of life. An expert at the great circle of the spiritual god stage was killed by Lu Ming in 2 moves. At the same time, the attacks of the 2 elders landed on Lu Ming's body. However, Lu Ming's muscles tensed up and he used the prison-suppressing heaven technique, easily nullifying their attacks. Why would I? Their eyes widened in disbelief, and then they were shocked. A perfected spiritual god was killed by Lu Ming in just a few moves. This was too terrifying. Buzz. Lu Ming did not stop. After killing the gray-robed elder, he went after another person. That person frantically tried to block, but under Lu Ming's attack, everything seemed so fragile. Lu Ming's palm pierced through his heart, and the spiritual god did not manage to escape. It was struck into nothingness. Oh, what a freak! The azure-robed elder was so frightened that he screamed and screamed as he frantically fled. Kill! Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and took a step forward. He appeared above the elder's head and stomped down continuously. The elder's body exploded under the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. 3 perfected spiritual god powerhouses were killed by Lu Ming in a few breaths. There were still a few people on that mountain, but their cultivation had not reached the great circle of the spiritual god realm. When they saw the 4 great circle spiritual gods attack, they knew that they had no fate with the treasure. Therefore, they did not attack and sighed inwardly. At this moment, all of them were so scared that their faces turned pale. They felt a chill in their hearts as they tried their best to restrain their aura and hide in the mountains. Now, they were glad that they didn't go out. Otherwise, they would be dead. He's a monster. He's a god of death. They thought in fear. The bloodline of the 9 dragons emerged. It opened its mouth and swallowed all the blood essence energy of the few people. Then, it took a step forward and chased after one person. That person was none other than the one-eyed man. He had been struck by the lightning cauldron in the beginning, but he was only severely injured and not dead. When he saw Lu Ming display his divine might and kill a perfected spiritual god expert, as if he was chopping vegetables, he had long been scared out of his wits and was running for his life. When he saw Lu Ming, he shrieked in fear, "Spare me! Young hero, spare me! I know there's a peerless treasure here." A peerless treasure. With a flash of light, Lu Ming appeared in front of the one-eyed man, deep in thought. Seeing that Lu Ming did not kill him and seemed to be moved, the one-eyed man was overjoyed and shouted, "There's a treasure there that's nurtured by the power of thunder. It's very useful for cultivating the power of thunder or martial techniques. As long as you promise not to kill me, I'll take you there." The one-eyed man looked at Lu Ming with hope. He felt uneasy, afraid that Lu Ming would kill him. "If that treasure can satisfy me, I won't kill you," Lu Ming said. All right. I'll take you there now. You'll definitely be satisfied." The one-eyed man nodded again and again, grasping at the last life-saving straw. Chapter 1243. 1243, Fighting a Supreme Being. "Lead the way," Lu Ming said. The one-eyed man nodded and led the way. Lu Ming followed the one-eyed man into the depths of the lightning territory. Along the way, they crossed many towering mountains and came to a small hill. The small hill was surrounded by endless lightning. What a terrifying power of lightning! Lu Ming's eyes widened. He was a little shocked. The power of thunder and lightning around this hill was at least dozens of times, even hundreds of times more than that of other places. A small hill actually had such a shocking amount of lightning power. It was truly too shocking. Lu Ming sized it up carefully and finally found the reason. There was a small tree on the hill. It was about half a meter tall and had 3 leaves. However, the 3 leaves looked exactly like the phoenix in the legends. They were like 3 small phoenixes hanging on the branches, looking very lifelike. In the sky above the small tree, a phoenix made of lightning was dancing. It flew around the small tree and let out crisp cries. The incomparably dense power of lightning in the surroundings was all because of this small tree. What a wondrous spiritual tree! Lu Ming's eyes lit up. If he could use this small tree to cultivate, the cultivation speed of the Thunder God Strike would definitely increase dramatically. It was indeed a supreme treasure. Buzz! Whoosh! The lightning cauldron on top of Lu Ming's head shook continuously as if it was extremely excited. This is the spirit tree. Now I can go, right? The one-eyed man looked at Lu Ming carefully. Let's go. Lu Ming waved his hands casually. It didn't matter whether he killed this one-eyed man or not. The one-eyed man was overjoyed and quickly retreated. At the same time, his eyes looked around as if he was waiting for something. Boom! All of a sudden, not far from the small hill, a terrifying aura burst out. A figure rushed up and appeared not far from Lu Ming in an instant. Paragon. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. There was actually a supreme martial artist hiding near this small hill. It's Dark Lightning Supreme. Huh, this brat is dead for sure. How dare he injure me? The one-eyed man's eyes brightened. He laughed in his heart, and a ferocious look flashed in his eyes. He had known that there was a supreme martial artist here, and had brought Lu Ming here on purpose. He was sure that the supreme martial artist would attack Lu Ming's lightning cauldron. As expected, a supreme martial artist had appeared. It was a black-robed old man with a terrifying aura that was as deep as the ocean. He was staring at the lightning cauldron above Lu Ming's head with a burning gaze. Ha! With this lightning cauldron, I will definitely be able to enter and obtain the Thunder Phoenix tree. Ha ha! The black-robed elder laughed and said, Kid, I'm Dark Lightning Supreme. Hand over your lightning cauldron. He wants the lightning cauldron again. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. However, this was the world of martial arts where the strong were respected. It was normal for the strong to snatch the treasures of the weak when they were out adventuring. Lu Ming was not too surprised. However, did the other party really think that he was stronger than him? That person and the others said the same thing to you before, but now they're all dead. Lu Ming pointed at the one-eyed man in the distance. Oh, how many great circle spiritual gods can you kill? It seems like he's a heaven's favorite. However, do you think that a great circle spiritual god can compare to a supreme? Supreme Dark Thunder's eyes flickered slightly, and then he sneered again. So what if Lu Ming could kill a few perfected spiritual gods? How could a great circle spiritual god be compared to a supreme? Is that so? Lu Ming licked his lips, and his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. So what if he was a supreme martial artist? Lu Ming wanted to test his abilities and see if he could fight against a supreme being. Brat, if you still want to fight with this old man, then this old man will fulfill your wish. Sensing Lu Ming's fighting spirit, Dark Thunder Supreme's face darkened, and the aura on his body became even more terrifying. Boom! A terrifying force suddenly pressed down on Lu Ming's body, causing him to tremble slightly. Burst! Lu Ming growled, and the 9 streams of dragon energy burst forth. At the same time, his vital essence circulated wildly. The 5 concepts of heaven and earth also burst forth completely, forming a battle suit that covered his entire body. Dark Thunder Hand. Endless black lightning emanated from Dark Thunder Supreme's body. He stretched out his hand, forming a huge black lightning palm that grabbed at Lu Ming. Black lightning flashed and was filled with destructive power. Within the destructive power, there was also a sense of corrosion. The black lightning was extremely terrifying. The 3rd bloodline appeared above Lu Ming's head. A surge of energy surged into his body, turning his hair blood red. Kill! An incomparably strong killing intent rushed out. Lu Ming took a step forward and activated the destructive prison heaven technique. He threw a punch, and it landed on the black lightning palm. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion rang out. At the point where the fist and the black palm met, a black hole appeared at first, then suddenly exploded, and a terrifying energy scattered in all directions. Bang! 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 Lu Ming's body trembled, and he took 3 steps back. However, the black lightning palm was also shattered by Lu Ming's punch. The battle prowess of a supreme martial artist is truly astonishing. Lu Ming felt that his fist was slightly numb. There were even thin black lightning bolts flashing. They tried their best to drill into Lu Ming's fist, but were blocked by him. Lu Ming was shocked, but he did not know that Dark Thunder Supreme was even more shocked. He actually blocked it. Supreme Dark Thunder's heart jolted in disbelief. He had never heard of a mere 7th-level spiritual god blocking his attack. Let's see how many moves you can take from this old man. Dark Thunder Venerable's killing intent bloomed, and he struck out with his palm again. The power of this palm was stronger than the previous one, and it was even more shocking. Roar! With a dragon's roar, the 9 dragons' bloodline appeared. Lu Ming transformed into 9 dragons and stepped out with his dragon claws, crushing the black palm print again. Damn it, kill! Dark Lightning Domain. Dark Thunder Supreme's killing intent grew even more intense. He turned his palm into a fist and punched. In this punch, another black domain bloomed and blasted toward Lu Ming. This is the embryonic form of a domain. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He could sense a dangerous aura. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Ming circulated the prison suppressing heaven technique to its maximum. At the same time, the devouring power burst forth. The 5-colored concept circulated and the strongest power burst forth. Boom! The 2 of them clashed again. The 9 dragons' bodies trembled violently, and their dragon claws stepped in the air as they retreated. However, Dark Thunder Supreme had retreated as well. Moreover, the distance he retreated was not shorter than Lu Ming's. How is this possible? In the distance, the one-eyed man was still watching the battle. At this time, his only eye almost burst, and his mouth was wide open with a dumbfounded expression. Lu Ming, a young man who was not even 30 years old, was actually able to fight a supreme being with his cultivation at the 7th level of the spiritual god realm. Furthermore, he was able to force a supreme being to retreat. This was simply unbelievable. How could there be such a powerful, young heaven's favorite in the world? Could he be the strongest heaven's favorite of the 4 great divine palaces? Again, you're courting death. Dark Thunder Supreme roared and was truly enraged. He had been famous for thousands of years, but he was actually forced to retreat by a 7th-level spiritual god realm brat. If word of this got out, he wouldn't be able to live anymore. He activated the embryonic form of the domain and continued to launch a storm-like attack on Lu Ming. Chapter 1244. 1244 Chapter 1244 Chasing Away a Supreme Martial Artist. The 9 dragons roared as a terrifying, devouring power burst forth, fiercely resisting Dark Thunder Supreme's domain. When the devouring power of the 9 dragons enveloped the area, it also had a trace of the mystery and power of a domain. The 2 of them engaged in an intense battle from the ground to the sky, and then back to the ground again. Terrifying forces swept in all directions, spreading out casually, cutting open the space and destroying the earth. In the distance, the one-eyed man's face was pale and his body was trembling. Supreme Dark Lightning will definitely be able to kill this brat. He still has a bloodline he hasn't used yet. Once he does, this brat will definitely die. The one-eyed man prayed in his heart, but he did not leave. He wanted to see Dark Thunder Supreme kill Lu Ming before he could feel at ease. Lu Ming and Dark Thunder Supreme exchanged hundreds of moves, but neither of them had a clear winner. Your bloodline power is about to be used up, but my bloodline is still useless. Let's see how you die. Supreme Dark Thunder's cold voice rang out. Is that so? Lu Ming's faint voice was heard. At that moment, the light of the 9 dragon bloodline dimmed. The power of the Nine-Dragon bloodline was almost exhausted. However, before Dark Thunder Supreme could rejoice, a stone tablet rushed out from the bloodline of the Nine Dragons. The stone tablet rapidly enlarged, and the words on it shone with a brilliant light. Like an ancient divine mountain, it pressed down on Dark Thunder Supreme with an all-suppressing force. That's impossible. Supreme Dark Thunder roared in disbelief. Lu Ming actually had two types of divine-level bloodlines. Furthermore, their levels were so high. Although the prison-suppressing Steel's bloodline was only at the 8th level of the divine level, the aura it emitted was extremely terrifying, shocking Dark Lightning Supreme. Boom! The prison-suppressing Steel's bloodline clashed with Dark Lightning Supreme, and the terrifying suppressive force caused him to stagger back. Dark Thunder Supreme was actually at a disadvantage. This made the one-eyed man, who was watching the battle from a distance, almost bite his tongue, and his body was covered in cold sweat. A martial artist at the 7th level of the spiritual god realm was actually able to suppress a supreme being with his own combat power. This was simply like a fantasy that he had never heard of. He thought he was dreaming. Boom! The prison-suppressing Steel's bloodline trembled, and the light became even brighter. The word on the steel seemed to have a magical power. A mysterious power was activated by Lu Ming, and it emitted an aura that could suppress thousands of worlds. It was so oppressive that even Dark Thunder Supreme's heart was trembling. At this moment, he unleashed his bloodline power without any hesitation. His bloodline was a hammer with black lightning and 6 golden chakra. It was a divine level rank 6 bloodline. Dark Thunder Supreme turned into a beam of light and rushed into the hammer. The hammer rapidly grew in size, becoming as big as the prison-suppressing Steel bloodline. Black lightning surrounded it, and it blasted towards the prison-suppressing Steel bloodline. Thump! A dull sound rang out, as if the stars had shifted and the world shook. The prison-suppressing Steel shook and was sent flying. Dark Thunder Supreme's battle power had indeed increased by a large margin after using Bloodline Fusion. Go to hell! The huge Thunder Hammer, like the hammer of the primordial god of thunder, brought with it thousands of thunderbolts and smashed toward Lu Ming. Go! With a single thought from Lu Ming, the lightning cauldron floating in the air trembled slightly. Thousands of lightning bolts exploded, turning into the laughter of a mountain that crashed toward the huge hammer. Thump! There was another muffled bang. This time, they were evenly matched. The lightning cauldron and the giant hammer both retreated, but the furious and shocked roar of Dark Thunder Supreme rang out from the lightning hammer. What the hell is this? The lightning cauldron had actually absorbed some of the black lightning from the hammer during the collision. This lightning was the essence of Dark Thunder Supreme's bloodline. If it was absorbed, it would have a great impact on his future cultivation. It would even reduce his chances of breaking through to the Emperor realm. Boom! Boom! The prison-suppressing Steel bloodline and the lightning cauldron shot toward Dark Lightning Supreme. 2 more booms rang out. This time, the giant hammer formed by Dark Thunder Sovereign was knocked flying, and some of the lightning from it was absorbed by the lightning cauldron. Buzz! After absorbing Dark Lightning Supreme's lightning, the lightning cauldron seemed to be very excited. It trembled slightly, and Lu Ming could feel its excitement. Then let's continue. Lu Ming controlled the lightning cauldron and continued to bombard the giant hammer. This time, a large amount of black lightning was absorbed by the lightning cauldron. Dark Lightning's sovereign let out an angry roar, and in the end, he couldn't maintain the shape of his bloodline and dissipated. Brat, I'll remember this. Supreme Dark Thunder transformed into a thunderbolt and fled. He transformed into a bolt of lightning, piercing through the void and disappearing in the blink of an eye. A supreme being was sent running away by Lu Ming, a 7th-level spiritual god realm youth. If this were to spread, no one would believe it. Supremes were synonymous with invincibility when emperors weren't present. They were known as supreme venerables who had comprehended the embryonic form of a domain and could be called half-step emperors. They were much stronger than ordinary great circle spiritual gods. But now, he was beaten away by a youth in the 7th level of the spiritual god realm. He was beaten until he could only run for his life. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. Even though he had seen it with his own eyes, it still felt like a dream. At this moment, the one-eyed man seemed to be in a dream. His eyes were wide open, and he only reacted after a long time. He immediately turned around and ran away in fear. "You're quite fast." Lu Ming looked in the direction that Dark Thunder Supreme had fled in and secretly felt that it was a pity. He didn't give chase. The speed of a supreme martial artist was too fast, and they could tear through space. Even if he gave chase, he wouldn't be able to catch up. Chirping. On his shoulder, the chubby bubble chirped and waved its little claws. The bubbles on its nose, one big and one small, followed its breath. "Are you saying that if you help him, he won't be able to escape?" Lu Ming tried to guess what Bubbles meant. Chirping. Bubbles nodded and waved her claws. "All right, I'll ask for your help next time." Lu Ming touched the Bubbles' round body. Then, he looked in the direction where the one-eyed man had left. He sneered. "You dare to scheme against me. You're really looking for death." Lu Ming took a step forward and turned into a stream of light, chasing after the one-eyed man. Not long after, a blood-curdling scream was heard. The one-eyed man was killed by Lu Ming. After killing the one-eyed man, Lu Ming returned to the vicinity of the small hill. He looked at the Thunder Phoenix tree inside, but did not enter immediately. The lightning around the Thunder Phoenix tree was too strong. It was extremely terrifying and filled with destructive power. Furthermore, Dark Thunder Supreme was standing guard in the vicinity, yet he didn't enter to take away the Thunder Phoenix tree. This showed that the Thunder Phoenix tree was definitely extremely terrifying. "Let's try it first." After pondering for a moment, Lu Ming decided to give it a try. Since he had come here and encountered the Thunder Phoenix tree, there was no reason for him to retreat. He would not be satisfied if he did not give it a try. Lu Ming controlled the lightning cauldron to float above his head. He stepped into the area with a radius of 100 miles around the small hill. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as he stepped into that area, the sky and earth rumbled and endless lightning struck wildly at Lu Ming. That kind of power was countless times more terrifying than Lu Ming's heavenly lightning tribulation. Buzz. However, at this moment, the lightning cauldron trembled as if it was very excited. A powerful suction force erupted and absorbed the power of the lightning in an instant. Lu Ming was safe and sound. Chapter 1245. 1245, Chapter 1245, Rapid Progress. This lightning cauldron is really amazing. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. This lightning cauldron had been obtained from the 100 Deities Slope. The 100 Deities Slope was formed from the descent of numerous powerful corpses from the sky, countless years ago. The lightning cauldron was most likely a supreme treasure. Moreover, the 100 Deities Slope had been explored for so many years, yet it was still preserved. Furthermore, it had actually transcended its own tribulation back then. It was definitely not ordinary. Lu Ming felt that it was unfathomable. In the past, he couldn't control it at all. It was only when his thunder concept broke through to the complete stage of level for that he could barely control the thunder cauldron. However, Lu Ming felt that he had not exerted much of the lightning cauldron's power. The power contained in the lightning cauldron seemed to be infinite. Lu Ming could not help but think of the round bead he had encountered at the 100 Deities Slope years ago. It contained powerful wind energy. It must be extraordinary to be able to remain untouched for so many years at the 100 Deities Slope. Lu Ming thought to himself that if he had the chance, he would definitely go to the 100 Deities Slope again. With the help of the lightning cauldron, Lu Ming was relieved and strode forward. Boom, boom, boom. The closer he was to the Thunder Phoenix tree, the more terrifying and powerful the power of the thunder between heaven and earth was. By the time they were 10 miles away from the Thunder Phoenix tree, the power of the thunder had reached a terrifying level. The lightning here is so powerful that even paragons would be in danger. They'd be heavily injured or even killed. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. It was no wonder that the Dark Thunder Supreme was guarding the nearby area and didn't come in to collect the Thunder Phoenix tree. That was because the Dark Thunder Supreme couldn't even get close to the Thunder Phoenix tree. If he walked in, he might die here. However, Lu Ming had the lightning cauldron, so there was no problem at all. The boundless power of lightning between heaven and earth was all absorbed by the lightning cauldron. Lu Ming strode forward and kept approaching the Thunder Phoenix tree. 10 miles, 9 miles, 8 miles. Very soon, Lu Ming was only a mile away from the Thunder Phoenix tree. At that moment, a phoenix's cry was heard. A phoenix that was completely condensed from lightning spread its wings and flew toward Lu Ming. Its eyes were filled with ferocity, and it was as vivid as a real phoenix. With a screech, the lightning phoenix pounced toward the lightning cauldron. Buzz! The lightning cauldron trembled, and a vast pressure of the Tao of lightning spread out. This pressure enveloped the lightning phoenix. The lightning phoenix let out a wail and actually let out an extremely terrified cry as it retreated rapidly. Suppress, Lu Ming said softly. The lightning cauldron flew forward and suppressed the lightning phoenix. The phoenix cried out in fear. It was unable to resist at all as it was suppressed by the lightning cauldron. In the end, it turned into lightning and was absorbed by the lightning cauldron. Then, the lightning cauldron hovered above the Thunder Phoenix tree, exuding the might of lightning. It was as if a superior was giving orders to a subordinate. During this process, a strange scene happened. The Thunder Phoenix tree shone, and the endless thunder and lightning around it weakened. Slowly, the area returned to normal, and there was no more powerful thunder and lightning. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He strode forward and grabbed the Thunder Phoenix tree. Under the suppression of the Thunder Cauldron, the Thunder Phoenix tree's lightning power was completely retracted. It did not harm Lu Ming at all. Lu Ming plucked the Thunder Phoenix tree and sensed it carefully. He could still feel the rich power of thunder and lightning from the Thunder Phoenix tree. If Lu Ming used the Thunder Phoenix tree to cultivate the Thunder God Strike, the results would be outstanding. I'm looking for a place to cultivate. Lu Ming smiled, dug out the Thunder Phoenix tree, and left the place. A few hours later, Lu Ming found a mountain peak rich in lightning energy. He opened up a cave abode in the middle of the mountain peak. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the cave abode, and with a thought, the Thunder Phoenix tree appeared in his hands. Wisps of lightning emanated from the Thunder Phoenix tree and enveloped Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's entire body was bathed in the rich power of lightning. He closed his eyes and combined the rich power of lightning to cultivate the Thunder God Strike. With the help of the Thunder Phoenix tree, Lu Ming's understanding of the Thunder God Strike improved by leaps and bounds. In just 2 days, the Thunder God Strike had broken through and reached the second level. 9 days later, Thunder God Strike broke through again and reached the third level. There were still a few days before the start of the second round. Lu Ming planned to cultivate until the last day before returning to the ancient city of the Divine Ruins. 5 to 6 figures appeared not far from Lu Ming's cultivation place. Lu Ming recognized one of them. It was the lightning bull whose arm Lu Ming had cut off. The other people were all Lane Yo's subordinates. Young Master Nyo, the power of the lightning cauldron here is not bad. You can cultivate here. An old man said, "This won't do. The power of thunder here still hasn't reached my expectations. I must find a place with extremely dense power of the thunder cauldron. I'm still a little short of recovering my Yuan Qi, but I haven't fully recovered yet. I need a place with extremely dense power of thunder to fully recover," the Thunderbolt said. At the mention of this, he thought of Lu Ming, and his eyes could not help but flash with fire. He could not wait to cut Lu Ming into 8 pieces. If it were not for Lu Ming, he would not have ended up in such a state. Everyone else was seizing the time to break through, but he was seizing the time to recover. In this way, he had unknowingly pulled apart from others. It's all that guy's fault. Lu Ming, I don't know where he's been hiding all this time. I must find an opportunity to take revenge. The lightning bull gritted his teeth. Suddenly, his nose twitched a few times, and two horns appeared on his forehead, flashing with the power of thunder. There's a powerful force of lightning ahead. The thunderbull's eyes lit up. As a demonic beast, it was born to control thunder and lightning. It was very sensitive to the power of thunder and lightning, far more sensitive than ordinary people. Let's go in front. The thunderbull took the lead and flew in one direction. The direction it was flying in was the mountain peak where Lu Ming was in seclusion. Not long after, the lightning bull arrived at the mountain peak where Lu Ming was in seclusion. Young Lord Niu, there seems to be someone cultivating in seclusion on this mountain. However, judging from their aura, their cultivation level isn't very strong. An old man beside him said, "Treasure, a lightning treasure." At this moment, the two horns on the thunderbull's forehead were flashing with lightning. His eyes were shining. He could sense that there were extremely precious lightning treasures in this mountain, and they were very tempting. Blast this mountain open. I want the treasure inside. The lightning bull's eyes were burning with passion. Yes, two burly men bowed and accepted the order. Soon after, a powerful aura erupted from their bodies. It was actually the aura of a great circle spiritual god. The two blade lights were as big as mountains. They broke through the sky and slashed towards the mountain. The mountain was split open like tofu. Lu Ming was in the midst of comprehending the thunder god's strike when he suddenly felt a sense of danger. He opened his eyes and ended his cultivation. "You're looking for death." Lu Ming let out a long howl. His entire body was wrapped in endless lightning as he rushed out of the rubble. The rubble, regardless of its size, was turned into dust by the lightning on Lu Ming's body. "Kill!" Lu Ming turned into a bolt of lightning and charged at the two men in the great circle of the spiritual god stage. He activated the thunder god strike and threw two punches in a row. The lightning in the sky gathered and turned into two lightning phoenixes that pounced at the two men. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the cave abode, and with a thought, the thunder phoenix tree appeared in his hands. Wisps of lightning emanated from the thunder phoenix tree and enveloped Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's entire body was bathed in the rich power of lightning. He closed his eyes and combined the rich power of lightning to cultivate the thunder god strike. With the help of the thunder phoenix tree, Lu Ming's understanding of the thunder god strike improved by leaps and bounds. In just 2 days, the thunder god strike had broken through and reached the second level. 9 days later, thunder god strike broke through again and reached the third level. There were still a few days before the start of the second round. Lu Ming planned to cultivate until the last day before returning to the ancient city of the divine ruins. 5 to 6 figures appeared not far from Lu Ming's cultivation place. Lu Ming recognized one of them. It was a lightning bull whose arm Lu Ming had cut off. The other people were all Lane Niu subordinates. "Young Master Niu, the power of the lightning cauldron here is not bad. You can cultivate here," an old man said. "This won't do. The power of thunder here still hasn't reached my expectations. I must find a place with extremely dense power of the thunder cauldron. I'm still a little short of recovering my yuan qi, but I haven't fully recovered yet. I need a place with extremely dense power of thunder to fully recover," the thunderbull said. At the mention of this, he thought of Lu Ming, and his eyes could not help but flash with fire. He could not wait to cut Lu Ming into 8 pieces. If it were not for Lu Ming, he would not have ended up in such a state. Everyone else was seizing the time to break through, but he was seizing the time to recover. In this way, he had unknowingly pulled apart from others. It's all that guy's fault. Lu Ming, I don't know where he has been hiding all this time. I must find an opportunity to take revenge. The lightning bull gritted his teeth. Suddenly, his nose twitched a few times, and 2 horns appeared on his forehead, flashing with the power of thunder. There's a powerful force of lightning ahead. The thunderbull's eyes lit up. As a demonic beast, it was born to control thunder and lightning. It was very sensitive to the power of thunder and lightning, far more sensitive than ordinary people. Let's go in front. The Thunder Bull took the lead and flew in one direction. The direction it was flying in was the mountain peak, where Lu Ming was in seclusion. Not long after, the Lightning Bull arrived at the mountain peak where Lu Ming was in seclusion. Young Lord Niu, there seems to be someone cultivating in seclusion on this mountain. However, judging from their aura, their cultivation level isn't very strong. An old man beside him said, "Treasure, a lightning treasure." At this moment, the two horns on the Thunderbull's forehead were flashing with lightning. His eyes were shining. He could sense that there were extremely precious lightning treasures in this mountain, and they were very tempting. "Blast this mountain open. I want the treasure inside." The Lightning Bull's eyes were burning with passion. Yes, two burly men bowed and accepted the order. Soon after, a powerful aura erupted from their bodies. It was actually the aura of a great circle spiritual god. The two-blade lights were as big as mountains. They broke through the sky and slashed towards the mountain. The mountain was split open like tofu. Lu Ming was in the midst of comprehending the Thunder God's strike when he suddenly felt a sense of danger. He opened his eyes and ended his cultivation. "You're looking for death." Lu Ming let out a long howl. His entire body was wrapped in endless lightning as he rushed out of the rubble. The rubble, regardless of its size, was turned into dust by the lightning on Lu Ming's body. "Kill!" Lu Ming turned into a bolt of lightning and charged at the two men in the great circle of the spiritual god stage. He activated the Thunder God strike and threw two punches in a row. The lightning in the sky gathered and turned into two lightning phoenixes that pounced at the two men. The 9 dragons opened their mouths and devoured the blood essence and energy of the 3 great circle spiritual god realm experts, turning them into 3 dried corpses. "Kill! Supreme Thunder Rhino, kill him!" The Thunder Bull roared hysterically. Buzz, the single-horned elder, who was also Thunder Rhino Supreme, took out a saber that was flashing with lightning. He slashed the void open and slashed at Lu Ming. Bang! Bang! The 9 dragon claws of the 9 dragons stepped out one after another. A few of them used the prison suppressing heaven art, while the other dragon claws were filled with lightning. They were actually using the Thunder God strike. The 2 terrifying ultimate techniques were used at the same time, and their power was vast. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and Supreme Thunder Rhino had exchanged dozens of moves. Boom! After the last exchange of blows, Lu Ming and Supreme Thunder Rhino retreated at the same time. Supreme Thunder Rhino's expression was extremely gloomy. He was a Supreme, but he couldn't even take down Lu Ming. He felt as if he had lost all his face. The Lightning Bull was shocked as well. Lu Ming's combat strength was stronger than when he had fought with the bull. He could actually fight against a supreme being. Whoosh! At this moment, there was a flash of lightning in the distance. A figure appeared behind Lu Ming. Dark Lightning Supreme. It was actually Dark Lightning Supreme. This caused the expressions of Thunder Bull and Supreme Thunder Rhinoceros to change slightly. Why had a supreme martial artist suddenly appeared at this time? "You too, this brat has a grudge against me. Why don't we join forces and kill this brat?" Supreme Dark Thunder said. This caused the eyes of Thunder Bull and Supreme Thunder Rhino to light up. The supreme being who had suddenly arrived was actually Lu Ming's enemy. The Lightning Bull was ecstatic. "Ha, good. Senior, let's join forces and kill him." The Lightning Bull laughed and ordered the Lightning Rhinoceros to join forces with Dark Lightning Supreme. "Guys, this brat has 2 bloodlines, both of which are extremely terrifying. We'd better attack together and use our full strength to kill him as soon as possible," Supreme Dark Thunder said. "All right, then let's go all out. Brat die." Supreme Lightning Rhinoceros let out a loud roar, and his body rapidly expanded, transforming into a single-horned rhinoceros the size of a mountain. His entire body was covered in lightning. As for Dark Lightning Supreme, he used bloodline fusion to form a giant hammer. Since you've come to die after escaping, then I'll fulfill your wish." Lu Ming's eyes were cold. With a single thought, the lightning cauldron appeared and was hurled at the huge hammer. At the same time, he himself charged toward the giant hammer that Dark Thunder Supreme had transformed into. Buzz! However, Supreme Thunder Rhinoceros let out a loud cry. He stepped in a void and charged towards Lu Ming. Thunder Rhinoceros Supreme had 70% of the bloodline of a divine beast. In terms of strength, he was even stronger than Dark Thunder Supreme. A beam of lightning shot out from his single horn, heading straight for Lu Ming. "Dandan!" Lu Ming called out and released Dandan from the mountain and river diagram. He said, "I'll leave this single-horned rhino to you. Don't worry, I'll kill him," Dandan said with confidence. Ever since he swallowed the 10,000 spirit crystal in the divine ruins, he had been digesting it all this time. His strength was increasing and recovering every day, and now, according to him, dealing with the Supreme was no problem. "Get lost!" Supreme Lightning Rhinoceros roared. Dandan retracted her 4 limbs into the turtle shell, and the turtle shell rolled and hit the lightning beam, blocking it. A wild rhinoceros dares to be impudent in front of this lord. Watch as this lord flay your skin. Dandan arrogantly shouted as her body rapidly expanded. In the end, she became twice the size of Thunder Rhino Supreme and sent a palm towards him. Chapter 1247. 1247 Chapter 1247 Killing a Supreme Being. It turned into a giant turtle as tall as the sky and covered the sky with its palm. Supreme Thunder Rhinoceros was taken aback. The lightning around his body grew even more powerful, and a huge single-horned rhinoceros formed from lightning rushed towards Dandan. Bang! Dandan's palm collided with the giant rhinoceros, making a loud noise. The lightning rhinoceros was defeated. "Watch my world and kill," Dandan shouted as mysterious patterns appeared on his turtle shell. These patterns would make people dizzy just by looking at them, as if they were peerless patterns that had existed since the beginning of the world. Buzz! These runes converged together, forming a beam of light that shot towards Supreme Lightning Rhinoceros. At the same time, Dandan's huge body soared through the air and charged towards Supreme Thunder Rhino. Supreme Thunder Rhinoceros let out a long roar and erupted with all his strength as he fought with Dandan. However, Dandan was clearly stronger and was suppressing Supreme Thunder Rhino. Clang! On the other side, Lu Ming controlled the lightning cauldron to collide with the giant hammer that Dark Thunder Supreme had transformed into. Just like the last time, the lightning on the hammer was sucked away by the lightning cauldron. Damn it! Supreme Dark Thunder roared in his heart. He felt that the situation wasn't good. In the previous battle with Lu Ming, he was stronger than Lu Ming in terms of pure strength. However, he was restrained by Lu Ming's lightning cauldron, which was why he had been defeated and fled. That was why he had joined forces with Supreme Lightning Rhinoceros. At first, he had thought that if he joined forces with Supreme Thunder Rhino, they would be able to kill Lu Ming. However, he had never expected that Lu Ming would have such a terrifying turtle with him. A turtle could actually suppress the Lightning Rhinoceros Supreme and gain the upper hand. This made him apprehensive, and, at the same time, he began to think of retreating. The 9 seals of the Gate of God. At this moment, Lu Ming had transformed back into his human form. He controlled the lightning cauldron to attack Dark Thunder Supreme while forming a seal with both hands. Suddenly, 3 sealing gates appeared around Dark Thunder Supreme. The gate of sealing shone with boundless radiance as the power of sealing burst forth, pressing down on Dark Thunder Supreme. This is... Dark Thunder Supreme's face changed slightly. He felt that not only his body, but even his true yuan and soul were about to be sealed under the sealing gate. Open it! Supreme Dark Thunder roared as his true yuan exploded forth, madly attacking the sealing gate. Immediately, the 3 sealing gates began to tremble violently from the terrifying impact. Bubble! At this moment, Lu Ming called out. Chirping! The bubble chirped and stood on Lu Ming's shoulder, full of energy. Buzz! In the next moment, Bubbles charged out and disappeared in a flash. I was unable to capture Bubbles' figure as he was traveling through space. Suddenly, a massive transparent bubble appeared, enshrouding Dark Thunder Supreme within it. At this moment, the giant hammer that Dark Thunder Supreme had transformed into stopped in the air. Time and space, impossible. An extremely shocked voice came from the giant hammer. Kill! Die! Lu Ming shouted and transformed into the prison-suppressing steel bloodline. He raised his combat strength to the extreme and pressed down on the giant hammer. At the same time, the Thunder Cauldron also struck the giant hammer. Clang! Boom! With two loud bangs, the giant hammer exploded, revealing a shocked Dark Thunder Supreme who spat out a large mouthful of blood. I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming's voice was cold as he continued to charge toward Dark Thunder Supreme. At this moment, Dark Thunder desperately attacked and finally broke out of the transparent bubble. He wanted to escape. However, at this moment, the space trembled and 4 transparent bubbles appeared, surrounding Dark Thunder Supreme. Dark Thunder Supreme's body stopped moving again. No! Supreme Dark Thunder roared in shock. Thump! The lightning cauldron crashed into his forehead, forcing Dark Thunder Supreme to swallow his words. His head was bleeding from the impact, and a large part of it caved in, almost bursting apart. Then, Lu Ming arrived. At this moment, Lu Ming had transformed into his human form and wielded the blood sword formed by his third bloodline. He slashed out with the sword and struck the area between Dark Thunder Supreme's eyebrows. Squeak! An ear-piercing sound rang out. In the end, Dark Thunder Supreme was split into 2 by Lu Ming's sword. Even the spiritual god did not manage to escape. Supreme Dark Thunder was dead. A Supreme Being powerhouse was killed in one fell swoop with the cooperation of Lu Ming and Bubbles. There was a time when the Supreme Being was so high and mighty, and Lu Ming was like an ant in front of him. But today, Lu Ming had personally killed a supreme martial artist. Whoosh! The bubble flew back to Lu Ming's shoulder, chirping triumphantly. Lu Ming smiled and touched the little fellow. Fortunately, Bubbles had helped him. Otherwise, with Lu Ming's current cultivation and combat strength, he could not kill a supreme being. If autarchs were focused on fleeing, they would be far too difficult to kill. However, the bubble had imprisoned Dark Thunder Supreme. He could not even resist, let alone escape. He was killed by Lu Ming in one fell swoop. As expected of the space-time spirit rat, one of the top 10 war beasts. It looks so young, but so powerful. I wonder how terrifying it will be when it fully grows and reaches its peak. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. He could not help but look forward to it. Lu Ming cooperated with Bubbles and killed Dark Thunder Supreme. It did not take long. In less than a minute, the scene fell into the eyes of the Lightning Bull and Lightning Rhinoceros Supreme, and they were horrified. Impossible! The Thunder Bull roared, its eyes filled with disbelief. He stood not far away and wanted to see Lu Ming killed with his own eyes. However, he did not see it. Instead, he saw Lu Ming kill a supreme being, which almost scared him to death. Run! Without any hesitation, the Lightning Bull turned around and ran. Did I let you go? Lu Ming's calm voice was heard. Then, his figure flashed, and he appeared beside the Thunder Bull. Lu Ming, what do you want to do? I'm the young master of the Western Deity Palace, and my father is an invincible lever 4 martial royal realm expert. If you kill me, you'll end up in a miserable state. The Thunderbolt Bull threatened Lu Ming. Bubble! Lu Ming called out softly. The bubble's body darted out, and a transparent bubble appeared. This transparent bubble had appeared so suddenly that even Dark Thunder's sovereign hadn't been able to avoid it, much less Lane Yo. He had been completely enveloped by the bubble, and his body had been frozen in place, unable to move at all. This transparent bubble contained the intent of time and space, and it could imprison everything. No, don't! The Lightning Bull roared in its heart and almost cried. Lu Ming did not move. He slashed with his sword, and the head of the lightning bull flew high into the air. Its spiritual god was also strangled and destroyed. "Young master!" Supreme Lightning Rhinoceros roared, his voice filled with anger, but even more so with shock. He had wanted to save her before, but he was held back by Dandan and couldn't leave at all. "I want to leave this place. This person is a monster." Supreme Lightning Rhinoceros roared in his heart as he madly charged forward, wanting to leave. Unfortunately, Dandan's methods were endless. Let alone seeing them, Supreme Thunder Rhino had never even heard of them. These methods, under Dandan's control, displayed immense power, completely suppressing him. Chapter 1248. 1248 8th Level Spiritual God Realm. Seeing that Dandan had completely suppressed Thunder Rhino Supreme, Lu Ming didn't panic. He first collected Dark Thunder Supreme's blood essence and then walked towards Thunder Rhino Supreme. Seeing Lu Ming approach, Supreme Lightning Rhinoceros was terrified. He let out a roar and desperately tried to break through, but in the next instant, a transparent bubble appeared and enveloped Supreme Lightning Rhinoceros, imprisoning him. "Don't kill me. Spare me. Spare me." Seeing this, Supreme Lightning Rhinoceros was terrified and began to beg for mercy. To be honest, he was still young. From the moment he was born until now, he had only lived for 1,000 years. A supreme being had 5,000 years of life. He still had a long time. He didn't want to die. What a joke. You wanted to kill me just now, and now you're asking me to let you go? Lu Ming sneered, his killing intent cold. Bang! Dandan slapped Supreme Thunder Rhino on the head, causing him to feel dizzy. "No, spare me. I can do anything you want. I can rely on you. I can be your mount." Supreme Lightning Rhinoceros shouted. At this time, he couldn't care about anything else, only hoping to save his life. Dandan, wait. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. Taking Supreme Lightning Rhinoceros as a mount was not a bad idea. After killing Supreme Thunder Rhino, Lu Ming could only keep the materials on his body and the 9 drops of his blood essence. However, if he were to take him as a mount, a living supreme martial artist would be able to help Lu Ming with many things. "Dandan, do you have any way to control him?" Lu Ming asked Dandan. "Don't worry. As long as he doesn't resist, I have 100 ways to control him. I'll make him behave himself and not dare to have any second thoughts." Dandan said. "Lightning Rhino, don't resist," Lu Ming said. Supreme Lightning Rhinoceros was helpless and could only obediently let Dandan inscribe a spell formation in his spiritual god. If he were to change his mind, Dandan would be able to kill him easily. After inscribing the formation, Dandan transformed back into Little Turtle, while Thunder Rhino Supreme transformed back into his human form. He bowed to Lu Ming obediently, feeling helpless, but in order to save his life, he had to do this. "Lei Shi, I still need to cultivate for a few days. You stay in the mountain and river diagram." With that, the mountain and river diagram appeared. An estate world treasure. When Supreme Lightning Rhinoceros saw this, he was greatly shocked. In his eyes, Lu Ming was simply unfathomable. There was a small turtle and a chubby spirit mouse beside him. They were all terrifyingly powerful and unbelievably powerful. Lu Ming's combat strength was even more amazing. The mountain and river diagram glowed, and the lightning rhinoceros was absorbed into the mountain and river diagram. Then, the bloodline of the 9 dragons emerged and started to devour Dark Thunder Supreme's energy and true essence. The Dark Thunder Supreme mainly cultivated the Thunder mentality. However, Lu Ming's Thunder mentality had already reached the perfected spiritual god realm. It was no longer useful for him to devour and refine it. Lu Ming devoured the vital essence energy. He then found a place and started refining it. How strong was the true essence of a supreme martial artist? The energy essence contained in the blood was also extremely powerful. Lu Ming began to refine it and convert it into his essential core to improve his cultivation. As he refined it, Lu Ming's cultivation level also began to increase continuously. the early stage of the 7th level spiritual god realm. Not long after, it advanced to the late stage of the 7th level spiritual god realm, and then the peak of the 7th level spiritual god realm. With Lu Ming's current level of conception, as long as he had enough energy, he could advance to the peak of the 9th level of the spiritual god realm. Hoo-hoo! The true energy in his body circulated and became boundless. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. Lu Ming's cultivation finally made another breakthrough, and he reached the early 8th level of the spiritual god realm. The vital essence and blood energy of a supreme being had raised Lu Ming's cultivation by a full level, reaching the 8th level of the spiritual god realm. The true essence of an 8th level spiritual god is several times stronger than that of a 7th level spiritual god. Feeling the vast, essential core in his body, Lu Ming's eyes flashed with confidence. The breakthrough in his cultivation had undoubtedly increased his combat strength by a large margin. Now he could kill a heaven's favorite like the Thunderbolt in one move if he used all his strength. Right now, he was confident that even if he didn't rely on a lightning cauldron or the bubbles, he would be able to fight against a supreme like Dark Thunder with his own battle prowess. Of course, there were also strong and weak supreme martial artists. Some of them had awakened 7th level divine bloodlines, 8th level divine bloodlines, and even 9th level divine supremes. Naturally, they would be even stronger. Half a month is almost up. It's time to go back. Lu Ming pondered, then took a step and turned into a ray of light, heading towards the ancient city of the divine ruins. Not long after, Lu Ming returned to the ancient city of the divine ruins. Xianxia and Lu Ming walked side by side. The ancient divine ruin city seems to have even more people, Xianxia said. Lu Ming nodded. In the ancient city of the divine ruins, people were coming and going. He felt that the density of the people was even greater than before. After asking around, he found out that the selection of the disciples of the deity sect was about to reach the end. A large number of experts from all over the Divine Ruins continent had rushed over to watch. Lu Ming nodded. This was not hard to understand. The major sects of the Yuanlu continent selected their disciples in the Divine Ruins, which was rare since ancient times. It was normal to attract so many people. Lu Ming and Xianxia walked around casually. They had been in seclusion for days, and it was a good time to relax. After walking around for a while, the two of them walked up to a luxurious restaurant, planning to have something to eat. The restaurant's business was very good, and many seats were full. The two of them went all the way to the highest floor before they found a place to sit down and ordered some wine and food. The two of them chatted as they ate. After nearly half a month of cultivation, Xianxia's martial arts technique of creation had greatly improved. Her combat power had also increased a lot. Creek. The 5th floor was divided into 2 areas. On one side were private rooms, and on the other side were ordinary dining tables. At this moment, the door of a private room opened, and 2 young men walked out. Ice Dragon. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. One of the young men was the Ice Dragon that he had defeated. The other one was walking side by side with Ice Dragon. He had a confident smile on his face. It was obvious that he was also a Heaven's favorite at the same level as Ice Dragon. That's a Heaven's favorite from the Blood Sun continent. Lu Ming looked at the other young man and had an idea. The Blood Sun continent was the second-ranked continent in the continent group of the Divine Ruins. This continent was also filled with experts and geniuses. Although it could not be compared to the Divine Ruins continent, it was stronger than the other continents and could not be underestimated. The two of them walked toward Lu Ming and Xianxia's table. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly as he continued to drink. You're Lu Ming, right? The Ice Dragon looked at Lu Ming and said coldly. Not bad. It seems like your memory isn't bad. Lu Ming said. We'll settle our scores another day. The Ice Dragon looked at Xianxia and said, You're Xianxia, right? Not bad, Xianxia said. Very good. Your opportunity has come. In that private room is the unparalleled genius from the deity sect, young Master Lin. He thinks that you are not bad and asks you to accompany him for a drink. If you are good at accompanying him, you may even have the opportunity to sleep with him. In that case, you will be able to climb up to a higher branch. The ice dragon said. Xianxia furrowed his brows at his words. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. Chapter 1249. 1249, Young Master Lin of the Heavenly God Sect. Get lost. Xianxia scolded coldly. What did you just say? Bing Lung's face darkened, and so did the sovereign of the land of Blood Sunday. She told you to get lost. Didn't you hear her? Lu Ming said calmly. Brat, it's none of your business. Shut up. The heavens favor from the Blood Sun continent shouted and slapped Lu Ming's face. Huh. A crisp sound was heard. A person was staggering backward. It was not Lu Ming, but the young man from the Blood Sun continent. A palm print appeared on his face, and one side of his face was swollen. You. He looked at Lu Ming with a dumbfounded look. He could not wrap his head around the situation. He was the one who had attacked first, but Lu Ming had arrived first. His speed was shockingly fast, and his palm slapped his face. His head was buzzing, and he was completely dazed. How dare you, Lu Ming? Do you know that you dare to attack us? We are representing young Master Lin. He coldly berated. Get lost. Shut up. Lu Ming shouted. A cold, killing intent burst out from his body. This killing intent made Ice Cold's body shiver. Lu Ming did not care if he was young Master Lin or the pride of the Xianxia sect. If it was anything else, he would not care. But since it involved Xianxia, Lu Ming would not give anyone face. At this moment, a light chuckle came from the box. Then, an elegant young man in a white robe walked out. Lu Ming had seen him before. He was one of the 3 young geniuses from the deity sect who came to the continent of the divine ruins. Young Master Lin walked to Lu Ming's table. His face was calm, but his eyes were cold and arrogant. He looked down at Lu Ming and said, Miss, you're a peerless beauty. It's a pity that you were born in the divine ruins continents. Are you willing to follow me? At that time, you don't need to participate in the selection. You can directly enter the Xianxia sect to cultivate and become an official disciple. Hearing this, the elites of the land of Blood Sun and Ice Cold were all envious. The other people in the restaurant were even more excited. They wished they were Xianxia and took his place. Young Master Lin had a confident smile on his face. He believed that no one in the divine ruins would reject such a tempting request. I'm not interested. Xianxia's indifferent voice made young Master Lin's face freeze. Young lady, you'd better consider this carefully. This is a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity for you. Young Master Lin continued. I said I'm not interested. Xianxia frowned and seemed a little impatient. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party was a Heaven's Pride expert of the Xianxia sect, Xianxia would have already flipped out. You really don't know what's good for you. Short-sighted and pretentious. She's just a slut in nature. The young man from the Blood Sun land and the cold man shouted one after another. Boom! Lu Ming's body exploded with an extremely strong, killing intent. His cold eyes fell on the young man from the land of Blood Sun, and he said coldly, Since you said those words just now, you're dead. Lu Ming's cold gaze made the paragons of the Blood Sun continent shiver. But thinking about young Master Lin, his courage increased. I'm talking about the matter. Why? You still want to attack young Master Lin? Kill. Die. Suddenly, Lu Ming shouted coldly. He rushed out and struck at the young man from the land of Blood Sun. The youth from the Blood Sun continent was also at the 7th level of the spiritual god realm. However, he was completely dumbfounded by Lu Ming's palm. This palm carried a terrifying pressure. When it acted on his body, it made him unable to move. Young Master Lin, save me. The young man from the land of Blood Sun screamed in fear. You dare to make a move in front of me. Young Master Lin's face was dark. He moved slightly. It was almost impossible to see his movements clearly, but his body suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ming, and he struck out a palm at Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming's palm collided with young Master Lin's, creating a dull thud. Both of their bodies shook slightly, and they took a step back. Peak 8th level spiritual god realm. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Young Master Lin's cultivation was at the peak of the 8th level spiritual god realm. What? Young Master Lin was slightly taken aback. He did not expect Lu Ming to be able to receive his palm. However, the coldness in his eyes intensified. Heavenly Wind Palm. Young Master Lin's palm glowed with a green light as he struck at Lu Ming. Martial technique of creation. Without a doubt, young Master Lin was using a technique of creation and had reached the 3rd level. On Lu Ming's palm, there were traces of lightning. He used the Thunder God Strike and struck out with his palm to meet young Master Lin's palm. Bang! In the end, the two of them still took a few steps back. You're looking for death kill. Young Master Lin was furious. He didn't manage to take down Lu Ming with 2 moves and felt like he had lost face. He was prepared to use his killing move to kill Lu Ming. Buzz! Lu Ming used the 9 Dragons' heaven-stomping steps, and his body swayed. Like a flash of light, he passed young Master Lin and struck out at the young man from the Blood Sun continent. This palm was as fast as lightning, and even young Master Lin didn't have time to react. The young man from the land of Blood Sun widened his eyes in shock. But the next moment, his body was torn into pieces by Lu Ming's palm. He was killed on the spot. CSI. Many people gasped in shock. First of all, he was shocked by Lu Ming's combat strength. A peak 7th level spiritual god realm genius was as weak as a baby in Lu Ming's hands. He had no way of resisting at all. The second was that he was shocked by Lu Ming's guts. He dared to kill young Master Lin's elite in front of him. This was a slap to young Master Lin's face. On the side, Ice Cold's expression changed drastically, and he retreated rapidly. After not seeing him for a while, Lu Ming's combat strength had become stronger. It was much stronger than the last time he had fought with him. This made him apprehensive. You're looking for death, kid. No one can save you. As expected, young Master Lin's face was really dark. The green light on his body jumped like a green flame. An ice-cold, killing intent bloomed in the restaurant, causing many people's expressions to change. They backed out of the restaurant for fear of being affected by this terrifying killing intent. Hee, I'm afraid you're still lacking. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Let's go out and fight. Lu Ming smiled faintly, not giving young Master Lin any face. Then, he took a step forward and appeared in the sky outside the restaurant. You can't escape. Young Master Lin also stepped out and appeared in the sky above the restaurant, facing Lu Ming. The Heaven's Pride expert of the Xianxia sect is about to make a move. This news spread like a whirlwind. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In a short while, countless figures appeared in this place, watching from afar. It's really the Heaven's Pride expert of the Xianxia sect. Who is that young man? How dare he fight against the Heaven's Pride expert of the Xianxia sect? How bold. Young Master Lin's identity aside, just his combat strength is shocking. Judging from your aura, young Master Lin's cultivation is at the peak of the 8th level spiritual god realm. However, young Master Lin is a heaven's favorite of the Xianxia sect. The cultivation technique and martial techniques you cultivate are absolutely top-notch. Your combat strength is also absolutely terrifying when fighting against those of the same level. This person actually dares to fight with young Master Lin. Who is he? I know him. He seems to be from the South God Palace. He's from the Divine Wilderness Continent. The Divine Wilderness Continent? That remote and backward place? A wave of discussion erupted in the surroundings. Chapter 1250. 1250 Chapter 1250 Defeating Young Master Lin. Brat, I'll kill you in 3 moves. Young Master Lin hollered, and the green light around him turned into a pillar that shot into the sky. 100 Heaven Wind Palm. Young Master Lin struck out with his palm, and the palm print whistled as it headed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming stepped out, and 9 streams of dragon energy exploded in his body. He activated Thunder God Strike and punched out. A phoenix formed by lightning flew towards young Master Lin. Boom! The lightning phoenix feathers collided with the palm print. Break! Young Master Lin revealed a vicious expression. Boom! 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 The moment they clashed, young Master Lin's green palm print exploded. Within the palm print, 100 terrifying powers exploded. Lu Ming's lightning phoenix was destroyed in an instant. The palm print continued to blast toward Lu Ming. Die, trash! Young Master Lin hollered his heart. What a wonderful martial technique of creation. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Young Master Lin's martial arts technique of creation was clearly a low-grade, divine martial arts technique. He had only cultivated it to the 3rd level. However, the explosive power was extremely shocking. It could only be said that the other party's martial technique of intent was of high quality, even more profound than Thunder God Strike. Thinking about it, it made sense. Young Master Lin was an official disciple of the Heaven Deity sect, and Lu Ming's Thunder God Strike was only learned in the 1st round of the assessment. Naturally, it could not be as exquisite as young Master Lin's. Prison Suppressing Heaven Art. Lu Ming activated the Prison Suppressing Heaven technique and threw a punch. Bang! Bang! With a series of intense explosions, Lu Ming's punch directly broke through young Master Lin's 100-fold force. Then, Lu Ming took a step forward and threw another punch. This punch was direct, but its power was shocking. Young Master Lin slapped a few times to counter Lu Ming, but after a few explosions, young Master Lin was forced to retreat. This left everyone dumbfounded. A disciple from the Xianxia sect, a major sect in the Yuanlu continent, was actually no match for Lu Ming. As for Lu Ming, he came from a mere divine wilderness continent. How could he be so strong? So shocking. Kill, kill, kill. Everyone's gazes made young Master Lin go crazy. His killing intent was really thick. He was a disciple of the Xianxia sect, just like the high and mighty prince of the mortal world who lived in the imperial city. On the other hand, Lu Ming was from a poor and remote village. He could not be compared to him. But now he was being suppressed. How could he endure this? He roared in his heart and circulated his essential core crazily. He could not wait to cut Lu Ming into 8 pieces. Is this the combat strength of the Heavens God sect's paragon? In my opinion, you're not a big deal in the Xianxia sect. Otherwise, how could he be so weak? Lu Ming sneered. The Yuan continent was the core of the Yuan realm and the holy land of cultivators. Many emperors tried their best to join the major forces of the Yuan continent. The Xianxia sect was a big sect in the Yuan continent. If young Master Lin was truly the heaven's pride of the Xianxia sect, he couldn't be so weak. Lu Ming guessed that young Master Lin's status in the deity sect was very ordinary. Trash, you're looking for death. Lu Ming's words seemed to have hurt young Master Lin, causing him to scream hysterically and lose his sense of propriety. Yes, Lu Ming was right. In the Heavenly God sect, there were countless Heaven's Pride experts. People like him were the lowest level of existence in the Heavenly God sect. He had to bow and kneel every day and look at other people's faces. That was why he took the opportunity to come to the Divine Ruins continent. He thought that he could show off and enjoy himself in the Divine Ruins continent. He did not expect that he would be suppressed by a piece of trash and mocked like this. He was completely enraged. With a screech, a green divine eagle appeared above young Master Lin's head. Without a doubt, it had a 9th-level divine bloodline, and it was covered in a green light. Young Master Lin turned into a divine eagle and was about to use his strongest killing move to kill Lu Ming. Enough! At this moment, a dignified voice sounded, and a middle-aged man appeared in the sky. This man was also an emissary of the Heavenly God sect. He had been following behind the white-haired elder. The moment he appeared, he blocked in front of young Master Lin. No, a piece of trash dares to insult me. He is not putting the Xianxia sect in his eyes. I will kill him. Young Master Lin shouted. Enough! Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? The deacon asked me to bring you back. The middle-aged man said. When he heard the word deacon, young Master Lin shivered. He seemed to be very afraid. He looked around and gritted his teeth. He transformed into his human form and stared at Lu Ming coldly. "Brat, I'll spare you today, but this matter isn't over yet." After saying that coldly, young Master Lin turned and left. The middle-aged man cast a casual glance at Lu Ming. No one knew what he was thinking, but he turned around and left the place. The battle had ended just like that. The surrounding spectators felt that it was a pity. This Lu Ming has offended young Master Lin. He's probably not going to have a good life. I don't think it'll be easy for him to be chosen by the Xianxia sect. Some people were discussing. "Little Qing, let's go." Lu Ming came to Xianxia. "Lu Ming, I've implicated you. I'm afraid that you won't be able to enter the Xianxia sect because of this." Xianxia said, "Fool, if you can't enter, then you can't. At most, we'll go to the Yuan continent and find a sect to join." Lu Ming tapped Xianxia's nose and smiled. The two of them returned to their residence. After half a day, the second round of the selection of the Xianxia sect would begin. More than 500 geniuses from the 4 divine palaces who had survived gathered around the Fecta Peak. "What's going on? Why didn't the Thunderbolt come?" On the side of the Western Deity Palace, the elder leading the team frowned. Lanyo was one of the 3 most powerful heavens favorites of the Western Deity Palace. Although one of his arms was cut off by someone last time, his combat strength was still very strong. There was still a possibility that he would be chosen by the Heavenly Deity sect. The Western Deity Palace still had great hopes for Lanyo. However, at this moment, the Thunderbolt was nowhere to be seen, which gave the elder a bad feeling. "I heard that the Lightning Bull seems to have gone to the Lightning Territory to cultivate and recover," a young man said. "Could it be that he met with an accident in the Lightning Territory? I heard that he's bringing experts with him, and there's even a Supreme Being expert among them." The paragons of the Western Deity Palace discussed in low voices. However, as time passed, the figure of the Lightning Bull still did not appear. Many people knew that something had most likely happened to the Lightning Bull. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to not show up now. This was the selection of disciples by the Divine Realm sect. How big a matter was this? 6 figures appeared in the sky. The people of the Heavenly God sect had arrived. The one in the lead was still the white-haired old man, followed by 2 burly men, and behind them were 3 young men. Young Master Lin was one of them. His gaze swept across the room and landed on Lu Ming. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. "Brat, you want to join the Heaven Deity sect? In your dreams. After this election, I will find an opportunity to kill this person." Young Master Lin smiled coldly. "All right, the second set of arrangements has been completed." The white-haired elder of the Heaven God sect waved his hand, and countless inscriptions appeared in the sky. Then light doors appeared in the sky. Chapter 1251. 1251. The major sects of the Yuanlu continent arrive one after another. There were more than 500 light doors floating in the air. Furthermore, with the light door as the starting point, the void started to undulate. Spiritual sense spread out and seemed to form a void passage, but it was difficult to see with the naked eye. Here, each light door represents the entrance to a void passage. There will be various tests in these void passages. Furthermore, every 2 of these void passages can converge randomly. The point of convergence will be your battlefield, and only the winner can continue forward. Moreover, we can see the battle at the intersection point. So, you must perform to your heart's content. The white-haired old man explained. What an amazing screening method. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Each of the 500 people entered a void passage. After passing the round, there would be an opportunity for 2 void passages to converge. The 2 people in the converging void passages would fight. The winner would continue to pass the round, and the loser would be eliminated, until the strongest one was decided. Moreover, the people of the Xianxia sect could observe from the outside. Therefore, they could choose suitable disciples by observing the performance of the crowd. All right, now, all of you can randomly choose a light door and enter, the white-haired old man announced, but before he could finish his words, his expression suddenly changed, and he looked up into the sky. 9 ancient altars were floating in the sky. Legend had it that in the distant past, the 9 altars had been connected to the 9 superpowers of the Yuan continent. They were the space paths that connected the 9 superpowers. The Xianxia sect had come from one of the ancient altars. One of the other 8 altars was glowing. This scene shocked everyone. The ancient altar glowed. Could it be that another big sect of the Yuanlu continent was coming? Don't tell me there are really other big sects coming over? Oh my god, it's already a surprise that the Xianxia sect could come. Not bad. This is a great opportunity. Many people were discussing excitedly. Even the sovereigns were excited as they stared at the altar. What's going on? Which force is it? Behind the white-haired old man, a burly man frowned and said. The white-haired old man frowned. Buzz. The altar trembled slightly, and many inscriptions glowed. The light grew brighter and brighter. Finally, a few figures emerged from the altar. There were a total of 5 people. 2 of them were young men, and the other 3 were 2 middle-aged men and a middle-aged woman. However, it seemed that the middle-aged woman was the leader. All 5 of them carried long swords on their backs and wore purple robes with strange patterns embroidered on them. Xiaoxiao Sword Sect. The white-haired elder of the Heaven God sect changed his expression slightly. It seems like I'm not late. I've finally arrived. The middle-aged woman, carrying a long sword, said. Xiaoxiao Sword Sect, what are you doing here? The white-haired elder of the Heaven God sect said coldly. Of course, I'm here to select young talents to join my Xiaoxiao Sword Sect. I don't welcome you. The middle-aged woman smiled. Humph. The deity sect was the first to arrive at the continent group of the Divine Ruins. All of this was also arranged by us. The white-haired old man said coldly. You're just one step ahead. Besides, how much energy would it take to set up these? The continent group of the Divine Ruins does not belong to the Xianxia sect alone. Naturally, our Xiaoxiao Sword Sect can also come. The middle-aged woman said indifferently. On the side, the people from the continent of the Divine Ruins group were extremely excited when they saw this scene. Another big sect of the Yuanlu continent had come to recruit disciples. This way, the probability of being selected would undoubtedly be higher. The young men were especially overjoyed. Buzz! Right at this moment, the altar above them began to tremble again, and it began to glow. Everyone was dumbfounded. It's moving again. Could it be another big sect of the Yuanlu continent? What's going on? In the past, for countless years, there has never been a major sect that came to the continent group of the Divine Ruins to select disciples. Why are there so many major sects coming this time? This is a good thing, a good thing. The crowd discussed excitedly, but in the next moment, their pupils dilated sharply. That was because, apart from that altar, there was another altar that was emitting light. The people in the Divine Ruins continent group were stunned. There were many great sects in the Yuanlu continent. The white-haired elder of the Heavenly God sect and the others looked extremely gloomy. Buzz! Buzz! The 2 altars let out 2 light hums, and a few figures appeared on each of them. On one of the altars, 5 figures appeared. They were all men, and they exuded a mighty pressure, as if they were the kings of all beasts. On the other side, 6 figures appeared. Each of them had monstrous demonic chi and demonic might that shook the world. Both sides had young men following them, curiously looking around. Dragon God Valley, Tianyu Demon Sect. The white-haired old man muttered, his eyes flashing with solemnness. Ha ha, it seems that I'm not too late. The Xianxia sect has not succeeded yet. On the side full of the aura of the king of 10,000 beasts, a burly man laughed. They were people for Dragon God Valley. It's fine as long as you're not late. One of the people from the Tianyu Demon Sect, a tall and thin old man, spoke. The Xiaoxiao Sword Sect, the Tianyu Demon Sect, and the Dragon God Valley Sect stepped out, forming a square with the people of the Xianxia Sect. It's too cheap for you to come here now. Everything here was set up by us. The white-haired elder said. It's just a few arrangements. will compensate you according to their value. The middle-aged woman from Jiuxiao sword sect said, That's right, these are all trivial matters. The tall elder from the Tianyu demon sect sneered. In the end, the white-haired elder had no choice but to agree to the other three forces participating in the selection of disciples. Because in the Yuan continent, these three forces were not weaker than the Tianxian sect. They were forces of the same level. At the scene, more than 500 young powerhouses' eyes shone with a burning light. They were extremely excited. The four major sects of the continent had come to recruit disciples. This was an unparalleled opportunity. They were full of anticipation and secretly vowed to grasp it. All right, you can start now. The white-haired elder looked at Lu Ming and the rest again. Let's go. This is my chance. I must join a major sect in the Yuanlu continent. In the future, I will break through the emperor level and become a saint. I will step onto the peak. No one can stop me. The eyes of the paragons glowed as they charged toward the doors of light. Buzz. Whoosh. One by one, the elites rushed into the light door and disappeared. Little Qing, let's go. Lu Ming looked at Xianxia, who nodded. The two of them flew towards a door of light. You stop right there. At this moment, a cold voice was heard. A figure appeared in front of Lu Ming, blocking his way. It was young Master Lin, a heaven's favorite from the heavenly god sect. Young Master Lin's face was very gloomy. Originally, if there was only one deity sect, he had a way to prevent Lu Ming from joining the deity sect, and then find an opportunity to kill Lu Ming. Chapter 1252. 1252 Chapter 1252 Challenging Young Master Lin. But now, the situation had changed. Jiuxiao Sword Sect, Tianyu Demon Sect, and Dragon God Valley were all here. Even if the Tianxian sect didn't choose Lu Ming, he might join the other three sections. Young Master Lin would never allow that to happen. Therefore, he stood in front of Lu Ming. Many people looked at young Master Lin in shock and didn't understand what had happened. However, some people were enlightened as they knew about the conflict between Lu Ming and young Master Lin. Half a day ago, Lu Ming had a conflict with young Master Lin. They even fought. In the end, young Master Lin couldn't do anything to Lu Ming. I knew that this matter wouldn't end like this. What? There was such a thing? Lu Ming is so powerful that even the heaven's pride experts of the Tianxian sect can't do anything to him? I don't think young Master Lin has used his full strength. However, Lu Ming's combat strength is truly terrifying. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it either. Many people were discussing. Many people were shocked when they found out about the conflict between Lu Ming and young Master Lin. The eyes of the white-haired elder of the heavenly god sect and the others moved, but they did not say anything. The people from the other great sects watched with interest. What is it? Lu Ming frowned and said coldly. You are not qualified to enter the void passage and participate in the test. Young Master Lin said. Laughable. Just because you say I'm not qualified, I'm not qualified? Lu Ming sneered. Deacon. At this moment, young Master Lin cupped his fist towards the white-haired old man and said, Deacon, Lu Ming has no respect for the deity sect at all. He thinks that he has some talent, but he actually looks down on the deity sect. If such a person were to join the deity sect, he would be an unruly person and not worthy of being trained by the deity sect. Please disqualify him from the assessment. Oh, there's such a thing? The white-haired old man frowned. Hee, you're really making irresponsible remarks. When have I ever been disrespectful to the Tianxian sect? If I don't grovel and grovel to you, then I'm being disrespectful to the Tianxian sect? Lu Ming sneered. Lu Ming, don't quibble anymore. You're speaking arrogantly and looking down on my deity sect. I heard it with my own ears. Also, the ice dragon can testify. Young Master Lin said. Yes, this is true. The ice dragon coldly spoke. Not only that, Vice Deacon Zhao can also be a witness. Young Master Lin looked at the middle-aged man behind the white-haired old man. This middle-aged man was the one who had appeared and taken young Master Lin away. The middle-aged man nodded and said, There is indeed such a thing. The white-haired old man frowned even more when he saw two people pointing fingers at him. He pondered for a moment and said, "If that's the case, then there's no need for him to take part in the assessment." Young Master Lin was overjoyed, while Lu Ming burst out laughing. This was blatant slander. From the beginning to the end, Lu Ming only targeted young Master Lin and did not say a single bad word about the Divine God sect. This was purely false. Also, that middle-aged man was obviously in cahoots with young Master Lin. Who knew what benefits young Master Lin gave him? No one from the other three major sects said anything. In their eyes, Lu Ming was just a dispensable minor character. They did not take him to heart at all. Ridiculous, really ridiculous. This is the disciple of a big sect in the Yuanlu continent. His talent is average, and his character is even worse. Lu Ming laughed out loud, his eyes filled with mockery. "Kit, what did you say? Who are you calling average?" Young Master Lin was furious. "Of course, I'm talking about you. If everyone in the Xianxia sect is like you, then I don't even want to enter the Xianxia sect." Lu Ming sneered. "Impudent! How audacious!" The middle-aged man from the Heaven God sect and young Master Lin shouted in an overbearing manner. "Brat, you managed to escape last time. This time you're dead." Young Master Lin's eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. He enveloped Lu Ming. "I managed to escape last time? Are you sure you didn't escape? Well then, I'll challenge you in public, and I'll defeat you within 10 moves. Do you dare to accept my challenge?" Lu Ming took a step forward. His voice, which was filled with fighting spirit, spread far away. "What?" Lu Ming challenged young Master Lin, and even said that he would defeat him in 10 moves. He's crazy. He's crazy. He's definitely crazy. He's the Heaven's Pride expert of the Xianxia sect. Lu Ming's words caused a commotion. The Xianxia sect was a big sect in the Yuan continent. In the hearts of the people in the continent of the Divine Ruins, it was a high and mighty existence, an unfathomable and powerful force. In everyone's hearts, the Heaven's Pride sect's prodigies were unparalleled and powerful existences. Now, Lu Ming actually said that he wanted to challenge young Master Lin. What was even more ridiculous was that he wanted to defeat young Master Lin within 10 moves. How was this possible? No one would believe it. At this moment, the Heaven's favorites who didn't fly through the door stopped. They were not in a hurry to go in. Instead, they watched from the outside. This Lu Ming is strong in the Divine Wilderness continent, but he still dares to be so arrogant here. Now, he even dares to offend the elites of the Xianxia sect. He's really seeking his own death. Darkchild stood in the void and sneered. "What do you know? I don't think so." A voice rang out. It was Long Chun. Darkchild's expression changed slightly. He was very afraid of Long Chun, but he was disdainful in his heart. Just wait and see. This Lu Ming will die a terrible death. At this moment, everyone's eyes landed on young Master Lin. A Heaven's Pride expert from a small continent was challenging a Heaven's Pride expert from the Heavenly God sect. Would young Master Lin accept the challenge? If he didn't accept the challenge, he would lose all his face. If this news were to spread back to the Heavenly Divine sect, he would not be able to continue living. "Damn it," young Master Lin hollered in his heart, and his eyes were really cold. "All right, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. We fought with Lu Ming earlier. He did not use his full combat strength. He was confident that if he did, he would be able to kill Lu Ming. Moreover, it was impossible for Lu Ming to defeat him within 10 moves. Kill." Young Master Lin was filled with killing intent, and a green light spread out. Above his head, his bloodline emerged. He used all his strength as soon as he made his move. He performed the blood fusion and the martial technique of creation to the extreme as he charged toward Lu Ming. Roar! Roar! A dragon's roar came from within Lu Ming's body. 9 streams of dragon energy burst out in an instant, and at the same time, the third bloodline emerged. Buzz! Lu Ming took a step forward and rushed towards young Master Lin. As he rushed out, the 9 dragon bloodline emerged. When Lu Ming's 9 dragon bloodline appeared, the Dragon God Valley experts' eyes widened in shock. This is the bloodline of the 9 dragons. It's really the bloodline of the 9 dragons. There's actually someone in the world who can awaken the bloodline of the 9 dragons. The experts of Dragon God Valley were in disbelief. Dragon God Valley wants this kid. The leader of the Dragon God Valley team, a burly man, revealed a blazing light. Dragon God Valley, as its name suggested, was related to dragons. Now, they had seen the bloodline of 9 dragons, which was really shocking. Bang! Bang! The 9 dragons stepped in the air and clashed with young Master Lin. An earth-shaking explosion sounded out. Chapter 1253. 1253, Chapter 1253, Defeating Young Master Lin. Apart from a few trump cards that he had not used, Lu Ming had almost used all his strength. A few of the 9 dragon claws glowed with lightning as he circulated the martial technique of the lightning concept, the Thunder God Strike. The other dragon claws circulated the prison-suppressing heavenly art. The combination of the two was extremely terrifying. Young Master Lin's green wings brought with them a strong wind. With a flap of his wings, countless wind blades sliced through the air and headed for Lu Ming. After a few loud explosions, the dragon claw broke through the wind blades and reached for young Master Lin. Young Master Lin's expression changed, and he was shocked. He didn't expect that he would be at a disadvantage in one move even after using Bloodline Fusion. Buzz! He flapped his wings, and a hurricane swept out. His huge figure suddenly trembled and disappeared from his original spot, appearing on the other side. Another martial technique of creation. Lu Ming frowned. It was obvious that young Master Lin had mastered more than one martial technique. Young Master Lin had used an offensive intent technique before, but now he was using a movement technique. Plus, he had comprehended wind intent, which made his speed extremely fast. Go to hell. Young Master Lin's eyes were cold. He flapped his wings again and turned into a gust of wind, disappearing from his spot. At the same time, a terrifying sense of danger descended on Lu Ming. Roar! A dragon's roar was heard, and the devouring power burst out, covering a radius of 100 miles. Then, the divine dragon wagged its tail and swept in all directions. Bang! The dragon tail pierced through the void and collided with a pair of extremely sharp wings. Young Master Lin's body was pushed back, but young Master Lin flapped his wings and disappeared. Young Master Lin used 2 intent martial techniques, and when they worked together, his combat strength was really strong. However, he had encountered Lu Ming. Buzz! Whoosh! The dragon claws of the 9 dragons suddenly formed a strange seal. At this moment, 2 sharp auras slashed toward Lu Ming. I'll be waiting for you. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. 3 sealing gates suddenly appeared and landed on Lu Ming's left, emitting a brilliant light. The 9 seals of the Gate of God sealed everything. The moment the 3 sealing gates appeared, young Master Lin's green wings appeared, and he was suppressed by the 3 gates. Break, break! Young Master Lin hollered, and the green light surged like a flood towards the 3 sealing gates. The 3 sealing gates trembled violently, as if they would collapse at any moment. However, this short period of time was enough for Lu Ming. Buzz! Whoosh! The dragon claw struck out and struck young Master Lin. Young Master Lin cried out as the green energy was ripped apart. Bang! In the end, a dragon claw grabbed the neck of the green godly hawk. With a forceful squeeze, the head of the green godly hawk exploded. The green godly hawk also turned into energy and disappeared. Young Master Lin's body flew rapidly in the green light. The bloodline that he had transformed into was destroyed, and he was also severely injured. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood and fled for his life. Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and caught up to young Master Lin. His huge dragon claws grabbed at young Master Lin. Young Master Lin tried his best to counterattack. Unfortunately, he was already severely injured and it was useless. Lu Ming broke through his layers of defense and grabbed him. Young Master Lin was grabbed by the giant dragon claw and couldn't move. This scene left the surrounding spectators in utter shock and disbelief. The proud son of heaven of the deity's sect, young Master Lin, was actually no match for Lu Ming. He was really taken down by Lu Ming within 10 moves, and his life was in Lu Ming's hands. Furthermore, Lu Ming was only from a mere divine wilderness continent. If it was the strongest geniuses in the divine wilderness continent, it was still possible for them to achieve this. But for it to appear on a young man from the divine wilderness continent, it was truly unbelievable. Even the emperors were stunned. The top geniuses of the Divine Ruins Continent group looked at Lu Ming with grave expressions. Lu Ming's combat ability was unquestionable. He would be one of their greatest opponents. "Ah, bastard, let me go, I'm going to kill you." Being defeated in 10 moves and being held in Lu Ming's palm, young Master Lin was so embarrassed that he went crazy. His eyes were red and he roared hysterically. If news of this matter were to spread back to the Xianxia sect, he would definitely become a laughingstock in the future. He hated that he could not wait to skin Lu Ming alive. "Oh, really? Don't you understand the current situation?" Lu Ming sneered and clenched his claws hard. Kacha, who knew how many bones in young Master Lin's body were broken. His body trembled and he spat out blood. He was in so much pain that he almost fainted. At this moment, he was like a weak little chick in Lu Ming's hands. His life or death was in Lu Ming's hands. "Believe it or not, I'll kill you right now." Lu Ming's eyes were cold. The killing intent of the third bloodline covered young Master Lin's body like a tidal wave. It made young Master Lin feel like he was in hell. His heart started to tremble. "How dare you? He is a disciple of my Xianxia sect. Release him." At that moment, a burly man from the Heaven God sect spoke. He was the expert that Lu Ming suspected to have been bribed by young Master Lin. As he spoke, a terrifying aura bloomed and enveloped Lu Ming. It was as if Lu Ming was enveloped by a mountain, and he could not move at all. Strong, he was too strong. Lu Ming felt that he had no way of resisting this middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was definitely stronger than the black-robed middle-aged man from the South God Palace. His cultivation was above the 3rd level of the martial royal realm. The white-haired old man from the Heaven God sect frowned, but he did not say anything. The younger generation is just sparring. You're an emperor. Why are you interfering?" On the Dragon God Valley's side, a burly man laughed. A stream of aura rushed out and collided with the middle-aged man's aura, knocking it away. Lu Ming's body relaxed, and he took a step back and retreated rapidly. "Ew, what do you mean by that?" The middle-aged man from the Xianxia sect looked at the people from the Dragon God Valley with a grave expression. "Nothing, I just can't stand it." The burly man from Dragon God Valley laughed. "Let him go. You win this round." At this moment, the white-haired elder of the Heavenly God sect spoke. "Here you go." Lu Ming swung his dragon claw and flung young Master Lin's body away. Young Master Lin was already half dead and couldn't even fly. The middle-aged man waved his hand and caught young Master Lin. Damn it. Young Master Lin's eyes were filled with endless hatred as he glared at Lu Ming. Lu Ming transformed into his human form and held Xianxia's hand. "Little Qing, let's go." Since he wasn't allowed to participate in the assessment, then he wouldn't participate and would just retreat. Wait a moment. At that moment, a deep voice was heard. It was the burly young man from Dragon God Valley. "I'm Long Quan from Dragon God Valley. How should I address you, young friend?" The burly young man asked. Chapter 1254. 1254 Chapter 1254 First Stage. Junior is Lu Ming. Lu Ming cupped his fists and answered. He had a good impression of Long Quan, who had helped him just now, so he would naturally answer his question. Lu Ming, haha, good. Heroes come from the youth. To be able to cultivate to such a realm in the Divine Ruins Continent group at such an age is really rare. If he doesn't participate in the assessment, Wouldn't it be a pity? On behalf of Dragon God Valley, I invite you to take part in the assessment. Long Quan shouted. No, he can't participate. Young Master Lin shouted. Shut up. Who do you think you are? I'm talking. Who are you to interrupt me? Long Quan's eyes turned cold, and an extremely strong aura exploded out. The terrifying aura caused the entire world to shake. Young Master Lin's face was ashen white. I'm inviting Lu Ming to take part in the assessment. Do you have any objections? Long Quan looked at the Jiuxiao Sword sect and the Tianyu demonic sect. Finally, his eyes fell on the white-haired elder of the Tianxian sect. No objections. Of course I have no objections. The leaders of the Jiuxiao Sword sect and the Tianyu demon sect nodded. I naturally have no objections to this child's battle prowess. Finally, the white-haired elder of the Heavenly Gods sect also spoke. Damn it! Young Master Lin roared in his heart and was filled with unwillingness. Haha, that's good. Lu Ming, what do you say? Long Quan laughed and looked at Lu Ming again. How can Junior refuse Senior's kind intentions? Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, All right, let the test officially begin. Long Quan waved his hand. Buzz. Whoosh. With a flash, the youths chose the light door and rushed in. Lu Ming and Xianxia separated. They each chose a door of light and rushed in. At this moment, some of them had already gone in for a while, but there was still no movement. As soon as Lu Ming rushed into the door of light, he felt a ray of light enveloping him. His body felt a slight warmth, but the next moment, this feeling disappeared. Lu Ming realized that he had appeared in a passage. The passageway was very wide, and the walls were filled with glittering inscriptions. According to the rules, they had to keep going forward in the void passage. Whoever could reach the end would be first. Lu Ming took a step forward, and there was no movement. After walking for a few thousand meters, the appearance of the passage in front of them changed. It was now a section that was surrounded by stone walls. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly the moment he stepped into the passage, because at this moment his aura was rapidly weakening, and in the end, he returned to being ordinary. His cultivation had been suppressed, making him look like a mortal. Not only was his true yuan, but his intent and bloodline had also been suppressed. What? Lu Ming sensed it carefully and found that his prison-suppressing steel bloodline was glowing and fluctuating. As for the third bloodline, Lu Ming felt that he could completely control it and was not suppressed at all. Only the bloodline of the 9 dragons was completely suppressed. Lu Ming's expression did not change as he looked around. On the surrounding stone walls, there were messy carvings of different depths and in a mess. In front of him, there was a flash of light and a figure condensed. This person had the appearance of a young man. He wore a black robe, had a cold expression, and carried a long spear on his back. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that this person was condensed by the array. Buzz! With a shake of the long spear, the spear's gleam pierced towards Lu Ming like lightning. However, the spear gleam did not contain any primordial qi. It was probably just physical strength, which was similar to Lu Ming's physical strength. Lu Ming instinctively wanted to activate the power of his third bloodline to defeat the figure. However, Lu Ming immediately stopped the eruption of his third blood meridian. Even the bloodline of the 9 dragons could be suppressed in this level. This meant that he had to pass this level without using his bloodline power. If he had used his bloodline power, it was possible that people outside would have sensed it. That would be too special. His prison-suppressing steel bloodline, especially the third bloodline, was very special. He did not want others to find out. At the thought of this, he didn't activate his bloodline. Instead, he used the power of his physical body and rushed to the right, where a black spear was. Buzz! Buzz! The spear's gleam was like lightning, enveloping Lu Ming's entire body. This was an extremely exquisite spear technique. Although it wasn't powerful, the trajectory it moved in was exquisite. There was no vital essence in Lu Ming's body, and he could not use his intent. He could not use martial arts to resist at all, and could only rely on his physical strength to dodge. Sila. Lu Ming's back was cut by the spear's gleam, tearing a hole in his clothes. If not for Lu Ming's quick reaction, he would have been injured. Fortunately, Lu Ming had fought countless battles along the way and had rich combat experience. He dodged the attacks and rushed to the black spear. He picked up the spear and swept it out. Clang! The two long spears collided with a loud clang. Lu Ming felt his arm go numb, and he took 2 steps back. The black-robed young man, formed by the formation, had the same physical strength as Lu Ming. However, he had the support of a mysterious martial arts technique, and his attack power was above Lu Ming's. Whoosh! Whoosh! The ice-cold tip of the spear turned into a sharp, cold light, piercing the air and stabbing toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand and fixed his gaze on the other party's spear light. Then he stabbed a few times in succession. However, Lu Ming's expression changed at the next moment. He felt that his spear had missed. He had been confident that he could block his opponent's attack after a few thrusts. However, after thrusting out, he realized that his opponent's spear tip shook slightly and continued to stab toward him. The exquisiteness of the spear technique was truly profound and unpredictable. What a powerful spear technique! It combines strength and speed to the peak. When it's used, it's unpredictable and unpredictable. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. If his cultivation had not been suppressed, such a spear technique would be useless in the face of absolute power, even though it was extremely exquisite. No matter how exquisite a martial arts technique was, it would be as fragile as tofu under Lu Ming's palm. But now, under the situation where his cultivation was suppressed, this martial technique was able to release a huge power. Bang! At the critical moment, Lu Ming took a step back and retreated far away. However, there was still a small bloody mark on his chest. He had been stabbed by the spear. Buzz! Whoosh! As soon as Lu Ming retreated, the black-robed young man's spear force surged toward Lu Ming like an endless tide. Lu Ming took a few steps back and tried his best to dodge. At the same time, he was thinking about how to counter the other party's moves. At this moment, outside the ancient city of the Divine Ruins, outside the void passageway, countless people stood in the air and watched. Suddenly, the door of light shone, and a figure appeared. "Someone has failed," someone muttered. It was obvious that someone had failed and was teleported out. AI. Those who had been teleported out shook their heads and sighed. If they could not even pass the first stage, it was almost impossible for them to be selected by the major sects of the Yuan continent. The people from the 4 sects of the Yuanlu continent were expressionless. They did not even look at those who failed. The first stage was a test of one's comprehension. If one could not even pass the first stage, it was not worth their attention. Chapter 1255. 1255, the strongest heaven's pride. There were people constantly failing to pass the levels and being transported out. Suddenly, a spot of light lit up in the void ahead. It was very eye-catching. The crowd looked over and saw a fighting ring in the light spot. A young man stepped into the fighting ring. That's the Northern Deity Palace's ice sky. I didn't expect him to be the first to break through the first stage. He's the strongest heaven's favorite among the younger generation of the North God Palace. You really live up to your reputation. Many people sighed as they recognized this young man. The North Divine Palace was the most powerful force among the 4 great divine palaces. As a number 1 genius of the North Divine Palace, there was no need to doubt his strength. He was absolutely terrifying. After arriving at the fighting ring, Bing Kong sat down cross-legged and waited quietly. Now that he was alone, he couldn't continue down. He had to wait for the other void passages to converge with his and for others to come to this battle platform. The 2 of them would fight, and the winner would be able to continue down. At this moment, another light spot appeared in another direction. There was also a fighting ring in the light spot. A young man with a zither on his back stepped into the fighting ring. This young man had a slender figure and was refined. He had a faint smile on his face and looked like an elegant young master. Eden, the most powerful heaven's favorite of the Eastern God Palace. Eden with the sound of Phoenix zither and Phoenix cry. Someone spoke out, revealing the origin of this person. This person's reputation was no less than that of Ice Sky. Eden, with his zither on his back, also stood in the fighting ring and waited quietly. Almost at the same time, two spots of light appeared in the void. Just like before, the two spots of light were battle stages. A young man stepped out from each of them. One of them had purple hair and a heroic spirit. He was the #1 genius of the South God Palace, Wuxia. The other person carried a combat sword on his back. He was like a divine sword that had been unsheathed, and his sword soared to the sky. This person was the strongest heaven's favorite of the Western deity palace, Xianxia. The most powerful heaven's favorites of the 4 divine palaces had all appeared on their respective battle platforms. It was obvious that their space passages did not converge in the first round. In the Void Passage, Lu Ming continued to avoid the black-robed young man's attacks. At the same time, he was thinking of a way to break the attack. The surroundings, those carvings on the stone walls. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The carvings on the stone walls were very intriguing. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to be a spear technique. It was an extremely wondrous spear technique. As Lu Ming dodged the black-robed youth's attacks, he studied the carvings in detail. In Lu Ming's eyes, the carvings started to change. Slowly, there seemed to be a figure practicing spear techniques. This spear technique can break this young man's spear technique. Lu Ming's eyes lit up after a while. He finally knew what this test was about. It was about one's comprehension. The purpose of suppressing one's cultivation, intent, and bloodline was to allow the participants to comprehend a spear technique from the carvings on the stone wall so that they could break the opponent's spear technique. Of course, not everyone was skilled in spear techniques. Some people were skilled in sword techniques, and they might encounter sword techniques. Once the key point was discovered, it was not difficult for Lu Ming. Lu Ming's comprehension was already very amazing. Buzz! Whoosh! Lu Ming shook the long spear in his hand. A sharp spear ray shot out like lightning and collided with the black-robed young man's long spear. Clang! 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 A series of violent sounds rang out, and in the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of moves. As expected, he can break the opponent's martial technique. The more Lu Ming used it, the faster his speed became. The long spear was like a black dragon, dancing in the air. Whoosh! After a dozen more moves, the long spear in Lu Ming's hands turned into a black lightning, breaking through the opponent's heavy spear screen and stabbing his heart. Bang! The black-robed youth exploded. The first stage passed. Lu Ming stepped out. After crossing the passage, there was a bright light in front of him. It was a fighting ring. Lu Ming stepped forward and walked onto the fighting ring. It's still me alone. Looks like I'll have to wait. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he sat cross-legged on the fighting ring. Outside, the onlookers had also seen Lu Ming. Lu Ming is indeed impressive. He's the 6th to clear the first level. For an elite of the divine wilderness continent to be able to do this, it's truly shocking. Some people were discussing. Just now, after the 4 most powerful heaven's favorites of the 4 directions, Divine Palace stepped onto the battle stage. The #1 heaven's favorite of the Blood Sun continent, the 2nd-ranked continent in the continent group of the Divine Ruins, followed closely behind them. The #1 heaven's favorite of the Blood Sun continent was the 5th to step into the fighting ring. Lu Ming was the 6th to step into the fighting ring. After a while, more and more light spots appeared in the void. The other powerful heaven's favorites of the 4 directions Divine Palace, such as Ice Cold, Xianxia, Wangzhen, and so on. Longshun also stepped into the fighting ring around the same time as the other geniuses. Then, Xianxia, Xianxia, and the others also appeared. As long as the key point was discovered in the first stage, it would not be too difficult. Although many people were eliminated, there were even more people who succeeded. There's a convergence of space passages. Someone said, Sure enough, a spot of light flashed, and a hole appeared on the side of the fighting ring. A young man stepped out of it. There were two people in the fighting ring. The two of them had to fight. The winner would continue, and the loser would be eliminated. The two of them soon engaged in a fierce battle. After that, more and more space passages started to merge. Of course, they were all successful. It was impossible for them to fail. Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged when the fighting ring suddenly shook. A tunnel entrance appeared on one side of the fighting ring. A young figure appeared from the tunnel. The man walked out of the passage and stepped into the fighting ring. His expression changed drastically when he saw Lu Ming. He had witnessed Lu Ming's shocking combat strength when he fought young Master Lin. His combat ability was worlds apart from Lu Ming's. What bad luck! I met this freak in the first round. The young man's mouth was filled with bitterness and helplessness. Lu Ming stood up and walked toward the young man. Lu Ming, I know I'm not your match, but I'll do my best to fight you, the young man said. This was not an ordinary battle. It was a major sect in the Yuanlu continent recruiting disciples. He could not admit defeat. No matter what, he had to fight. As long as he displayed himself to his heart's content, perhaps he would be noticed by the powerhouses of the major sects in the Yuan continent. After all, the major sects of the Yuanlu continent did not recruit disciples. They only recruited disciples based on combat strength. No one knew the criteria for recruiting disciples. What if he was chosen? Do what you want. I'll give you the chance to attack, Lu Ming said. Many thanks. The other party cupped his fists. Then, he performed the blood meridian fusion and burst out with his strongest combat strength, attacking Lu Ming. Although the young man's cultivation was not bad, he was still far from Lu Ming's level. Lu Ming did not defeat him in a single blow. Instead, he let the young man display his strongest combat strength before he defeated him. The other party was extremely grateful to Lu Ming. Chapter 1256. 1256 Chapter 1256 First. After defeating his opponent, the space distorted, and his opponent was teleported out. Another void passage appeared in front of the fighting ring. Lu Ming stepped into it. At the same time, in the other battle platforms, there were also many space passages that converged. Bing Kong, Yidian, Ziwuji, Jianzhan, and the others had also easily defeated their opponents and entered the next round. On the Divine Wilderness Continent's side, Longchen easily defeated his opponent and advanced to the next stage. Xianxia, who had attained the 7th level of the spiritual god realm and obtained the inheritance of an unparalleled existence, advanced to the next stage with terrifying combat strength. In addition, Xianxuan's cultivation had improved a lot during this period of time. He had actually entered the 6th level of the spiritual god realm and defeated his opponent to enter the next stage. The unscrupulous monk and Yang Patian also passed by luck. However, Dark Child and the moonless female Bodhisattva encountered strong enemies and were defeated and eliminated. In the outside world, countless people were watching. The experts from the 4 major forces of the Yuan continent were also watching carefully to see if there were any good seedlings that were suitable for their sections. Soon, the first stage was almost over. Originally, there were more than 500 people. About 100 people did not pass the first stage, and half of the remaining 400 people would be eliminated if they fought in pairs. Only about 200 people could continue to advance and pass the second stage. Lu Ming stepped into the void channel again and continued to move forward. After about 1,000 meters, his surroundings suddenly changed, and he appeared in an unfamiliar environment. In his surroundings, powerful auras rose up like smoke. Countless experts were killing each other, and their murderous intent was shocking. Whoosh! A terrifying sword ray slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming threw a punch and shattered the sword ray. Kill! A burly man with a huge sword in his hand charged at Lu Ming with bloodshot eyes. What's going on? Lu Ming frowned. Why did he suddenly come here? It's an illusion. Lu Ming sensed carefully and suddenly raised his eyebrows. He saw something fishy. This should be an illusion. Lu Ming was in an illusion. Everything is an illusion, Lu Ming muttered. His heart was unmoved, and he stuck to his heart. Kill, kill. A few armored generals with giant axes and long spears charged at Lu Ming. Their intense killing intent sent chills down everyone's spine. However, Lu Ming did not seem to notice it. He allowed the huge axe and long spear to hit him, his expression calm. A shocking scene happened. The huge axes and long spears struck Lu Ming's body, but it was as if they had struck the void or an illusion. Lu Ming was completely unharmed. Lu Ming's expression was calm as he stepped forward. This was a battlefield, and the killing was extremely intense. Blood was everywhere, and the killing intent was as cold as a blade. When one was in it, it felt extremely real, as if it had really happened. Those with weak will, even if they knew that this was an illusion, would inevitably be affected and thus develop fear. However, Lu Ming's resistance to illusions was already very strong. His heart was unmoved as he walked on the battlefield, unmoving like a mountain, even when the swords and sabers were on his body. His pace was not very fast. Step by step, he walked on the battlefield. Brat die! There was a loud shout in the sky. A palm print, like the hand of heaven, fell towards Lu Ming. This was definitely the palm of an emperor. At this moment, Lu Ming had an illusion that he would be reduced to ashes immediately if the palm landed. This feeling made Lu Ming have an instinctive urge to retaliate, to counterattack, and to save himself. This was a human's instinct. Anyone would have this instinct in such a situation. No, if I make a move, I'll only sink deeper and deeper. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and endured the attack, allowing the palm print to land on him. Boom! With a loud boom, the palm print dispersed, but Lu Ming was completely fine. Whew! Lu Ming secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The feeling of being slapped to death in the next moment and having to hold back and not retaliate was not a good feeling. Lu Ming continued to move forward. Following that, all sorts of attacks landed on him. There were even attacks that exceeded the third level of the Emperor realm. However, Lu Ming remained unmoved. He walked through the battlefield alone. In the end, he used half an hour to cross the entire battlefield. When Lu Ming passed through the battlefield, it disappeared and he reappeared in the void channel. There was a flash of light ahead. Lu Ming walked over and found another fighting ring. There was no one in the fighting ring. Lu Ming stepped into the fighting ring and sat down cross-legged. In the outside world, everyone was watching seriously. I wonder who will be the first to pass the second stage. I heard from the experts of the Heaven Deity sect that the second stage is an extremely strong illusionary realm. It tests one's willpower and is extremely difficult. Up until now, more than 30 people have failed to pass the stage and have been eliminated. In my opinion, the strongest Heaven's Pride experts of the 4 divine palaces are still the most likely to pass the second stage. That's right. Bing Kong, Eden, Ziwuji, and Jianzhan are the most likely candidates. However, it's not impossible for Xue Mingyang and Lu Ming to be the candidates. Although Xue Mingyang and Lu Ming are very strong, they are still slightly weaker than the other 4. The surrounding onlookers had already known the contents of the second stage from the experts of the Tianxin sect. At this moment, they were all guessing who was the first person to pass the second stage. At that moment, another light spot appeared in front of the first row of light spots. It was the same as the first row of light spots, and inside it was a battle platform. A void tunnel appeared. Who's the first to succeed? Everyone's eyes were fixed on the void passage. A young man stepped out and appeared on the fighting ring. It's actually him, Lu Ming. I didn't expect it to be Lu Ming. He's the first to clear the second stage. Amazing, amazing. Don't tell me that Lu Ming has the ability to suppress everyone and get first place? Not necessarily. For Lu Ming to be able to come this far from a small continent like the Divine Wilderness continent, his will and willpower must be very shocking. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to come this far. However, this does not necessarily mean that he has combat power. It's hard to say who will be the final number one. Lu Ming's appearance caused an uproar at the scene. Oof. The burly man from the Heavenly Divine sect snorted coldly. He was rather unhappy. Young Master Lin's eyes were about to spit fire. Ah, not bad. Not bad. This kid is not bad. The leader of the Dragon God Valley team burst into laughter. He looked at Lu Ming in the fighting ring with admiration. The other experts from the Jiuxiao Sword sect and the Tianyu demonic sect also nodded. In the path of cultivation, determination and willpower were also very important. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the fighting ring and continued to wait. In the outside world, after Lu Ming's appearance, light spots began to appear one by one. This time, the number one genius of the Eastern God Palace, Eden, followed closely behind Lu Ming. He was the young man with the guqin on his back. After that, it was the Ice Sky of the North God Palace. Then, Ziwuji of the South God Palace, Jianzhan of the West God Palace, and Shuiming of the Blood Sun Continent appeared almost at the same time. After them, the first to appear was actually Long Chun, which surprised many people. Chapter 1257. 1257 Chapter 1257 Battling Wang Zhen. After Long Chun, it was Ji Hongchun and Wang Zhen's turn. Surprisingly, Xianxia appeared at almost the same time as these heaven's favorites. Slowly, more and more fighting rings appeared, and the number of people eliminated had reached about 50. Of the 200 people, about 50 were eliminated, leaving about 150. At this time, more than 70 fighting platforms had appeared in the void. When more than 70 fighting platforms had appeared, the void channel where the winners of the next round were in began to merge with the previous one. Lu Ming opened his eyes. A passage appeared on one side of the fighting ring. At the entrance of the passage, a young man stepped out. Just like before, the young man's face turned pale when he saw Lu Ming. How unlucky, the man muttered. Lu Ming's battle with young Master Lin was too powerful. Those who had seen him fight knew very well that they were no match for Lu Ming. Meeting Lu Ming was equivalent to ending the assessment early. I will fight with all my strength, the young man shouted loudly. He used all his strength and rushed toward Lu Ming. However, the result was obvious. He was easily defeated by Lu Ming. On the other fighting rings, battles also broke out. This battle was equivalent to the battle between the top 75 and the top 150. This battle was much more intense than the previous one, because those who could make it to the end would be stronger and stronger. The heavens' favorites like Eden and Bingkong easily defeated their opponents and won. That is, the bloodline of the ancient dragon elephant. The Dragon God Valley's experts were paying attention to the battles on the battle platforms. Suddenly, their eyes widened in surprise. On one of the battle platforms, Long Chun used his bloodline fusion and crushed his opponent, winning the battle. It's really the Archean dragonesque elephant bloodline. It's really shocking. There are actually 9 dragon bloodlines in a mere continent group of the Divine Ruins. Now, even the Archean dragonesque elephant bloodline has appeared. The expert from the Jiuxiao Sword sect sighed. That woman is not bad either. Such pure demonic chi and demonic will. An expert from the Tianyu demonic sect stared at one of the battle platforms. Xianxia was fighting against another heaven's favorite, and Xianxia had also won easily. Ever since Xianxia obtained the inheritance of that demonic cultivator, her cultivation and combat strength have been improving rapidly. Also, that one is not bad. The powerhouses from the 4 great forces of the Yuan continent were paying attention to the battles on each fighting ring. They nodded their heads frequently. Obviously, some people made them quite satisfied. In the end, all the battles came to an end. The losers were all eliminated, and the victors moved on to the next stage. On the Divine Wilderness Continent's side, Yang Patian, the unscrupulous monk, lost to his opponent due to his lacking cultivation. As for Lu Ming, Long Chun, Xianxia, and Xianxia, they had all advanced. After Lu Ming won, he continued to step into the void channel. This round was more difficult than the previous 2. Not only did it test one's determination, but it also tested one's combat power. However, to Lu Ming, it was still an easy pass. This time, Lu Ming was the first one to pass the third level and appeared on another platform. This round was not too difficult for Lu Ming. However, it was extremely difficult for the other geniuses. 25 people were eliminated in this round. Only the remaining 50 people successfully passed the test. What a coincidence! When the void passages converged, a figure stepped into the fighting ring where Lu Ming was. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Wang Zhen. The person who had stepped into Lu Ming's fighting ring was Wang Zhen, one of the 3 strongest geniuses of the South God Palace. When Wang Zhen saw Lu Ming, his face darkened and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. It's Wang Zhen. Wang Zhen actually met Lu Ming so early. This match is going to be interesting. A battle between 2 strong powerhouses. Many people revealed excited expressions. Wang Zhen was one of the 3 strongest heaven's favorites in the South God Palace. Although his reputation was not as good as Zi Wuji's, he was not to be underestimated. In the entire continent of the Divine Ruins, Wang Zhen was the top heaven's favorite. His combat strength was definitely not weak. Although the combat strength that Lu Ming displayed was very strong, they had not fought before. It was still unknown who was stronger and weaker. Lu Ming, you're quite powerful. Unfortunately, you've offended too many people. How about we make a deal? If you lose to me, I can help you settle those troubles. Wang Zhen's eyes turned as he spoke. Help me settle the trouble? I want to know how you're going to settle this. For example, that young Master Lin must hate me to the core right now. How do you want to settle this? Lu Ming said with a faint smile. My Wang family still has some influence in the South God Palace. If you lose to me on purpose, I will put in a few good words for you in front of young Master Lin. At that time, you can apologize and this matter will be over. Wang Zhen said confidently. You want me to lose to you so that you can be chosen by the major sects of the Yuan continent, right? Since your Wang family is so capable, why don't you just put in a few good words for yourself? Then you can join a big sect in the Yuan continent. Why do you need to play such a low-level trick? Lu Ming revealed a mocking expression. Lu Ming, I'm talking to you nicely. Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. If we really have to fight, I'm not afraid of you. Wang Zhen said with a gloomy face. Then why are you still talking? Make your move. You don't have to worry about my matters. Lu Ming smiled faintly. You don't know how to appreciate my kindness. Bang! Wang Zhen said coldly as he took a step forward. As he did so, a milky white light shot up from his body. This light was incomparably holy, as if it could purify all evil. Divine Sword of Holy Light. Wang Zhen was bathed in the pure, white holy light. He clenched his hands in the air, and 2 pure white combat swords appeared in his hands. The 2 combat swords crossed and slashed out, forming a cross-shaped sword chi that was aimed at Lu Ming. Buzz! Lu Ming took a step forward. With a flash of his body, he dodged the cross-shaped sword aura and charged toward Wang Zhen. Holy light storm. Wang Zhen's figure continued to spin, and endless holy light was driven, forming a sword storm that poured toward Lu Ming. Small tricks. Lu Ming laughed contemptuously and burst out with 9 streams of dragon energy. He activated the prison-suppressing heaven technique and threw a punch. The prison-suppressing heavenly art could suppress everything. Even if you had tens of thousands of sword chi, you could break them with a single punch. Boom! The endless sword chi storm was shattered in an instant. Wang Zhen's expression changed. He crossed his swords in front of him to block Lu Ming's fist. With a loud thud, Wang Zhen was sent flying by Lu Ming's punch. If I don't believe it. Supreme Holy Light Technique. Wang Zhen shouted, and a battle armor appeared above his head. It was a milky white battle armor, and the holy light was vast and mighty, like the deep sea. This was Wang Zhen's bloodline, a battle armor. Moreover, when Wang Zhen used the bloodline fusion, it was very strange. It was somewhat different from the others. When he used the bloodline fusion, it was as if he was wearing a battle armor directly on his body, causing his aura to soar wildly. A milky white ray of light shot towards Lu Ming. Chapter 1258. 1258 Chapter 1258 Battle Between Sisters. A martial technique of creation. Without a doubt, Wang Zhen had also used a martial technique of creation. The martial technique of conception of holy light. This beam of light looked peaceful, but it had the power to destroy everything. In Lu Ming's body, the essential core continued to circulate. With the support of the 9 dragon energies, it was filled with explosive power. Boom! Activating the prison-suppressing heaven technique. Lu Ming's palm was like a knife as he slashed at the beam of light. Break! As soon as Lu Ming finished speaking, the light beam was split into 2 by Lu Ming's palm. How can there be such a powerful force? Wang Zhen roared in disbelief in his heart. In terms of cultivation, his cultivation had reached the middle 8th level spiritual god realm, which was stronger than Lu Ming's. After performing the blood fusion and using martial arts techniques of intent, he was still broken by Lu Ming's palm. Most importantly, Lu Ming had not performed the blood meridian fusion and had not revealed his strongest combat strength. Previously, when Lu Ming fought with young Master Lin, he had more tricks up his sleeve. Wang Zhen found it hard to accept that he had been able to break through his killing move even before he had unleashed his full power. Holy Light 9 Beheading. The armor on Wang Zhen's body was extremely bright. The 2 combat swords in his hands condensed into one, and he slashed 9 times in a row. The power of the 9 swords stacked up and exploded with a terrifying power. Roar. A dragon's roar was heard as Lu Ming burst out with a 9 dragon bloodline and transformed into 9 dragons. He stepped out with his dragon claws and continuously clashed with the milky white sword radiance. Boom, boom, boom. After 9 consecutive explosions, the milky white sword radiance shattered into pieces. Buzz. Then, the 9 dragons launched a series of attacks. Some used the prison suppression heavenly art, while others used the Thunder God Strike. In the air, the shadow of the prison-suppressing steel appeared and pressed down on Wang Zhen. Lightning condensed into a phoenix, which spread its wings and flew toward Wang Zhen. Bang! 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 The powerful attack landed on Wang Zhen's armor, causing it to shake violently and let out an unpleasant creak. In the end, it couldn't bear the heavy load and directly exploded. Wang Zhen wailed and spat out a large mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. With a twist of their bodies, the 9 dragons appeared in front of Wang Zhen in an instant. Their dragon claws struck down and heavily struck on Wang Zhen's body. Wang Zhen was as weak as a little chick. He was heavily smashed onto the fighting stage, blood spurting out of his mouth like crazy. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Wang Zhen admitted defeat in humiliation. Lu Ming could continue to attack if he did not admit defeat. After Wang Zhen admitted defeat, the space around him distorted and his figure was teleported out. Damn it, this bastard. After coming out, Wang Zhen was roaring in his heart. He was not confident that he would be eliminated so early. He did not know if he could catch the eyes of the major sects in the Yuanlu continent. If he fell behind, he would make Lu Ming pay the price. He swore in his heart. Look, are they sisters? So similar. They really look like each other. And they're both so beautiful. They're devastatingly beautiful. At this moment, someone shouted. Wang Zhen looked toward the source of the voice and saw 2 female characters on one of the fighting rings. One of them was wearing a black dress, while the other was wearing a white dress. They formed a sharp contrast, but their looks were almost exactly the same. They were Xianxia and Xianxia. When 2 identical beauties met, they naturally attracted attention and many people's gazes. Even the experts from the 4 forces of the Yuanlu continent looked at them with interest. Isn't this woman Lu Ming's woman? I'll let Nianjuan teach her a lesson and avenge me. Wang Zhen thought in his heart. On the fighting ring, Xianxia and Xianyuan stood opposite each other, staring at each other with lightning-like eyes. Not long after, the two of them once again engaged in battle, and this time, the victor was bound to be determined. Xianxia, you're a weirdo. Today, I'm going to officially eliminate you on behalf of the royal family and the Xie family. Xianyuan spoke coldly, his face still showing his arrogance and disdain. Xianyuan, don't put on such a high and mighty expression. Is your bloodline very noble? In my heart, you're worthless. Today, I'll completely trample you under my feet and crush your so-called dignity. I'll let you understand that the Xie family is not worth mentioning. Xianyuan didn't back down at all and fought back. There's no point in talking nonsense. Let's see who's stronger, Xianyuan said. A milky white light emanated from her body, similar to Wang Zhen's. It was a holy light. However, Xianyuan's holy light was purer and more condensed than Wang Zhen's. 9 Heaven's holy domain. Xianyuan made the first move. With a press of her hand, holy light filled the air and formed a force field that enveloped Xianyuan. This is the embryonic form of a domain. No, it doesn't look like it. Xianyuan's attack made the experts from the Tianxian sect and Zhouxiao sword sect raise their eyebrows in surprise. The white-haired elder of the Divine Sky sect was especially delighted. He looked at Xianyuan with admiration. This move again break. Xianyuan's face was calm. He pointed his finger like a sword and slashed forward. Black lotus flowers formed in front of Xianyuan's fingers. Then, the lotus flowers scattered and the petals condensed into a lotus sword in the air, which slashed down at the 9 heavenly saint realm. With a plop, the 9 heaven saint realm was actually cut open by Xianyuan. Xianyuan's expression turned ugly. He didn't expect Xianyuan to be able to break through her 9 heaven saint realm so easily. Your cultivation is too weak. Xianyuan's indifferent voice came out of his mouth. At the same time, an aura stronger than Xianyuan's burst out from his body. The aura of the 7th level of the spiritual God realm. 7th level of the spiritual God realm. How can you possibly reach the 7th level of the spiritual God realm so quickly? Xianyuan shouted in disbelief. During this period of time, she had been very close to Wang Zhen. With the help of the Wang family's strength, her cultivation had progressed extremely quickly. Furthermore, she had also obtained other opportunities, breaking through the hidden gates one after another and reaching the 6th level of the spiritual God realm. She had originally thought that no one in the divine wilderness continent was her match. She did not even fear Long Chun. However, when she saw Lu Ming's display of power and how even young Master Lin, the pride of the deity sect, was not his match, she was shocked and in disbelief. It was a heavy blow to her confidence. But now, she realized that even Xianyuan, who she had always looked down on and regarded as an anomaly, had surpassed her and reached the 7th level of the spiritual God realm. She found it hard to accept. So what if you've broken through to the 7th level of the spiritual God realm? I can still defeat you. Xianyuan shouted, and the figure of a beautiful woman appeared above his head. She was as holy as a fairy from the 9 heavens. She used her bloodline fusion and attacked Xianyuan. Sky Devil Force Field. As Xianyuan spoke, a force field spread towards Xianyuan. Xianyuan's Sky Demon Force Field was much stronger than before. As soon as Xianyuan's body entered the field, it was as if he had fallen into a quagmire. One thought demonic sky. Xianyuan pinched his fingers, and demonic chi soared into the sky. Vast demonic might fill the air, like a supreme demonic god. The demonic aura made Xianyuan's heart tremble. Dragon Sovereign's Immortal Path. Chapter 1259. 1259 Chapter 1259 Defeating Yinjuan. Xianyuan was like a demonic woman. Her long hair, flying in the wind, and her demonic qi was vast. She walked towards Xianxia with light steps. "I won't lose to you." Xianxia's beautiful face was twisted with anger and excitement. The bloodline she had transformed into bloomed with holy light as she used all her strength to slap Xianxia. Xianxia also raised her hand and lightly slapped out. Bang! The two palms collided, and the holy light was suppressed in an instant. The vast demonic power crushed the holy light like a piece of rotten wood. Whoosh! Whoosh! Then, Xianxia waved her hand, and a black lotus flower condensed and fell on Xianxia. Xianxia's bloodline seemed to be under endless pressure. Deep marks appeared on his body, and then it dispersed. Xianxia's bloodline dispersed and appeared in the rain of light. Her beautiful face was pale, and the blood in her mouth was like red plum blossoms. Xianxia continued to step forward and hit Xianxia with his palm. Xianxia groaned and spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood. As if he had been electrocuted, he flew far away and fell on the fighting ring. How did this happen? Outside, Wang Zhan was dumbfounded. He found it hard to believe. She had gotten to know Xianxia quite well. Not only was he beautiful, but he was also shockingly talented. With the Wang family's help and her own fortuitous encounter, his cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. In just a few months, he had reached the 6th level spiritual god realm. Even he felt inferior to such talent. He had thought that Xianxia would win, but he didn't expect Xianxia to lose so easily. This woman is born to be a demon. My Tianyu demon sect wants her. The Tianyu demonic sect's expert looked at Xianxia with a glint in his eyes. Her cultivation level is only higher. The other girl is not bad either. My Tianshun sect wants her. The white-haired elder from the Tianshun sect looked at Xianxia. Around them, the others were envious. The assessment was not over yet, but the two of them had already been decided by the two major forces. They would definitely be able to join the two major forces, no matter what the assessment would be. Impossible. On the fighting ring, Xianxia cried out in disbelief. Her hair was disheveled, and she looked extremely disheveled. She did not look like the peerless princess or goddess at all. As proud as she was, she found it hard to accept this result. In the divine wilderness continent, she was high and mighty, second only to Long Chun. She was ranked second. Since she was young, she had been shrouded in an endless halo, like a moon surrounded by stars. She was the focus of the world. On the other hand, Xianxia was the complete opposite. He was ostracized by the royal family and disdained by the Xie family. He didn't even have the chance to show his face in front of the public. Compared to Xianxia, they were like heaven and earth. In the past, she had never thought that Xianxia would one day defeat her. So, when the day came, she was at a loss, as if she was in a dream. What pure blood of the Xie family? In our eyes, it's all you self-righteous people who are deceiving your slaviers. In fact, you can't even withstand a single blow. I've defeated you today, and I'll defeat Xie Qitian in the future as well. I'll let the world know that your so-called pure bloodline is just a joke. So, I won't kill you today. Get lost. As Xianxia spoke, he waved his hand, and a gust of wind blew Xianxia away. The space distorted, and Xianxia was teleported out. Ninjuan, are you all right? As soon as Xianxia appeared, Wang Zhan flew over and greeted him. I'm fine, Xianxia said, but his eyes were extremely cold. You lost too? He looked at Wang Zhan and asked. Who did you meet? Lu Ming. Wang Zhan hesitated for a moment before finally gritting his teeth and saying, Lu Ming again. Xianxia clenched his fists tightly. At this moment, the battles on the various fighting rings had almost come to an end. Those who could reach this stage were all very strong, but compared to the small group of people at the top, the gap was also very obvious, so the battle did not take very long. At this point, there were only 25 people left. Each of these 25 people was extremely powerful. For example, the top geniuses of the 4 divine palaces, as well as the geniuses of the 2nd and 3rd continents. It was worth mentioning that there were also many dark horses. Among the 25 people, only 18 of them had stepped onto the Fecta Peak previously. The remaining 7 were newcomers such as Lu Ming, Long Chun, and Xianxia. Lu Ming, Long Chun, and Xianxia seemed to be from the same continent. At this moment, someone spoke out in bewilderment. No way. From the same continent? That's impossible. Apart from the Divine Ruins continent, there were only 3 people from the Blood Sun continent who could make it to this point. If these 3 people came from the same continent, wouldn't they be on par with the Blood Sun continent? By the way, which continent did they come from? I know, they are from the Divine Wilderness continent. What? Divine Wilderness continent? That's impossible, right? That small continent? There were sounds of discussion all around. When everyone found out that Lu Ming and the other 2 were from the Divine Wilderness continent, they were all dumbfounded and in disbelief. A single Divine Wilderness continent could actually give birth to so many elites. Furthermore, Xianxia should also be from the Divine Wilderness continent and had already been chosen by the Tiantian sect. If that was the case, the Divine Wilderness continent would be too shocking. Outside, the crowd was discussing in surprise. Lu Ming and the rest had already stepped into the void passage behind. Not long after Lu Ming stepped into the void channel, he was faced with a storm of attacks. One figure after another condensed and charged toward Lu Ming. At the same time, inscriptions filled the void passage, forming an even more terrifying attack. This trial tested nothing but pure combat power and combat experience. If one wanted to pass this trial, they would have to keep going. Lu Ming burst out with his dragon power and crushed his way through. However, the further he went, the stronger the attacks were and the greater the resistance. Even with Lu Ming's combat strength, he had to put in some effort. Outside the void passage, there were flashes of light from time to time. It was experts being eliminated and transported out. It can't be. This stage is so difficult that even a genius like him was eliminated. Some people were secretly shocked. To be able to make it this far and enter the top 25, they were all extremely talented people. However, there were still people who were constantly eliminated. It could be seen that this round was really too difficult. That's Dry Blood, the second strongest heaven's favorite in the land of Blood Sun. There's also the Ice Dragon, one of the 4 strongest geniuses of the North God Palace. Even he was eliminated. This is too shocking. The space flickered continuously as elites were transported out. Ice Dragon's face was gloomy. He couldn't even pass the level, which made him feel extremely embarrassed. Did you all notice? The 3 from the Divine Wilderness continent have not been eliminated. It's true. Don't tell me that they'll be able to clear it. That's too unbelievable. Some people thought of Lu Ming and the other 2. As time passed, more and more people were eliminated. Chapter 1260. 1260 Chapter 1260 Depressed Young Master Lin. In the end, even geniuses like Xianxia couldn't get through the 4 divine palaces and were teleported out. Guys, look, someone passed. Suddenly, someone shouted. A spot of light lit up in front of them, and a figure appeared in the light. It's Eden, Eden of the Eastern God Palace. He exclaimed. It's really Eden. It's not Lu Ming or Bing Kong. It seems that Eden's combat strength is extremely terrifying. Eden was the first one to appear, which was a bit surprising. After all, Lu Ming's performance was very domineering. Many people thought that Lu Ming would be the first to succeed. This time, it was not a fighting ring that appeared in the light spot. It was just a platform that could only allow one person to stand. Buzz! At this moment, another spot of light appeared not far from Eden. This time, it was Bing Kong, the strongest heaven's favorite of the North God Palace. At the same time, there was only a platform under the ice. He stood on the platform and looked at Eden with sharp eyes. It was as if they could see each other. Eden's gaze also turned to the ice, and there seemed to be a flame bursting out between the two. The second one to succeed was Bing Kong, not Lu Ming. It seems like I've overestimated him. That's normal. The first few rounds tested one's willpower. Willpower is a huge factor. Lu Ming's willpower is strong, but that doesn't mean that his combat strength is superior to everyone else. Eden, Bing Kong, and the others are all extremely terrifying and have unparalleled combat strength. I'm afraid they can defeat young Master Lin. Shush, lower your voice. Some of them were discussing. When they finished speaking, they quickly shut their mouths and carefully looked in the direction of the Tianxian sect. Unfortunately, although her voice was soft, young Master Lin still heard her. This made his face turn even darker. In a void passageway, Lu Ming was still challenging the levels. However, he did not unleash his strongest combat strength or perform the bloodline fusion. He only unleashed 9 streams of dragon energy, supported by his intent realm, and performed the prison-suppressing heavenly technique, breaking through all the levels. I feel like my water concept is about to break through. In the midst of the battle, the corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled into a smile. When he was in the divine ruins, his thunder, fire, and wind concepts had already broken through to the full circle of level 4. There was also the earth and water concepts, which were still at the peak of level 4 great completion. Now, after a series of battles, his water concept finally showed signs of a breakthrough. As such, Lu Ming was no longer in a hurry. He focused on operating his intent to resist the outside world. He couldn't miss such an opportunity. If he missed it, he didn't know when he would be able to break through again. Lu Ming's speed of clearing the levels gradually slowed down. As time passed, the number of successful challengers slowly increased. Zi Wuji, Jianzhan, and Shuimingyang followed closely behind Eden and Bing Kong. Behind Shuimingyang and the other two, a young man with skin as hard as iron stepped out. Everyone recognized him. He was the #1 prodigy of the Third Continent, Tai Hong of the Godly Metal Continent. Not long after, a beautiful woman appeared. She was also a dark horse that rose from a small continent. Before, she had attracted a lot of attention, and now, she was the 7th to pass. Lu Ming hasn't appeared yet. It seems like his combat strength isn't that strong. Not bad, many people were discussing. This made young Master Lin's face even gloomier. His heart was conflicted. Firstly, he wanted Lu Ming to fail the round and be eliminated. However, this would mean that Lu Ming's combat level was low. If Lu Ming could defeat him despite his low combat level, did that not mean that he was even more trashy? Now, he felt very uncomfortable when he heard others discussing Lu Ming's combat level. It's all because of that guy, Lu Ming. Young Master Lin gritted his teeth. In the void, there were 7 spots of light. In the spots of light, there were platforms. 7 people stood on the platforms. It was as if there was a transparent bubble wrapped around a platform in the void. It was arranged in an arc, and they could all see each other. Buzz! At this moment, another spot of light appeared, and a figure appeared on the platform. Long Chun. The 8th to appear was Long Chun. That's the Divine Wilderness Continent's Long Chun. This person's cultivation is only at the 7th level of the spiritual god realm, but he actually managed to clear the stage. It's really unbelievable. That's right. 8th level spiritual god realm geniuses like Ice Dragon and Ji Hongchun have been eliminated. He managed to pass the test with his cultivation at the 7th level of the spiritual god realm. Long Chen's appearance caused a wave of discussion. It was extremely shocking. The bloodline of the Archean dragonesque elephant, one of the top 10 battle beasts. It is indeed unfathomable and difficult to predict. The eyes of the experts from Dragon God Valley were burning with passion. The other 3 powers also revealed expressions of interest. Even in the Yuan continent, it was extremely rare to see someone who could awaken such a bloodline. After Long Chun, another dot of light appeared, and a beautiful woman stepped out. Xianxia. Many people's hearts trembled and they looked surprised. Obviously, they didn't expect the person to be Xianxia. Like Long Chun, Xianxia was also at the 7th level of the spiritual god realm. Even the experts from the 4 forces of the Yuan continent were surprised that he could pass the test. How was that possible? Seeing Xianxia's figure, Xianxia's body trembled violently. His face was full of disbelief, and he couldn't accept it. Xianxia's success meant that he didn't use much of his combat power in the previous battle. This was a huge blow to her. Her heart was filled with jealousy, causing the muscles on her face to twist slightly, making her look a little ferocious. Xianxia and Long Chun looked at each other and nodded slightly. Then they looked around. When they didn't see Lu Ming, they were both surprised. In their opinion, Lu Ming should have already succeeded in clearing the stage. He will definitely succeed. It's just that he has been delayed by something. Xianxia muttered. She had full confidence in Lu Ming. Everyone waited in silence. After a while, 15 people had been eliminated. Initially, there were 25 people. Now, 15 had been eliminated and 9 had successfully cleared the level. There was still one person who was still in the midst of clearing the level, and this person was obviously Lu Ming. What's going on? Lu Ming has not come out yet. He has not been eliminated, and he has not succeeded in clearing the stage. It is indeed strange. What's so strange about that? I think he's just struggling because he's not strong enough. He's just unwilling to give up. He's just trash. There were also people who were disdainful and sneered. Everyone looked over and saw that it was the proud son of heaven of the North God Palace, Ice Dragon. On the side of the heavenly god sect, young Master Lin's face turned black again. He was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. It was an undeniable fact that Lu Ming had defeated him. Now that others were belittling and looking down on Lu Ming, it was the same as belittling and looking down on him. If they said that Lu Ming was trash, they would be saying that he was worse than trash. He had been shot without doing anything, so how could he not be depressed? But he couldn't do anything. Could it be that he had to stand up for Lu Ming and teach those people who belittled Lu Ming a lesson? Wouldn't he be even more depressed? Chapter 1261. 1261 Chapter 1261 Battle between Strong. Time passed slowly, but Lu Ming had not appeared. 10 minutes, half an hour, 2 hours had passed, but Lu Ming still did not appear. Some people were already getting anxious. Ness, what's going on? Lu Ming hasn't appeared yet. What's going on? Could he have died inside? It can't be. If Lu Ming died inside, the experts of the Heavenly God Sect would definitely know. Now that the experts of the Heavenly God Sect have not said anything, it means that Lu Ming is not dead. Then why do you need so long? It had been a long time. Even those who had high hopes for Lu Ming were wavering. Previously, Lu Ming had won against young Master Lin. This made some people think highly of him. They felt that even if Lu Ming could not get first place, he would most likely be in the top 3. But now, many people were wavering. Some people even guessed that Lu Ming might have used some kind of secret skill in his battle with young Master Lin, which increased his combat strength in a short period of time. However, there were huge aftereffects. At this moment, his combat strength was probably not enough, and he was struggling to hold on. As time passed, more and more people accepted this view. Lu Ming was unaware of all this. He was still in the void channel, resisting the attacks from all directions. Right now, he was continuously weakening the power of the prison subduing heaven technique, mainly using his intent to resist and train his intent. As time passed, his comprehension of the water intent became stronger and stronger, and the feeling of a breakthrough also became stronger. A few hours passed. Suddenly, the blue light from the 5-color concept that surrounded Lu Ming's body suddenly brightened. The blue light represented the concept of water. His water concept had broken through and reached the full circle of level 4. Now, he was only left with the earth will, which had not reached the completion of level 4. If his earth concept had also broken through to the great circle of the 4th level, Lu Ming would only need to find time to continuously devour and refine the rough stones. His cultivation would continue to break through until he reached the great circle of the spiritual God realm. Of course, it wasn't that easy to reach the supreme level. One had to transform their intent into a domain. The breakthrough in the water concept had slightly increased Lu Ming's combat strength. Although it was not by much, it was better than nothing. It's done. Lu Ming smiled and pressed his palm down. With the support of the five-color concept, the power of the prison-suppressing heaven technique skyrocketed. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Ming's palm was like a prison-suppressing steel, suppressing the heavens. All around, the figures and the attack power formed by the formation were destroyed one by one. Lu Ming's speed was getting faster and faster. There was no way to stop him. In less than 3 minutes, Lu Ming had covered a distance of more than 10 miles. There was a platform in front of him, and Lu Ming stepped onto it. He passed. It's Lu Ming. He passed. As soon as Lu Ming appeared, there was a clamor all around. It took me more than 2 hours to clear it. Some people sneered and scoffed. When Lu Ming's figure appeared, the light spots that appeared in the first and second stages dispersed one by one like bubbles. In the end, only 10 people passed this round. What? As soon as Lu Ming stepped onto the platform, he saw Xianxia, Long Chun, Eden, Bing Kong, and the others. He and Xianxia looked at each other and smiled tacitly. Then, they nodded to Long Chun. Eden, Bing Kong, Jianzhan, and the others also looked at Lu Ming one by one. Some were solemn, some were contemptuous, and there were many others. In the air, the 10 of them formed a circle and floated in the air, looking at each other. At this moment, a light spot floated out from the center of the 10 people. Slowly, a fighting ring condensed and floated in the center of the 10 people. It seemed that the battle between the 10 of them was about to begin on this battle platform. Suddenly, 2 of the platforms flew toward the fighting ring. Eden and Tai Hong. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. The 2 people flying towards the fighting ring were Eden and Tai Hong. After the 2 of them flew to the fighting ring, the platform under their feet automatically disappeared. The 2 of them automatically landed on the fighting ring and stood opposite each other. It seemed that the duels were random. Whichever 2 people flew to the fighting ring would fight. Eden, let's fight. Tai Hong's eyes were filled with battle intent. His muscles and skin were like divine metal, emitting a cold light. Come on. Eden opened his mouth. It was very simple. He clenched his fist in the air, and his vital essence condensed into a 9-string zither. You're not going to use a real spirit weapon? Tai Hong's eyes turned cold. I'll use it when I need it, Eden said. His voice was calm, but it revealed his great confidence in himself. You're really arrogant. Don't you regret it? Hong Tai snorted coldly. The muscles on his body wriggled, and his body swelled up. The metallic luster became even more intense. A pair of gloves appeared in his hands. He stomped on the fighting ring and turned into a black light, rushing toward Eden. With a single punch, the entire fighting ring shook violently. Chi. The 9-string zither in Eden's hand floated in front of him. He played the zither with one hand, and sonorous notes spread out like golden spears and iron horses, as if thousands of troops were on the expedition. The zither music was filled with cold, killing intent. Tai Hong's expression changed. With a loud roar, he punched the air with his fists. Clang, clang, clang. Tai Hong's fist struck the air, producing a series of metal-clanging sounds. Sparks flew from his fist. Buzz! Around the fighting ring, there was an endless amount of sharp chi shooting out. Fortunately, there was a layer of light around the fighting ring that blocked these attacks. Buzz! Tai Hong's body trembled in midair as he took a few steps back. The 9-string zither in Eden's hand also buzzed and vibrated, and he slid back a meter. So strong, many people's hearts trembled. The short exchange of blows allowed them to see the strength of the 2. Tai Hong's cultivation had actually reached the astonishing peak of the 8th level spiritual god realm. He was even stronger than Bing Lung, Ji Hongchun, and the others. He was no weaker than young Master Lin. Eden, on the other hand, was even more unfathomable. In the exchange, just now, many people couldn't see through Eden's depths at all. Again, divine metal breaking the heavens. Tai Hong roared. His entire body turned into metal, like an invincible god of war. He rushed towards Eden and unleashed his martial technique. Buzz, buzz, whoosh. The zither music of Eden started to become more and more rapid. It was as if hundreds of millions of experts were fighting, and the murderous aura was shocking. This kind of attack could kill without a trace. It was absolutely terrifying. Clang, clang, clang. Bursts of rumbling sounds continuously rang out in the air, even more concentrated than iron forging. In an instant, hundreds of sounds rang out. Tai Hong's voice was like a great bell. The more he fought, the fiercer he became. Sometimes he completely disregarded defense and launched a crazy attack. His body was a supreme spiritual weapon with unparalleled defense and attack power. Lose. Tai Hong's eyes revealed a malevolent look. He was the #1 genius of the godly metal continent. He was confident that he would not be weaker than anyone. He would even defeat the geniuses of the Divine Ruins continent. Chapter 1262. 1262 Lu Ming and Xianxia. Tai Hong was like a war machine, forged from a piece of divine metal. He had cultivated his attack and defense to the extreme. He continued to advance, breaking through the zither music of Eden and killing his way toward Eden. Phoenix cry. At this moment, a clear voice came from Eden's mouth. At the same time, his zither music suddenly changed. It was like a phoenix soaring into the sky, and the cry of a phoenix resounded through the sky. A phoenix could be seen flying out of the 9-string zither of Eden. A blazing phoenix bathed in phoenix flames flapped its wings and pounced towards Tai Hong. Bang! Bang! Tai Hong's fist continued to swing out in an attempt to defeat the phoenix. However, in the end, not only did he fail to defeat the phoenix, he was also pushed back by the phoenix. He was pushed back 100 meters, and his fists were burned red by the flames. Buzz! The phoenix continued to screech as it flew towards Tai Hong. Break! Die! Tai Hong shouted as his true yuan boiled, and a metal man appeared above his head. In ancient times, there was a legend that the human emperor had cast iron men and shook the world. Tai Hong's bloodline was this kind of Iron Man. There were 9 major acupuncture points on his body, like 9 small suns, emitting 10,000 rays of light. Tai Hong transformed into a man of iron and became even more powerful. He kept attacking the flaming phoenix and punching out with both his fists. Boom, boom, boom. After dozens of explosions, the blazing phoenix and Tai Hong were evenly matched. But at this moment, the cry of a phoenix rang out, and a green phoenix flew out. The green phoenix was bathed in the power of wind. It worked together with the blazing phoenix. With a flap of its wings, the wind boosted the flames, and the flames filled the sky, spreading towards Tai Hong. Tai Hong was shocked and tried his best to defend, but he was still no match for the 2 phoenixes. So powerful, Eden's strength is truly unfathomable. That's right, Tai Hong's cultivation has reached the peak of the 8th level spiritual god realm. His combat strength is at most a little weaker than young Master Lin's, but he's no match for Eden. Eden is too strong. He hasn't even used his bloodline yet. He hasn't even used the zither on his back. The onlookers stared at the fighting ring and the battle between the two, their eyes full of amazement. He was just a member of the younger generation. With such battle prowess, he could definitely fight against a supreme martial artist. He could be called a supreme youth. After a few more moves, Tai Hong finally lost and was completely suppressed. In the end, his bloodline body was defeated, and he had no choice but to admit defeat. After Hong Tai admitted defeat, he was teleported out. A stone staircase suddenly appeared in front of the fighting ring. Below the stone staircase was a platform, and Eden's figure was teleported to the platform. He tried, but he couldn't get up the stairs. So, he stood on the platform below the stairs and watched the battle. As expected, 2 more platforms flew towards the central platform. This time, it was the beautiful woman and the other person was Bing Kong. The stunning woman's combat strength was also very terrifying. She was not weaker than Tai Hong. Unfortunately, Bing Kong was even stronger. With a wave of her hand, she could freeze everything. Her martial arts techniques had reached an unfathomable level. It didn't take long for him to defeat the beautiful woman. The stunning woman was teleported out, and Bing Kong, like Eden, appeared on the platform below the stairs. Then, 2 more platforms flew to the fighting ring. Long Chun. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. One of them was Long Chun, while the other was Sword Warrior. This battle had stunned everyone. It wasn't because of the sword battle, but because of Long Chun. Jian cultivation was unfathomable, and his battle power was unparalleled. His sword light was shocking, and the power of his sword wei was something everyone had long prepared for. However, Long Chen's combat strength was beyond everyone's expectations. Long Chen's cultivation was only at the middle 7th level spiritual god realm. However, his combat strength was so strong that even the experts of the major sects in the Yuan continent were dumbfounded. Long Chun transformed into the Archean dragon-esque elephant bloodline. With his bloodline martial techniques as the main force and his intent martial techniques as the secondary force, he unleashed a terrifying combat power. It was as if the Archean dragon-esque elephant had come into being and was sweeping the world. The Archean dragon-esque elephant was one of the top 10 battle beasts. It was famous for its combat strength, and few existences in the world could compare with it. It was absolutely terrifying. It was obvious that Long Chun had gained a lot in the Divine Ruins, and his combat power had become stronger. In a situation where his cultivation was far behind, he had fought with Jian for more than 50 moves and was finally defeated. This caused Jian expression to turn extremely gloomy. It was just a martial artist in the middle stage of the 7th level spiritual god realm. With his combat strength, he actually spent more than 50 moves to defeat Long Chun, which made him feel very embarrassed. The Divine Wilderness continent is truly amazing. Many people sighed again. In the top 10, 3 people from the Divine Wilderness continent had made it in. Furthermore, Long Chen's combat strength was too terrifying. The Dragon God Valley wants this kid. He's a match for our Dragon God Valley. The Dragon God Valley expert said, his eyes burning. What a joke. Although the Archean dragon elephant, with the word dragon in its name, has nothing to do with a real dragon. Don't think too highly of yourself, Dragon God Valley. I think he's very suitable to join my Jiuxiao sword sect. The expert from the Jiuxiao sword sect sneered. In my opinion, he is the most suitable person to enter my Tianxin sect. The white-haired elder of the heavenly god sect spoke. Only the Tianyu demonic sect did not speak. After all, the Tianyu demonic sect cultivated the demonic path. No matter how talented they were, it would be useless to choose the wrong person. After 6 consecutive battles, there were only 4 left. Lu Ming, Xianxia, Zi Wuji, and Shuemingyang. Buzz! Buzz! 2 of the platforms flew toward the fighting ring. Lu Ming was a little stunned, because these 2 people were Zi Wuji and Shuemingyang. The only ones left were him and Xianxia. Finally, it was his turn to fight against Xianxia. The 2 of them looked at each other and smiled. Xianxia flashed his pearly white teeth and waved his little fist at Lu Ming, causing him to smile bitterly. The battle between Zi Wuji and Shuemingyang had broken out. This was the most intense battle so far. Zi Wuji was the strongest heaven's favorite of the South God Palace, while Shuemingyang was the #1 heaven's favorite of the Blood Sun continent, which was ranked 2nd. The 2's combat strength was almost the same, and their battle was extremely intense. The 2 of them fought for more than 500 moves. In the end, Zi Wuji was the one who won and obtained the victory with great difficulty. This battle had made everyone clearly realize how terrifying supreme talents like Zi Wuji and Shuemingyang were. Early 9th level spiritual god realm. Wuxia and Xuanmingyang's cultivation bases were both at the early stage of the 9th-level spiritual god realm. To be able to achieve such a cultivation at such an age was truly shocking. Needless to say, Xianxia, Eden, Bingkong, and Wuxia were equally famous, and their cultivation had definitely reached the 9th level of the spiritual god realm. This made the few young men from the 4 major forces of the Yuan continent look solemn. It was obvious that they had not expected to see a young genius with such a cultivation in the mere continent of the divine ruins. After the battle between Wuxia and Xuanmingyang ended, Xuanmingyang was teleported out, while Wuxia appeared on the platform below the stairs, just like the previous victors. In the end, Lu Ming and Xianxia's platform flew to the middle of the fighting ring. The platform collapsed, and the two of them landed on the fighting ring, facing each other. Chapter 1263. 1263, Suppressing Bingkong. The surrounding onlookers were also quite surprised. It was not difficult for everyone to tell that Lu Ming and Xianxia were definitely lovers. However, this pair of lovers had been arranged to fight each other. Everyone was very curious. What would be the outcome of the two? On the fighting ring, Lu Ming touched his nose, feeling rather helpless. Lu Ming, do you want to admit defeat? Xianxia smiled cheekily and squinted his big eyes, revealing a sly look. I admit defeat? Sure, but... As Lu Ming spoke, he looked at Bingkong and the rest at the bottom of the stairs. In a battle with Xianxia, it didn't matter whether he won or lost. If Xianxia wanted him to admit defeat, he would. He was worried that if Xianxia won, he would have to face Bingkong and the others. With Xianxia's current cultivation, he was no match for Bingkong and the others. Hee, silly, I'm just joking with you. I can't deal with those guys, so I'll leave them to you. You have to get first place, or I won't let you off. Xianxia laughed, then looked around and said, I admit defeat. Xianxia admitted defeat. The space twisted, and Xianxia was teleported out. Lu Ming was teleported to the platform at the bottom of the stairs. Everyone was speechless. Lu Ming had won too easily. There were a total of 5 people on the platform below the stairs. Lu Ming, Eden, Bingkong, Xianxia, and Wuxia. The 5 strongest paragons of the Divine Ruins continent group had been born. Everyone's eyes fell on the 5 of them. At this moment, the white-haired elder of the Heaven God sect stepped out, and his voice spread throughout the entire place. Next, the final battle will begin. It's very simple. All of you will climb the stairs. The first person to do so will be first, the second will be second, and so on. On the stairs, you can use any method. As soon as the white-haired old man finished speaking, Bingkong, Eden, and the others' eyes lit up. They sized each other up and were on guard. Bang! Bang! All of a sudden, the 5 of them stepped forward at the same time, heading up the stairs. As he stepped down, the stairs rumbled, as if a mountain had landed on the stairs. What a strong pressure! As soon as Lu Ming stepped onto the stairs, he felt an immense pressure on his body. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This flight of stairs was indeed not that simple. Standing on the first step, the 5 of them were on guard against each other, preventing each other from attacking. Lu Ming, what right do you have to be with us? Get lost! At this moment, Bingkong's cold gaze was directed at Lu Ming as he berated him coldly. When the Ice Dragon was defeated by Lu Ming back then, he had always harbored a grudge in his heart. He had secretly begged Bingkong to take revenge for him when he had the chance. At that moment, Bingkong immediately made his move. Moreover, the 5 people on the field, Eden, Xianxia, and Wuxia, were the strongest Heaven's favorites of the 4 Corners Divine Palace. They were on par with him. As for Lu Ming, what was he? How could they stand together with him and compete with him? He wanted to blast Lu Ming down first. Buzz! He threw an icy palm at Lu Ming. The icy cold air seemed to be about to freeze Lu Ming's blood. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as he struck out with his palm, clashing with Bingkong's palm force. Bang! Bingkong's body swayed slightly, and he took a step back. Lu Ming's body did not move, but a cold current flowed along Lu Ming's arm and seeped into it. Lu Ming blocked it with his five-colored concept. A layer of white frost covered his arm, and crackling sounds could be heard. In the end, Lu Ming circulated his essential core and shook it violently, dispersing the cold air. What a terrifying cold qi! Lu Ming could feel that the cold air was several times stronger than the ice dragon. In a battle of the same level, the ice dragon was no match for Bing Kong. Moreover, Bing Kong's cultivation was higher. You have some strength. Let's see how many moves you can take. Bing Kong's eyes darkened and his aura became even colder. Extreme Ice Seal. The icy palm continued to strike at Lu Ming. The extremely cold palm energy was aimed at Lu Ming. The entire space was frozen wherever the palm energy passed. Everything in the space was frozen. The martial technique of creation and its maturity were definitely not at the third level. It should have reached the fourth level. On the side, Eden, Xianxia, and Wuxia all had grave expressions. The dragon energy roared in Lu Ming's body. The 9 streams of dragon energy burst out completely. At the same time, the third bloodline emerged. The blood-red energy surged into Lu Ming's body, and a terrifying killing intent rushed towards the ice. Hoo. Lu Ming activated the prison suppressing heaven technique and punched out with both fists. Bang, bang, bang. The terrifying cold air turned the entire staircase snow white. Eden, Xianxia, and Wuxia retreated as they released their Zhen Yuan to block the cold air. Lu Ming and Bing Kong exchanged 9 moves in a row. In the end, Lu Ming broke through Bing Kong's palm force and attacked him. If you want me to go down first, then I'll let you go first. Lu Ming bellowed, his aura soaring. With the prison-suppressing heavenly art in his left hand and lightning flashing in his right hand, he cast the Thunder God Strike. The lightning phoenix danced in the air as it pounced towards the ice. At the same time, the prison-suppressing heaven art also suppressed the ice. Bing Kong's face was dark, and his cultivation was pushed to the extreme. The middle stage of the 9th level of the spiritual god realm was slightly higher than Wuxia's and Xianxia's. His true essence was as vast as the ocean. Combined with martial techniques of intent, the power was even more terrifying. Absolute Zero, ice-sealing world. Bing Kong's black hair turned snow white and carried a terrifying cold current. He launched a storm-like attack on Lu Ming. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them fought fiercely and exchanged dozens of moves in a row. However, Lu Ming still had the upper hand. At the moment, there were 9 streams of dragon energy in Lu Ming's body. When they burst out, they were extremely powerful, just like Long Chun. Even if his cultivation level was not high enough, he could make up for it. Lu Ming broke through the endless cold currents and continued to attack the ice. In the end, Bing Kong was forced to retreat by Lu Ming's punch. Blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. Then, Lu Ming continued to step forward and punch the air, constantly blasting the ice. Bing Kong was completely outmatched and was suppressed by Lu Ming. His body shook violently, and he finally retreated down the stairs and landed on the platform below. Lu Ming's combat strength is so strong. Even Bing Kong is being suppressed by him. He's indeed powerful. He's only at the 8th level of the spiritual god realm, a full level behind Bing Kong, but he managed to defeat someone stronger than him. He's really powerful. It seems that he was delayed by something when he was clearing the trial. Otherwise, with his combat strength, he would not be so slow. That's right, we've underestimated him. Previously, when Lu Ming was the 10th person to succeed, he took more than 2 hours. Many people thought that Lu Ming's combat strength was not strong and that he might have used some secret skill to fight with young Master Lin. Now, it seemed that it was not the case at all. Lu Ming's combat strength was extremely shocking. He was stronger than they had imagined. Even Bing Kong, who had reached the middle stage of the 9th level spiritual god realm, was suppressed by Lu Ming. Such combat strength was truly shocking. Whoosh! Bing Kong let out an angry roar. The bloodline appeared above his head. It was an ice river that emitted an icy aura. Chapter 1264. 1264 Joining forces to fight Lu Ming. Bing Kong was extremely aggrieved by Lu Ming's attacks. He planned to use his blood meridian fusion to fight Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming could not be bothered with him. He turned around and strode up the stairs. Eden, Xianxia, and Ziwuji were already climbing the stairs with all their might. Ziwuji, stay! An iron sword appeared in Xianxia's hand. The iron sword crossed the sky, and sword chi whistled as it slashed toward Ziwuji. Ziwuji's entire body emitted a rich purple light. The purple light condensed into a long spear, piercing through the air and fighting against the sword. Eden carried the Guqin on his back and strode up the stairs. Lu Ming chased after him quickly. Lu Ming, stay here! Bing Kong transformed into an ice river and chased after Lu Ming with a roar. The ice river danced in the air, and ice arrows shot out from the ice river, aiming at Lu Ming. You're looking for death. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He had already let Bing Kong off, but this person was insatiable. He was really courting death. 9 dragons appeared above Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming transformed into 9 dragons. His dragon claws stepped in the air and pounced toward the ice river. The terrifying power kept colliding with the ice river. Although the ice river was constantly releasing terrifying killing moves, they were all broken by the 9 dragons. The dragon claws kept striking the ice river, making the ice river boil and shake. Damn it! Bing Kong's angry roar came from the ice river. He was no match for Lu Ming even if he activated his blood meridian. Sword battle, Ziwuji, and Eden, let's join forces and defeat this person first. Otherwise, with this person around, none of us will be able to win first place. Bing Kong shouted. This made Xianxia and Ziwuji's eyes flash. Indeed, Lu Ming's combat strength had exceeded their expectations. He was too strong. Even Bing Kong was suppressed by Lu Ming. They knew their own limitations. They were definitely not Lu Ming's match in a one-on-one battle. If they let Lu Ming climb with all his might, they would not be able to get first place. If they dealt with Lu Ming first, it would be hard to tell who would be the first place if only the 4 of them were left to compete. Buzz! All of a sudden, the sword battle's sword gleam changed direction and slashed at Lu Ming. Ziwuji held a long spear and charged at Lu Ming. They had really joined forces to fight Lu Ming together. So what if we join forces? Then I'll accompany you in a satisfying battle. Lu Ming shouted. The blood in his body was boiling. It had been a long time since he had used his full strength in a battle between his peers. Roar! The 9 dragons let out a roar as their devouring power burst forth, enveloping Bing Kong, Xianxia, and Ziwuji. At the same time, the 9 dragons stepped into the air and activated the prison suppressing heavenly art, constantly bombarding them. On the stairs, the sound of explosions continued to ring out. The 4 of them were engaged in an intense battle. In the sword battle, Ziwuji performed the fusion of blood meridians one after another, exploding with his strongest combat power to fight Lu Ming. For a time, the 4 of them were actually fighting to a standstill. Lu Ming also went all out. He cast the 9 seals of the Divine Gate from time to time. This secret skill was extremely powerful. Xianxia and the others were afraid of it. As soon as they saw the sealing door appear, they tried their best to avoid it. Eden stood at the top of the stairs. He didn't continue to climb. Instead, he stood there and watched the battle below. Geniuses had the pride of geniuses. He could have taken the opportunity to climb all the way to the top of the stairs, but it would be meaningless if he did that. Even if he won, it would be meaningless because the experts of the 4 major powers of the Yuan continent would all see it. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and the 3 paragons had exchanged more than 50 moves. This caused the surrounding people to be dumbfounded and shocked. Lu Ming's combat strength was too shocking. It was as if there was no limit. The stronger his opponent was, the stronger he would be. In a situation where his cultivation was lagging behind, he was able to fight against 3 of the strongest heaven's favorites. This was too shocking. There were only a few of them since ancient times. Haha, the bloodline of the 9 dragons is indeed incredible. This man is now a member of Dragon God Valley. The experts of Dragon God Valley laughed. Hee, what a joke. It's not a must to join Dragon God Valley after awakening the bloodline of the 9 dragons. You can also rise quickly by joining other forces. The expert from the Jiuxiao Sword sect said unhappily. Not bad. The Tianyu demonic sect also spoke. Even the experts of the Tianyu demonic sect were tempted by such a person. Only the white-haired old man from the Heavenly God sect did not speak. This was because before the 3 great forces Dragon God Valley, Tianyu Demon Sect, and Jiuxiao Sword Sect had appeared, he had personally said that he would cancel Lu Ming's assessment. Now that Lu Ming's performance was so amazing, it was simply a slap to his face. He could not bring himself to fight for Lu Ming. You're the ones who are ridiculous. Most of the people in Dragon God Valley have awakened the true dragon bloodline. The worst is the Flood Dragon bloodline. They are all related to dragons. They have broken through to the Emperor realm and cultivated the dragon body. Lu Ming is the most suitable person to join Dragon God Valley. What are you all doing here? The Dragon God Valley expert said unhappily. The others did not say anything. It was meaningless to fight for it now. They had to wait for the assessment to end and let Lu Ming make his own decision. In the Heaven God sect, young Master Lin's face was extremely dark. He was the most displeased one. On the stairs, the battle continued. The 9 dragons roared and attacked with their claws. The dragon tail swept across. Every inch of his body was a weapon that could unleash the strongest power. The more they fought, the more shocked Bing Kong, Jian Zhan, and Zi Wuji became. They realized that they were gradually losing. They had never thought that there would be such a powerful heaven's favorite in the world. Even with the 3 of them working together, they were still at a disadvantage. Before the assessment, they did not take Lu Ming seriously. Even if Lu Ming defeated young Master Lin, they did not mind too much. With their combat strength, it would not be too difficult for them to defeat young Master Lin. In their eyes, the only opponents were the strongest geniuses of the 4 divine palaces. Bing Kong, Eden, Jian Zhan, and Zi Wuji only had one opponent in their eyes. They had never expected that Lu Ming, the young man who had suddenly appeared, would be so powerful. Buzz, whoosh. At this moment, the sound of a zither was heard. At the same time, the cry of a phoenix could be heard. A phoenix bathed in flames flew toward Lu Ming. Eden has made his move. Bing Kong, Jian Zhan, and Zi Wuji's eyes lit up with joy. Eden finally couldn't help but join the battle. Eden finally took out the zither he carried on his back and played the Phoenix Divine Song. The phoenix that flew out was much more powerful than the one that had appeared during the battle with Tai Hong. The claws of the 9 dragons struck the blazing phoenix and sent it flying. However, the scales on the claws of the 9 dragons were also burned red and almost melted. The temperature of the flames was shockingly high. Then, another phoenix cry was heard. A green phoenix flew out and worked with the flaming phoenix. The wind boosted the fire, and it was even more powerful as it charged towards Lu Ming. Good. Lu Ming shouted, his fighting spirit soaring. He used all his combat strength to fight the 4 of them. Eden's participation made the battle even more intense. Lu Ming used all his means and killed his way through. The power of the prison suppressing heaven technique grew stronger and stronger. Suddenly, the sky was filled with lightning. Bolts of lightning as thick as arms shot in all directions. Thunder God strike, breakthrough. Chapter 1265. 1265, the youth champion, Lu Ming. After an intense battle, Lu Ming's Thunder God strike finally broke through to the 4th level. Martial techniques of creation, like other martial techniques, were divided into 6 levels. The power of the 4th level was already very amazing. His dragon claws were covered in lightning. When he stepped out, the sky was filled with lightning. 9 strikes of the iron sword. An iron sword streaked across the sky, cutting through the space and slashing toward Lu Ming. East rising purple chi. The sky was filled with purple light. A purple spear, extremely sharp, was aimed at Lu Ming's head. I say on. An ice river made of cold air swept toward Lu Ming. Phoenix dance. A zither appeared above Eden's head. A phoenix pattern was carved on the zither. This was Eden's bloodline, the phoenix zither. The phoenix zither and the ancient zither in Eden's hands merged into one. Sonorous zither notes burst out. This time, 7 phoenixes flew out at the same time toward Lu Ming. The 4 strongest paragons attacked at the same time, unleashing their strongest attack that enveloped Lu Ming. Heavens, he's too strong. Lu Ming is definitely no match for him. He's going to be defeated, someone exclaimed. But even more people had their eyes wide open as they stared at the stairs. They didn't even blink and even forgot to breathe. They didn't dare to blink as they were afraid that the moment they did, the situation would change. They stared at the battle intently. Lu Ming, can you block it? Many people had the same thought. Lu Ming. Xianxia clenched her fists tightly. She was extremely nervous. Lose, quickly lose. It's best if you're killed by this attack. You'd better be annihilated. Those who had a grudge against Lu Ming, such as Ice Dragon, Wang Zhen, Xianxia, and young Master Lin, were praying silently. Look, Lu Ming can't hold on any longer. His blood meridian is collapsing. It's true, he's finished. Lu Ming is too high profile. He's fighting the top 4 alone. He's doomed to lose. Exclamations of shock could be heard. At this time, under the joint attack of the 4 strongest heaven's favorites, the 9-dragon bloodline collapsed inch by inch. It seemed to be unable to withstand it and dissipated into light. The crowd saw Lu Ming's body in the light from the collapse of the 9-dragon bloodline. However, in the next moment, Lu Ming's body was drowned in endless light and the attacks of the 4 powerful experts. Lu Ming was dead for sure. Many people thought to themselves, his blood meridian had collapsed. How could Lu Ming withstand such an attack? Collect. At this critical moment, Eden pressed his hands on the zither and forced the 7 phoenixes back. However, Bing Kong, Jian Zhan, and Zi Wuji didn't stop their attacks. Instead, they became even more violent. Lu Ming was too strong, and they were jealous of him. They wanted to take this opportunity to kill Lu Ming in one fell swoop. At this moment, a huge stone tablet rushed out of the light, emitting a bright light. It quickly became the size of a mountain. Suppress. Lu Ming's voice came from the stone tablet. The words on the stone tablet shone with a brilliant light. With a shake, all the attacks were destroyed. The bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel. The surrounding spectators were all stunned and only reacted after a long time. Another bloodline, a divine level rank 8 bloodline. Lu Ming actually has 2 types of blood vessels. One is divine level 8, and the other is divine level 9. How is that possible? And what's with his 8th ranked divine bloodline? How could he be so powerful? It can destroy the attacks of Bing Kong and the others in one fell swoop. The scene was in an uproar. At first, they thought that Lu Ming would be killed by this attack. However, at the critical moment, Lu Ming actually burst out another kind of blood meridian and blocked the attacks of several powerful experts. It left them dumbfounded. The prison guarding steel? This is the bloodline of the prison guarding steel. The white-haired elder of the Heaven Gods sect couldn't help but exclaim. It really is the bloodline of the prison guarding steel. One is the 9 dragons, and the other is the legendary prison guarding steel. It's incredible. The legendary 9 heaven-suppressing steels. The experts from Dragon God Valley, Zhou sword sect, and Tianyu demon sect all exclaimed in shock. It was as if seeing the prison-suppressing steel bloodline was more shocking than seeing the Nine Dragons bloodline. Suppress. As Lu Ming's voice rang out, the prison-suppressing steel trembled and pressed down on the icy sky. Boom! The huge prison-suppressing steel pressed down on the ice river, causing a scream to come out of the ice river. Again, there was a layer of blood-red light on the prison-suppressing steel, which was the power of the third bloodline. Lu Ming had borrowed more power from the third bloodline to make the power of the prison-suppressing steel even stronger. Boom! The prison-suppressing steel pressed down again and hit the ice river. This time, the ice river shook violently and collapsed, turning into energy and dissipating. Bing Kong's figure appeared, blood spurting out of his mouth. He flew far away and hit the platform below the stairs, spitting out a few more mouthfuls of blood. This change was too sudden. From the appearance of the prison-suppressing steel bloodline to its fierce attack on Bing Kong, it had only taken a breath's time to severely injure him. Attack! At this moment, in the sword battle, Zi Wuji attacked at the same time. His iron sword and long spear were aimed at Lu Ming. The prison-suppressing steel shook and directly hit the iron sword and the long spear. The part below the bloodline was the original body of the prison-suppressing steel, which was indestructible. The iron sword and the spear hit the steel with only 2 clangs before they were flicked away by the bloodline. Buzz! Then, the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel suppressed the 2 of them. With 2 loud bangs, the 2 of them were forced to retreat. Up until now, in the sword battle, Zi Wuji and the others had used up a lot of their bloodline power. Lu Ming had just used the prison-suppressing steel bloodline, and his bloodline power was still abundant. He kept attacking the 2 of them. Eden didn't do anything during this process. In the sword battle, Zi Wuji and Lu Ming could not withstand many moves. Their blood vessels were also destroyed by Lu Ming, and their bodies were sent flying while vomiting blood. The 3 powerhouses were all injured by Lu Ming. Kill. Lu Ming controlled the prison-suppressing steel and continued to suppress the ice. Bing Kong's eyes flashed with fear as he shouted, "I admit defeat." Then the space flashed, and Bing Kong was teleported out. Lu Ming snorted coldly and aimed the prison-suppressing steel at Jian Zhan and Zi Wuji. The 2 of them were helpless. Now that their blood meridian power had been exhausted, they were no match for Lu Ming and could only admit defeat. Only Lu Ming and Eden were left on the stairs. The prison-suppressing steel shrunk and transformed into Lu Ming's appearance. "Do you still want to continue?" Lu Ming looked at Eden. Just now, Eden had withdrawn its attack at the critical moment. This made Lu Ming's impression of him improve slightly. He did not launch an attack. "Is there still a need? I'm not your match." Eden forced a smile and shook his head. He put away his zither and stepped out of the staircase, appearing in the void outside. At this point, Lu Ming was the only one left on the stairs. At this moment, Lu Ming was the center of attention. There was no doubt about the assessment this time. Lu Ming was in first place. This result was beyond everyone's expectations. Lu Ming had single-handedly fought 4 of the strongest geniuses. If anyone had said this before, no one would have believed it. They would definitely have been called a lunatic. Even now, some people were still in a daze and felt that this was very unreal. Chapter 1266. 1266, Joining the Dragon God Valley. There was only one person on the stairs. Lu Ming turned around and walked up the stairs, step by step. In the void all around, countless people's eyes fell on Lu Ming. The scene was silent. Only the melodious sound of Lu Ming's footsteps could be heard. A few minutes later, Lu Ming reached the highest point. He stepped on the air and appeared beside Xianxia. "Not bad. It's worth it for me to admit defeat this time." Xianxia smiled brightly. "Of course. How can your man be bad?" Lu Ming smiled. "Don't be so smug." Xianxia blushed. "Ha ha, great. You're really impressive. You have such combat strength and cultivation at such a young age. Even in my Dragon God Valley, you're considered a pretty good heavenly pride. In our Dragon God Valley, those who have awakened the bloodline of the true dragon and broken through to the Emperor realm have cultivated the supreme dragon body. The expert from Dragon God Valley laughed as he came to Lu Ming. He looked at Lu Ming with fiery eyes and was full of anticipation. Lu Ming, although Dragon God Valley cultivates the dragon body, they're not the only ones who have the cultivation method. Jiuxiao Sword Sect also has it. Lu Ming, if you want to join Jiuxiao Sword Sect, you can state your conditions. The expert from the Jiuxiao Sword Sect chimed in. What do you mean? Are you going against the Dragon God Valley? The eyes of the Dragon God Valley expert turned cold as he looked at the Jiuxiao Sword Sect expert unhappily. The expert from the Jiuxiao Sword Sect sneered fearlessly. The expert from the Tianyu Demonic Sect wanted to say something, but Lu Ming had nothing to do with the demonic Dao. He figured that there was little hope of inviting Lu Ming. After some thought, he turned to Xianxia and said, Miss, your talent in the demonic path is extremely pure, and my Tianyu Demonic Sect mainly cultivates the demonic path. How about I invite you to join my Tianyu Demonic Sect? The Tianyu Demon Sect. Xianxia was tempted, but he shook his head after looking at Lu Ming. Thank you, Senior. I'll follow Lu Ming. I'll join whichever sect he joins. What? Many people were stunned. Xianxia would follow Lu Ming wherever he went. Little Qing. Lu Ming looked at Xianxia and his heart warmed. This. The expert from the Tianyu Demonic Sect wanted to say something, but stopped. Ha ha ha. Lu Ming, just join the Dragon God Valley. Only the Dragon God Valley can bring out your full potential. The expert from Dragon God Valley said. Not bad. At this moment, the expert from the Tianyu Demon Sect spoke. Lu Ming, you will join Dragon God Valley, and this lady will join my Tianyu Demon Sect. Dragon God Valley and Tianyu Demon Sect are very close to each other, so you can visit each other often. This way, you can meet each other often, and it won't affect your cultivation. To be honest, if this girl doesn't join a demonic sect, her talent will be wasted. The expert from the Tianyu Demonic Sect persuaded. But Xianxia still shook his head. Seniors, if we join your sect, can we delay our journey to the Yuan continent for a while? Lu Ming asked. Of course you can. The experts from Dragon God Valley, Tianyu Demonic Sect, and Jiuxiao Sword Sect all nodded. Since it's like this, Lu Ming looked at Xianxia. Xiaoqing, why don't you join the Tianyu Demonic Sect? I'll join the Dragon God Valley. We can meet often anyway. The powerhouse from the Tianyu Demonic Sect was right. If Xianxia followed him and joined the Dragon God Valley or other forces, it would only be a waste of talent. After all, cultivation was the most important thing for warriors. Moreover, he didn't need to go there immediately. He could go there after a while. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, the eyes of the expert from the Dragon God Valley and the Tianyu Demon Sect lit up. Xianxia pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, All right then, Senior, I'm willing to join Dragon God Valley. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said to the expert from Dragon God Valley, Good, huh? The experts of Dragon God Valley were overjoyed. Xianxia also expressed his desire to join the Tianyu Demon Sect, and the experts of the Tianyu Demon Sect were also overjoyed. Although Xianxia's cultivation level was still low, his potential was limitless. Both Dragon God Valley and the Tianyu Demon Sect were overjoyed. They had each gained a rare genius. The expert from the Jiuxiao Sword Sect shook his head and sighed. The white-haired elder from the Heavenly Gods Sect looked gloomy and did not say anything. The others were envious. Other people could not join a sect, even if they wanted to. However, Lu Ming had been invited by several sects and forces. The treatment was incomparable. Following that, Dragon God Valley, Jiuxiao Sword Sect, and Tianshan Sect began to fight for Dragonshan. After all, Longchen's awakened immemorial dragon elephant bloodline also had endless potential. In the end, Longchen also chose Dragon God Valley, which made the leader of Dragon God Valley laugh his head off. Bing Kong, how about you join my Tianxia sect? Jianzhan, how about you join Jiuxiao sword sect? Then, the four forces started to send out invitations to Eden, Ice Sky, Sword Battle, and Ziwuji. In the end, Bing Kong joined the Tianxia sect, Jianzhan joined the Jiuxiao sword sect, Ziwuji joined the Tianxia sect, and so did Eden. The cultivation techniques of the Heaven God sect were more diverse and suitable for most of the Heaven's favorites to join. The white-haired old man of the Heavenly God sect finally revealed a smile on his face. Xianxia, what do you think about joining my Tianxia sect? At this moment, the Tianxia sect sent an invitation to Xianxia. Xianxia was overjoyed. He nodded without hesitation. After that, geniuses like Ji Hongxun and Wang Zhen were also invited to join the four great sections. The remaining paragons looked at the four sects with eager eyes, hoping to be invited. Your name is Yang Patian, right? How about you join the Jiuxiao sword sect? The Jiuxiao sword sect's expert looked at Yang Patian, causing his body to tremble violently. His eyes revealed a look of ecstasy. He didn't expect to be invited, so he quickly nodded in agreement. Even though his cultivation is low, he has comprehended the will of space. No wonder he was chosen by the Jiuxiao sword sect. Someone said, time and space were the kings. The space mentality was rare and powerful, and there were very few people who could comprehend it. Yang Potion's cultivation was still low, and he did not have any cultivation methods related to the space mentality. There were many mysteries that he had not developed yet. If he went to a major sect in the Yuanlu continent, he would be very terrifying when he fully developed the space concept. Oh my God, this way, there are 5 people from the Divine Wilderness continent who have been selected to join a large sect in the Yuan continent. Someone exclaimed. Everyone thought in their hearts, as expected. Lu Ming, Xian Yinqing, Long Chun, Xian Yinjuan, and Yang Patian. A total of 5 people had joined the major sects of the Yuan continent. The number of people had even surpassed that of the Blood Sun continent, which was ranked second. This made the other young geniuses extremely envious and jealous. The other Heaven's favorites looked at the powerhouses from the four forces with hope, hoping that they would be chosen. Unfortunately, the experts from the four forces did not make any moves after that. They glanced at the many Heaven's favorites and frowned, as if they were thinking. In the end, 3 more people were chosen. They were all Heaven's favorites with low cultivation but good potential. Chapter 1267. 1267, 2 years later. After that, the experts from the 4 sects of the Yuan continent did not continue to speak. This caused most of the Heaven's favorites who were not chosen to panic. Senior, Junior is willing to join the Tianxia sect. Senior, I'm willing to join the Jiuxiao sword sect. Please grant me my wish. One by one, the young men knelt down, hoping to join the 4 sections. You guys can't. You don't have enough talent and potential. The expert from the Jiuxiao sword sect waved his sleeves and rejected him directly. Following that, Dragon God Valley, Tianxia sect, and other sects also rejected him one by one. Senior, please grant me my wish. Some Heaven's favorites shouted. All right, coming to the Divine Ruins continent group to recruit disciples is already an exception. You don't have to say anything more. The voice of the white-haired elder from the Heaven God sect turned cold. A faint pressure emanated from his body, causing many people's faces to change. Many young geniuses sighed and looked disappointed. They knew that they had no fate with the major sects of the Yuanlu continent. All right, this trip is considered a great success. Ha ha ha. The experts of Dragon God Valley laughed, which made the experts of the other 3 sects look down on them. Without a doubt, Dragon God Valley had gained the most this time. They had recruited Lu Ming and Long Chun, 2 Heaven's favorites with endless potential. Of course, it was a great success. Lu Ming, Long Chun, we're going back to the Yuan continent soon. Are you going to Dragon God Valley with us now, or after a while? I can tell you that the cultivation environment of the Yuan continent is not something that the cultivation conditions of the continent group of the Divine Ruins can compare to. It is countless times better. Cultivating in the Yuan continent, your cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. The Dragon God Valley expert continued to speak in a tempting tone. Some of the Heaven's favorites who joined the Dragon God Valley had their eyes lit up. Senior, I'm willing to go with you. I'm also willing. The young men nodded. Senior, I still have matters to attend to in the Divine Wilderness continent. I might have to wait for a while. Lu Ming said. Then, Longchen also said that he would go there after a while. Good. Lu Ming, Longchen, take these 2 tokens, which means you are disciples of the Dragon God Valley. There is some information about you in them. I will give you 2 years. 2 years later, you can come here with the tokens, and the disciples of the Dragon God Valley will come to pick you up. The Dragon God Valley experts threw 2 tokens at Lu Ming and Long Chun. Lu Ming caught them and put them away. My Tianyu demon sect is the same. If you want to go, you can follow me to the Yuan continent. If you have something to do, come back after 2 years. The expert from the Tianyu demon sect said. The same goes for the Heavenly God sect. The Zhouxiao sword sect is the same. The conditions of the other 3 sects were the same as that of Dragon God Valley. Those who were willing to go to the Yuan continent could leave now. Those who were unwilling could come here with their disciple tokens 2 years later. Someone would come to pick them up. Naturally, most of the young people said that they would head to the Yuan continent immediately. People like Eden, Bing Kong, Xian Yinjuan, and Yang Patian also expressed that they would leave for the Yuan continent immediately. As for Xian Yinxing, he naturally shook his head. He would wait for 2 years before heading to a big sect in the Yuan continent. Humph, Lu Ming, Xian Yinxing, just stay in a broken place like the continent group of the Divine Ruins. When we meet again in 2 years, I'll definitely surpass you. Xian Yinjuan gritted her teeth in her heart. She was very happy that Lu Ming and Xian Yinxing were going to stay in the Divine Ruins continent group, but she also despised them. In fact, most of the geniuses were disdainful. They couldn't figure it out. Cultivators place cultivation as the most important thing. Furthermore, geniuses like them were at the golden age of cultivation. It was the time for them to advance by leaps and bounds. 2 years was enough to reverse this situation. They were confident that 2 years later, they were fully confident that they would be able to trample on Lu Ming, who was ranked first this time. In the end, only 5 or 6 people decided not to go for the time being. The Divine Wilderness occupied 3 continents. Surprisingly, Ji Hongchun did not go either. Clearly, she also had important matters to attend to and would only leave after 2 years. All right, that's it for this time. You can all leave now. For the 4 great divine palaces, my Tian Shin sect will naturally reward you according to your merits. The white-haired elder of the Heaven God sect said. Then, the experts of the other 3 sects also said the same thing. The emperors of the 4 divine palaces were overjoyed. The assessment of the major sects in the Yuanlu continent came to an end. Many onlookers slowly dispersed. Lu Ming, Xian Yinxing, and the rest followed the black-robed, middle-aged man from the South God Palace back to their residence. They were ready to return to the South God Palace, where they would send a cross-sea flying ship to send them back to their respective continents. It was worth mentioning that the black-robed, middle-aged man and the other powerhouses of the South God Palace were very nice to Lu Ming, Xian Yinxing, and Long Chun. They had a sense of respect for them. It was not difficult for the crowd to understand. Lu Ming and the rest were now disciples of a big sect in the Yuanlu continent. Their status was completely different from before. The next day, everyone returned to the South God Palace. When the South God Palace found out that Lu Ming had obtained first place and that he was from the Divine Wilderness continent, it naturally caused a wave of shock and envy. Lu Ming, Long Chun, and Xian Yinxing were staying at General Peak for the time being. Ming Zi, the heartless monk, and moonless bodhisattva, who were not selected, were also staying at General Peak. They were waiting for the South Deity Palace to arrange a cross-sea airship to send them back. It would take a long time to arrange for a ship to cross the sea. They had to wait for 2 days. Time passed quickly, and night fell. Young Master Lu Ming, is Miss Xianxia here? After the sky darkened, a voice suddenly rang out outside the general peak. Lu Ming, who was in the middle of cultivating, ended his cultivation and walked out of his room. He saw Xianxia walking out of his room as well. The two of them looked at each other in surprise, wondering who was looking for them. After the two of them walked out of the courtyard, they saw an amiable-looking old man standing in the air. I'm Ji Fu. Greetings, young Master Lu Ming and Miss Xianxia. The old man hurriedly saluted Lu Ming and Xianxia when he saw them. Senior doesn't need to be so polite. May I know why Senior is looking for the two of us? Lu Ming cupped his fists and asked. My family's young miss asked me to come. She said that she's acquainted with the two of you and will be bidding farewell in a few days. She wants to invite the two of you to a banquet. The old man said. May I know who your young lady is? Lu Ming asked curiously. My young lady is Xianxia. The old man smiled. So it's Miss Xianxia. Lu Ming had a sudden realization. It seems like there's a beauty who's interested in you. At the side, Xianxia pouted and muttered in Lu Ming's ear. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and sent a voice transmission to Xianxia. Didn't I also invite you? I think I'm just taking advantage of you. Xianxia continued to pout. Then forget it, I'm not going. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Xianxia helplessly. Of course I'm going. Am I a petty person? Xianxia rolled his eyes at Lu Ming and said, Senior, please lead the way. This? Lu Ming could only sigh. He really could not keep up with the way girls thought. Young Master Lu Ming, Miss Xianxia, please follow me. The old man was overjoyed and turned around to lead the way. When the old man turned around, a cold glint flashed across his eyes. Lu Ming and Xianxia did not notice it at all. Chapter 1268. 1268 Killing a Supreme Being. The old man led Lu Ming and Xianxia to the north. After flying for a while, the terrain became more remote. Senior, Miss Xianxia is staying here. Lu Ming asked with a suspicious look in his eyes. Miss has a courtyard here. The environment is elegant and tranquil. Miss likes to invite distinguished guests here. The old man explained with a kind expression. Oh, Lu Ming nodded and continued to fly forward with the old man. Lu Ming, I feel that something is not right. Xianxia sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. Let's see. Lu Ming nodded. After flying for a while, the terrain became even more remote. Senior, please wait a moment. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly spoke. The old man stopped and turned around. Young Master Lu, what's the matter? We're almost there. You weren't sent by Xianxia, were you? Lu Ming's eyes turned cold, and he suddenly spoke. The old man's expression suddenly changed. He revealed a mysterious smile and said, Young Master Lu, are you mistaken? I was indeed sent by the young lady. You still dare to lie to me? Miss Xianxia just sent me a voice transmission saying that he would look for me at the general peak, but he couldn't find me. If you were sent here by him, why would you personally look for me? Lu Ming's voice turned cold. The old man's expression changed drastically and became extremely gloomy. Buzz! He slammed his palm towards Lu Ming's heart. A violent pressure surged towards Lu Ming like a storm. Great circle of the spiritual god realm. This old man had a cultivation base of the great circle of the spiritual god stage. His sudden attack was terrifying. However, Lu Ming was prepared. The dragon power in his body burst out, and he also struck out with his palm. Bang! As the two palms met, the old man's body seemed to have been struck by lightning. One of his arms was directly blown into pieces. He retreated madly, and blood spurted out of his mouth. Who the hell are you? Who sent you? Lu Ming's gaze was extremely gloomy, and a cold, killing intent burst out. Lu Ming, you're lucky, the old man said with a cold face. I'm not lucky. Xianxia didn't look for me at all. I was just spouting nonsense. Lu Ming said indifferently. Earlier on, he said that Xianxia had gone to look for him, but that didn't happen at all. He had only wanted to trick the old man. He didn't expect that this old man really had ulterior motives and that he would be exposed in an instant. You? The old man was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood. His expression was extremely ugly. He had lived for thousands of years and did not expect to be played by a young man like Lu Ming. Tell me, who sent you here? I'll give you a quick death. Lu Ming strode toward the old man. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, smoke-like auras rose from all directions. They were extremely terrifying and powerful. There were a total of 6 auras, and each one of them was much stronger than the old man in front of him. Supreme. 6 supreme martial artists. Sila. The space cracked open and 6 figures stepped out. They surrounded Lu Ming and Xianxia, blocking their way out. The 6 figures were all wrapped in black robes, hiding their bodies and faces. They really think highly of me. They actually sent 6 great supremes. Lu Ming sneered. He was guessing who had such great power. This place was the South God Palace. Only the great forces of the South God Palace could send 6 supreme martial artists to kill him. Was it the Mu family or the Wang family? Kill! Kill! The 6 supreme martial artists did not waste any time. They attacked immediately. A terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming and Xianxia. At the same time, 6 terrifying attacks fell on the 2 of them. Sky Devil Force Field. Xianxia pressed down with both hands, and a terrifying force field spread out in all directions with her as the center. As soon as the 6 great masters entered the Sky Demon Power Field, their figures suddenly became sluggish, and their expressions changed slightly. With Xianxia's current combat strength, he could already affect a supreme being. Kill! Die! Lu Ming shouted as his 3rd bloodline emerged, making him even more powerful. He took a step in the air and instantly approached one of the Supremes. Boom! Lu Ming threw a punch, and the other party also threw a palm at the same time. There was a loud boom. Lu Ming did not move, but the other party's body trembled violently and was sent flying backward like a cannonball, spewing a mouthful of blood. This scene caused the hearts of the others to tremble wildly. Lu Ming's combat strength was too shocking. With one move, he had injured a supreme being. Was this the strength of the first place in the assessment? It could also be said that this was the strength of the number 1 prodigy in the Divine Ruins continent. Activate your bloodline and kill him with all your might. A supreme martial artist spoke. A bloodline appeared above his head as he used bloodline fusion. The other 5 supreme martial artists also performed bloodline fusion. Exterminate. Xianxia also performed the bloodline fusion and transformed into a beautiful heavenly demon. The heavenly demon force field was even more terrifying. At the same time, the force field was filled with a powerful destructive force, making it difficult for the 6 supreme martial artists to move. Roar. A dragon's roar was heard. Lu Ming transformed into 9 dragons and pounced toward the 6 great masters. Bang! With just a single move, a supreme martial artist was beaten to the point of spitting out a large mouthful of blood. If the other supreme beings had not come to his rescue in time, Lu Ming could have taken the opportunity to kill this supreme being. A black-robed man stood in the air and looked down at the battle. Lu Ming was very familiar with one of the young men. It was young Master Lin from the deity sect. At this moment, young Master Lin's face was vicious, and he looked down with killing intent. This kid is really talented. Even in the Yuan continent, he's not bad. It's a pity that he doesn't want to join my Tianxin sect. I can only kill him. Beside young Master Lin was a middle-aged man. He was one of the 2 middle-aged men from the Heaven God sect. I've already found out that my son Mujua was killed by this man. He must die. Beside the middle-aged man from the Heavenly God sect, there were 2 men in black robes. One of them spoke coldly. At this moment, the battle below was even more intense. The 6 great supremes worked well together, but Lu Ming and Xianxia's combined combat strength was equally shocking. Lu Ming, in particular, was brave and invincible. Buzz! On the heads of the 9 dragons, a lightning cauldron the size of a mountain appeared and crashed towards one of the supreme martial artists. Bang! The supreme being was hit so hard that he spat out a large mouthful of blood. His entire body was charred black, and his body almost exploded. The 9 dragons roared, and the devouring power burst out, enveloping the other party. Then he grabbed out with his claws and grabbed at the other party. "No, save me!" The supreme being screamed in fear. The other supreme beings shouted in anger and tried to help. Lu Ming controlled the lightning cauldron, and thousands of lightning bolts filled the air to block the supreme beings. Pucci, the 9-dragon clawed into the supreme being's dantian, and the terrifying power shattered his body and dragged his spirit out. The spiritual god had the appearance of an old man. At that moment, his face was filled with endless fear. "Spare me." He wanted to beg for mercy, but the dragon god exploded when the dragon claw clenched. A supreme being was killed by Lu Ming. With Lu Ming's current combat strength and the lightning cauldron, it would not be too difficult for him to kill an ordinary supreme being. Chapter 1269. 1269 Chapter 1269 Battling the Emperor. Lu Ming had killed a supreme being in a thunderous manner. The other 5 supreme beings' expressions changed drastically, and they were almost scared to death. They retreated frantically. In the sky, the burly man from the heavenly god sect, young Master Lin, and the others also looked gloomy, especially the burly man from the heavenly god sect. His eyes revealed a fiery light. This lightning cauldron. It's beyond the category of spirit weapons. Could it be a holy weapon? The middle-aged man from the heaven god sect muttered to himself and roared in his heart. "Ah, I'm so lucky. I didn't expect a holy weapon to exist in a remote place like the Divine Ruins continent. I must get it." Lu Ming did not give chase. Instead, he went to Xianxia's side and said, "Little Qing, let's leave this place quickly." This matter wasn't simple at all. 6 supreme martial artists had been dispatched to besiege him at once. The force behind this must be extremely powerful. Perhaps an emperor would come in person. Now, leaving was the best option. Xianxia nodded and was about to leave with Lu Ming. Mu Yi, the Mu family's master, said coldly in the sky, "Attack and make them stay." Yes, beside the master of the Mu family, a figure wrapped in a black robe bowed and acknowledged the order. Then he stepped down. Just as Lu Ming and Xianxia were about to return to where they came from, an extremely terrifying aura burst forth. The terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming and Xianxia. The Emperor. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically, and he exclaimed in shock. As expected, there was an emperor behind this matter. When the supreme martial artist was defeated, the emperor appeared. A black-robed figure appeared in the air. His face was obscured. He extended a withered claw and grabbed at Lu Ming and Xianxia. Suddenly, a huge claw as large as a mountain reached out to grab them. The terrifying pressure made Lu Ming feel suffocated even though he was far away. An emperor was too terrifying. Although supreme beings were known as half-step emperors, their combat strength was far inferior to a true emperor. The withered claws covered the sky and completely enveloped Lu Ming and Xianxia, making them unable to escape. "Little Qing, you enter the mountain and river diagram," Lu Ming roared. At the same time, he poured his quintessential essence into the lightning cauldron. The aura on the lightning cauldron grew stronger. Buzz! The lightning cauldron expanded to the size of the withered claw, and it crashed toward it. "No, I'm not going into the mountain and river diagram." Xianxia shook her head stubbornly. Her glabella glowed, and a black bead appeared. A terrifying demonic chi rippled out. The demonic chi gathered and formed a demonic light beam, which shot towards the withered claw. Boom! Boom! 2 earth-shaking rumbles resounded, and a terrifying force swept across tens of thousands of miles, alarming countless people. What's going on? What's happening? Someone's fighting. Who's fighting? It's so terrifying. It seems to be an emperor. There's a battle between emperors. A series of clamors rang out in the night sky, but no one dared to approach and watch. What a joke. In a battle between emperors, if one was too close and accidentally drawn into it, only death would await them. Clang! The lightning cauldron shook violently and was sent flying back to Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming's body trembled violently, and he was sent flying back thousands of meters. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Xianxia was in a similar situation. The demonic light beam was destroyed, and she was forced to retreat a few thousand meters. However, the black pearl between her brows released a layer of light to protect Xianxia. Hence, Xianxia was in a better state than Lu Ming. Her delicate body trembled, but she did not vomit blood. This made Lu Ming heave a sigh of relief. Xianxia's black bead was obtained in the divine ruins, and its mystery was beyond imagination. Although the two of them were pushed back, they had successfully blocked the withered claw. Amazing, amazing! This scene made the middle-aged man of the heavenly god sect sigh. It was just two juniors, yet they were able to block an attack from an emperor. This was absolutely terrifying. This made the Mu family's master's face turn gloomy and ugly, feeling that he had lost face. Go all out. Don't show mercy. Just don't kill him. The master of the Mu family sent a message to Mu Yi. Kill. Upon receiving the order, Mu Yi roared, and his aura became even more violent. He stretched out his withered hands and grabbed two claws in succession. Two huge claws formed and grabbed at Lu Ming and Xianxia. The two claws were much more powerful than the previous one. Shockingly, the two claws merged into one in the middle of the attack. It turned into a claw that exuded a withered aura and grabbed at Lu Ming and Xianxia. The power of this claw was even more shocking. Dandan, Bubble. Lu Ming had an idea, and Dandan and Bubbles appeared on his shoulder. Lu Ming, I knew you would come to me. My life is hard. It flew out of Lu Ming's shoulder while cursing and swearing. Its body size began to grow rapidly, and its aura also increased rapidly. Mouth whirl. Dandan let out a loud roar and opened its mouth. A ball of chaotic light flew out from its mouth, and there seemed to be a world inside the light. A world flew toward the giant withered claw. At the same time, a huge transparent bubble appeared from within Bubble's mouth and surrounded the withered claw. The moment the transparent bubble appeared, the withered claw was frozen in midair, unable to move. This is the space-time concept. Mu Yi exclaimed in disbelief. Then he shouted, "Break!" The dried-up claw started to glow, and the transparent bubble started to shake. Chirping, Bubbles cried out, its snow-white fur emitting a milky white light, as if it was using all its strength. At this moment, Dandan's attack had already arrived. It passed through the transparent bubble and landed on the withered claw. Lu Ming and Xianxing's attacks also arrived. Boom! The withered claw fell apart under the continuous attacks. Mu Ye's body trembled, and he actually took a step back, causing the void to rumble. How is that possible? Were those two things? Young Master Lin and the head of the Mu family exclaimed. The power that Dandan and Bubbles had unleashed was too terrifying. The middle-aged man from the Heaven God sect also widened his eyes and stared at Dandan and Bubbles. He muttered in disbelief, It's extremely similar to two of the legendary top 10 battle beasts. His heart began to beat wildly. His eyes were burning with passion and disbelief. Didn't the legends say that the top 10 war beasts had all fallen? How could it reappear in the world? Could it be that it had the bloodline of one of the top 10 battle beasts, but not pure? Even so, it was still worth a fortune. Continue. Below, Lu Ming shouted as he controlled the lightning cauldron. The sky was filled with lightning as he charged towards Mu Yi. Now, Lu Ming was going to retaliate. So what if he was an emperor? Buzz! The pearl between Xianxia's eyebrows shot out a ray of demonic light. The demonic light turned into a combat sword and cut through the air. At the same time, Dandan and Bubbles also made their moves. Chapter 1270. 1270 Space-Time Concept. A transparent bubble suddenly appeared beside Mu Yi without any warning and enveloped him. This transparent bubble contained the concepts of time and space. It was extremely mysterious. The two combined without any warning. There was no way to avoid it. By the time Mu Yi reacted, it was already too late. The space mentality was still okay, but the time mentality was really too mysterious. The bubble was still small and couldn't fully display the profoundness of time concept. It could only use a method like time stop to confine the enemy. If the enemy's cultivation was too strong, it could also be broken. It was said that when the time intent realm reached a profound level, it could reverse time. In an instant, it could make a peerless expert return to their childhood, back to the time when they had yet to cultivate, where they could be slaughtered at will. Or it could accelerate time and make a peerless expert reach the end of his life in an instant. At that stage, it was hard to imagine how terrifying the power would be. Mu Yi was enveloped by the transparent bubble, and his figure was instantly fixed in place. "Break, break, die!" Mu Yi roared. His emperor cultivation erupted as his true essence boiled like a raging flame. The transparent bubble was shaking violently, as if it would burst at any moment. Chirping, Bubbles chirped and continuously clawed at the void with her two small claws. Suddenly, an astonishing scene appeared. The void in all directions shattered like glass, turning into pieces of crystal. Then, a few space blades condensed and slashed toward Mu Yi. At the same time, Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Dandan's attacks arrived. The moment Mu Yi broke the transparent bubble, four terrifying attacks landed on Mu Ye's body. At the critical moment, Mu Yi used his domain to cover his entire body. At the same time, he circulated his true yuan, forming a true yuan armor and wearing it. Boom! The first attack was Dandan's attack. Since Dandan had swallowed a 10,000 spirit crystal last time, she had been recovering rapidly, and her strength had improved by leaps and bounds. The world of the mouth was an innate magical power. It was like a real world that enveloped Mu Yi. The power of the world constantly eroded Mu Ye's territory power and true essence power. Whoosh! The second attack was Xianxing's demonic light. The demonic light was like a sword that could destroy everything. Combined with the power of the world, it shook Mu Ye's realm power and caused it to shake wildly. Gotcha! Finally, there was a cracking sound like glass breaking. The next moment, Lu Ming's lightning cauldron arrived with a loud bang. Thousands of lightning bolts completely drowned Mu Yi. The endless power of lightning was like poisonous snakes drilling toward Mu Yi. With a bang, Mu Ye's territory power was completely shattered. The attacks of the three continued to bombard Mu Ye's true energy armor. At this moment, Bubble's spatial blade arrived and broke through Mu Ye's quintessential essence armor, blasting toward his physical body. Bang! 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 Each of the four attacks caused Mu Ye's body to shake violently. He retreated continuously and finally spat out a mouthful of blood. The emperor was injured. An emperor is actually injured by Lu Ming, Xianxia, and his two little pets. If this were to spread, no one would believe it. They would think it was a joke. But now it had really happened. Is this the spirit body of an emperor? He's really powerful. Lu Ming frowned. He was a little dissatisfied with such a result. Not only did emperors comprehend the power of a realm, but their bodies had also become spiritual. A spirit body, be it in terms of attack, defense, or vitality, was terrifyingly high. It had completely transcended the mortal body and reached another realm. The four people's attacks broke through Mu Ye's domain and true origin power, directly attacking Mu Ye's body. However, they only managed to push Muyi back and cause him some light injuries. Lu Ming was somewhat dissatisfied, but Muyi was about to go crazy. He was an emperor, but not only was he unable to take down a few juniors, he was even forced to retreat and even injured by them. This was a great humiliation. If word of this got out, he would become a laughingstock among the emperors. Moreover, the master of the Mu family and the powerhouses of the Xianxia sect were watching from the sky. Kill! At this moment, his killing intent was incomparably cold. He decided that he would no longer care about the lives of Lu Ming and the others. He had to take them down. However, the next moment, a transparent bubble suddenly appeared and enveloped him, making him stop in the air. Then, another 4 attacks came crashing down on his face. Boom! 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 A burst of explosions rang out, and Mu Ye's body trembled again. He was forced back and spat out another mouthful of blood. He was injured again, just like the last time. Although it was only a light injury, it made him go crazy. He roared madly in his heart, and his eyes were red. Aggrieved, he was really aggrieved. He was an emperor and was very powerful. However, he could not even retaliate against Lu Ming and the rest. The transparent bubble was silent and without any warning. When he was about to retaliate, it appeared suddenly. He was so aggrieved that he wanted to vomit blood. Then, he was enveloped by a transparent bubble. He simply wanted to raise his head and roar at the sky. How could he play like this? What a piece of trash. You even need me to personally take action. In the sky, the Mu family's master's expression was unsightly. He coldly snorted and took a step forward. Boom! 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 A huge foot suddenly appeared in the air and stomped down on Lu Ming and the rest. Not good. Lu Ming's expression turned ugly. The power contained in this giant foot was too shocking and terrifying. Lu Ming felt that he could not resist it. Lu Ming had once felt this feeling from the black-robed, middle-aged man in the South God Palace. It was the aura of a Level 3 martial royal realm expert. There was a huge gap between each level of the martial emperor realm. Mu Yi was only at the first level of the martial emperor realm. The difference between him and the third level was too great. I'm finished. I'm finished. Lu Ming, who exactly did you offend? Dan wailed. Xianxia's expression was also extremely ugly. They did not even have the power to fight back against a Level 3 martial royal realm expert. Bubble's space-time imprisonment was useless against such an expert. The difference was too great. Chirping. At this moment, the bubble cried out as its chubby body emitted a dazzling light. It waved its claws, and a passageway suddenly appeared in the void. It was a tunnel filled with the concepts of time and space. It was a space-time tunnel. Chirping. Bubble shouted and charged in first. Let's go. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming pulled Xianxia and rushed into the space-time tunnel. As soon as he entered the passage, Lu Ming felt that the surrounding environment was changing rapidly. In a flash, the world had changed. The surrounding environment was changing, and they were currently heading towards the divine ruins. Bang! The giant foot stomped down, and the space-time tunnel collapsed. However, Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the rest were nowhere to be seen. Chapter 1271. 1271 Inside the Divine Ruins. What? The Mu family's master's face turned cold. He looked into the distance and muttered, Divine Ruins. Chase! At that moment, the middle-aged man from the Heaven God sect spoke and stepped forward. The space in front of him split open, and he brought young Master Lin into the space and disappeared. The master of the Mu family and Mu Yi also tore the space apart and chased in the direction where Lu Ming and the rest had left. In a flash, the space above the divine ruins split open, and the figures of the middle-aged man from the heavenly god sect, the master of the Mu family, and the others appeared. They escaped into the divine ruins. The master of the Mu family spoke with a grave expression. Why aren't you chasing? The middle-aged man from the heavenly god sect spoke. This place is the divine ruins. It's very dangerous. Even emperors who enter have the risk of dying. The MU family's master said. Even emperors are in danger? Hee, I think you're exaggerating. I've just carefully scanned this place with my spiritual sense. It's just a ruin without any living creatures. So how could it be dangerous? The middle-aged man from the heaven god sect smiled faintly. He was confident enough that there was nothing in the divine ruins continent that could threaten him. But the MU family's master and Mu Yi were a little hesitant. The legends of the divine ruins throughout history made them very fearful. A dignified emperor is actually afraid of this and that, afraid of his head and feet. How can he achieve great things? Fine, if you don't go, I'll go myself. The middle-aged man from the heaven god sect said indifferently, with a hint of disdain in his voice. Not to mention that he didn't believe that this place could bring him any danger. Even if there was a little danger, he would still try. Lu Ming's thunder cauldron was suspected to be a holy weapon, which made him drool. Furthermore, Dandan and Bubbles might very well have the bloodline of one of the top 10 combat beasts, which was even more tempting to him. If he could capture them and nurture them well, they would be of great help in the future. He was determined to get all of this. The middle-aged man from the heaven god sect stepped out and headed into the divine ruins, followed by young Master Lin. The MU family's master and Mu Yi looked at each other, their eyes uncertain. Finally, they gritted their teeth and followed the middle-aged heavenly deity in large strides, walking towards the divine ruins. It was not easy for them to curry favor with the other party. The other party had the Tianxia sect behind him. This was a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity, and they did not want to miss it. The few of them passed through the divine ruins periphery very quickly and entered the inner region. He passed through the inner area and appeared outside the core area. The middle-aged man from the heavenly god sect did not hesitate at all. He stepped into the core area with the master of the MU family and the others following behind him. There were some broken formations in the core area. Some of them were very powerful, but they were not much of a threat to a Level 3 Martial Royal Realm expert. Just these broken formations scared you so much that you don't dare to come in. The middle-aged man from the heavenly god sect laughed. The MU family's master did not say anything and was still on guard. He had never entered the core of the divine ruins before. He only knew that it was very dangerous here. Even emperors would die if they entered. As for what kind of danger it was, he did not know. Soon, they passed through a large area and arrived in front of an intact palace. There's actually an intact palace here. The MU family's master revealed a puzzled expression. Lu Ming and the others are in this palace. They can't escape. The middle-aged man from the heavenly god sect laughed casually. The MU family's master and Mu Yi nodded. They sensed carefully and could only sense the auras of Lu Ming and the others in the hall. There were no auras of any other living creatures other than Lu Ming and the others. I'll go chase them out. Mu Yi took the initiative to ask. Previously, he was actually injured by Lu Ming and the rest. This made him feel embarrassed. At this moment, he was anxious to prove himself. With that, Mu Yi stepped forward. The pressure of an emperor emanated from his body. Do you think that hiding in a rundown hall is useful? I'm going to destroy this broken hall and have you all get the hell out. Mu Yi said coldly. His claw pressed down in the air, and a withered claw as large as a mountain formed. It grabbed at the palace, trying to tear it apart. Whoosh! At this moment, a jet-black spear radiance shot out of the palace and shattered the withered claw into pieces. Whoosh! Then, a second spear light appeared in the palace, and its target was Mu Yi. The speed of the spear ray was unimaginably fast. In a flash, it had arrived in front of Mu Yi. Before Mu Yi could even react, his body was pierced by the spear light. A hole appeared in his dantian. No matter what territory or spirit body it was, they were as fragile as tofu in front of this spear light. Mu Yi's eyes were wide open. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and disbelief. Slowly, The vitality in his eyes dissipated and completely disappeared. Wuxia had fallen. How was that possible? Who is it? The MU family's master and the middle-aged man from the Heaven God sect had a drastic change in their expressions as they roared in disbelief. They had clearly not sensed any signs of life in the palace, so why would there be an attack? Furthermore, it was so shocking. One move had killed an emperor. Lu Ming. The next moment, their eyes widened. They saw two figures holding hands as they walked out of the hall's entrance. It was Lu Ming and Xianxia. So it's you guys. Lu Ming looked at young Master Lin and the middle-aged man from the Heavenly God sect. His face was gloomy. I really didn't expect that the deity sect, a great sect in the Yuan continent, would be so despicable. They were not my opponent, but they attacked me in the dark. It's a good thing I didn't join such a sect. Lu Ming sneered, his voice filled with mockery. Kid, what did you say? Young Master Lin scolded, and his face was really ugly. Lu Ming was obviously talking about him. How dare you? When did it become your turn to judge the actions of my Tianxian sect? The middle-aged man from the Heaven God sect said in a deep voice. Lu Ming smiled disdainfully. He could not be bothered to look at the two people from the deity sect. His gaze fell on the master of the MU family. I want to know who you are. Why did you send people to kill me? It was obvious that the 6 great supremes and the emperor had been sent by this person. You killed my son Wuxia. Do you think I should kill you? The MU family's master's gloomy voice rang out. He took off his black hat, revealing a gloomy face. The MU family. It's the MU family indeed. Lu Ming muttered. He had already guessed that it would be either the MU family or the Wang family. Since you want to kill me, then come, Lu Ming said indifferently. The MU family's master and the middle-aged man from the Heaven God sect changed their expressions. They looked at the palace with fear. The Spearlight just now had killed a Level 1 martial royal realm martial artist with one move. Its combat strength was no weaker than that of a Level 3 martial royal realm martial artist. Who cares who he is? Since he doesn't dare to show himself, he can't be that strong either. Let's attack together and take down Lu Ming. We'll leave quickly, the middle-aged man from the Heavenly God sect said. All right, the master of the MU family nodded. The MU family had lost an emperor because of this. This was a huge loss. It was impossible for him to stop now. He had to kill Lu Ming. Chapter 1272. 1272, Chapter 1272, Killing the Emperor. Almost at the same time, the two people made their move. 2 auras bloomed in the divine ruin's core, terrifying to the extreme. The master of the MU family was a genuine Level 3 martial royal realm expert. He was stronger than Xiao Wan, who had not recovered, or DE. He formed a big hand and grabbed at Lu Ming. As for the burly man from the Heaven God sect, his aura was even more unfathomable and completely unpredictable. He could only feel that he was much stronger than the master of the MU family. With a wave of his hand, a giant bird formed. It opened its mouth and bit at Lu Ming and Xianxia. Although Lu Ming and Xianxia's gazes froze, their expressions remained calm as they stood still at the hall's entrance. Those who trespass the time and space spiritual palace will be killed without mercy. Suddenly, a cold and emotionless voice came from within the palace. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 rays of spear light shot out from the palace. The black spear light, with a terrifying radiance, collided with the attacks of the MU family master and the middle-aged man from the Divine God sect. With 2 loud bangs, their attacks were penetrated by the spear radiance. However, the 2 spear radiance also disappeared. Roar. A dragon's roar shook the world. Bang, bang, bang. Then, a huge creature slowly walked out of the palace. The ground shook with every step it took. When the MU family's master, young Master Lin, and the middle-aged man from the Heaven God sect saw the huge object that walked out of the palace, their pupils suddenly shrank, and they revealed a shocked expression. The huge being that walked out of the palace was naturally the headless true dragon rider. Previously, Bubbles had brought Lu Ming and the rest to open a space-time tunnel and directly rushed into the core of the divine ruins, arriving here. Since Lu Ming had the token of origin, the headless true dragon knight treated him as one of its own. However, the MU family's master and the rest did not have the token of origin. Since they attacked the palace, they were naturally attacked by the headless true dragon knight. The headless true dragon rider was formed after the death of a super expert and was not a living being. Therefore, the master of the MU family and the middle-aged man from the heavenly god sect could not sense it. Kill without mercy. The headless true dragon rider's voice came out of nowhere, and then a shocking dragon roar resounded. The headless true dragon extended a dragon claw and clawed at the MU family's master. As the dragon claw struck out, it rapidly grew in size until it covered the sky and the sun, shrouding a part of the world. Under the dragon claw, the space crumbled into a mess. On blue sky, the master of the MU family felt a fatal threat. He raised his head and let out a long roar. He punched out, and a towering ancient tree, like the legendary divine tree of the world, collided with the dragon claw. This move was the MU family's master's strongest move. It combined the power of his territory and his spirit body. It was extremely powerful. An ordinary second-level martial royal realm martial artist would be severely injured or even killed by this move. However, in the next moment, the pupils of the MU family's master rapidly contracted. That was because when the dragon claw descended, the towering ancient tree he had struck out could not even withstand a single breath before it disintegrated and dissipated into energy. The dragon claw did not stop and continued to claw at the MU family's master. This claw had sealed off the void, and the MU family's master couldn't escape even if he wanted to. "Save me!" The MU family's master was scared. He let out a loud roar, and his spiritual body glowed. The power of his domain spread out, and his fists struck out wildly. However, under the dragon's claws, everything was useless and in vain. The MU family head's attack and defense were like tofu under the dragon's claws, unable to withstand a single blow. On the side, the burly man from the heavenly god sect wanted to save him. He launched an attack on the dragon claw, but he could not move the dragon claw at all. No! The MU family's head howled in despair. In the next moment, the dragon claw covered his body and began to shrink, grabbing the MU family's head in its claws. "No, spare my life, spare my life." The MU family's master roared in fear. "Kill!" The headless true dragon rider's voice was completely emotionless. As it spoke, it clenched its dragon claw, and with a bang, the MU family's master's body directly exploded, his body and spirit destroyed. Ooh! The knight on the true dragon's neck actually emitted a powerful suction force, completely absorbing the blood essence and energy of the MU family's master. Lu Ming felt that it was a pity. If he were to refine the blood essence of an emperor, he would definitely be able to advance the prison-suppressing steel bloodline to divine level 9. At the same time, Lu Ming was secretly shocked. The headless true dragon knight was too powerful. That headless true dragon was definitely a pure-blooded true dragon. He did not know what realm it had reached when it was alive. It was definitely an invincible existence. Even after death, it could still maintain such powerful combat strength. One could imagine how powerful it was when it was alive. Damn it, let's go. The middle-aged man from the Heaven God sect was extremely frightened. The headless true dragon rider's power had far exceeded his expectations. Although his cultivation base was much stronger than the master of the MU family, he was still scared when he faced the headless true dragon rider. He felt that a great disaster was imminent. After the MU family head was killed, he didn't hesitate to tear open space and escape with young Master Lin. "Kill!" The headless true dragon rider shouted coldly and clawed out again. A black dragon claw covered the sky, and clawed at the middle-aged man and young Master Lin. The terrifying power not only made the middle-aged man's face change, but also almost scared young Master Lin to death. Run, run. Young Master Lin shouted like he had gone crazy. As the dragon claw descended, it sealed off the space in all directions. The middle-aged man from the Heavenly God sect was unable to break open the space, just like the MU family's master. The dragon claw didn't stop and continued to claw down. Buzz! At this moment, the middle-aged man from the Heaven God sect threw young Master Lin towards the dragon's claw. He took out a jade card, and his face was filled with pain. The vital essence in his body poured into the jade card. No, don't. You'll die a terrible death. Young Master Lin was thrown out, and he peed his pants. He was so terrified that he started to scream. He struggled with all his might, but with his cultivation, he was as small as an ant under the dragon's claws. No help. Lu Ming, I beg you to let me go. Young Master Lin shouted incoherently. At this moment, his heart was filled with regret. All of this was because he had fallen for Xianxia and had a conflict with Lu Ming. Later on, he was defeated by Lu Ming in public and harbored even more hatred in his heart. He bribed the middle-aged man from the Heavenly God sect with great benefits and incited him to deal with Lu Ming. If it wasn't for all of this, he wouldn't have ended up in his current state. He screamed, but in the end, the dragon claw pressed down and young Master Lin's body exploded. Under the terrifying energy, he turned into dust. The dragon claw continued to claw at the middle-aged man from the Heavenly God sect. At this moment, the jade card in the hand of the burly man from the Heavenly God sect emitted a brilliant light. Then, a light-shaped combat sword emerged and brought the burly man from the Heavenly God sect to break open the space and escape at an extreme speed. Bang! As a dragon claw came down, one of its sharp fingers swept across the burly man of the Heavenly God sect. The burly man's body trembled as if he had been struck by lightning. His body almost cracked, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. However, he couldn't care less about his injuries and ran for his life. Chapter 1273. 1273 Peak, 9th Level, Spiritual God Realm. The burly man from the Heaven God sect was hit by the headless true dragon rider's finger force. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and was severely injured. The burly man from the Tianshan sect was terrified. Even with his cultivation, he couldn't stop them at all. At this moment, he was extremely frightened. He used his secret treasure, Jade Talisman, to break the void and fled for his life, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! Although the headless true dragon rider didn't have a head, it seemed to be able to see everything. The dragon spear in his hand stabbed into the void, and a brilliant spear radiance pierced through the space and disappeared into the vast void. From an unknown distance, a miserable cry came. It was the voice of the burly man from the Heavenly God sect. Then, the voice fell silent and disappeared completely. Again, kill without mercy. The headless true dragon knight said coldly and emotionlessly. Then, it turned around and left, disappearing from the palace. Outside the divine ruins, the void suddenly split open, and the burly man from the Heavenly God sect stepped out. At this moment, he was in an extremely sorry state. He was covered in blood, and his face was pale. Blood was still flowing out of his mouth. A bloody hole had appeared in his abdomen, and a terrifying power was eroding his body. Even with his cultivation, he couldn't heal it immediately. He's too strong. The burly man from the Heavenly God sect muttered as he looked into the depths of the divine ruins, his eyes revealing a look of fear. His cultivation was far above Level 3 Martial Royal Realm, but he still couldn't resist the headless true Dragon Knight. If he didn't have a life-saving secret treasure on him and wanted to escape, he would have been trapped in the divine ruins forever. Even so, he was still seriously injured and would take a few months to recover. A mere divine ruins continent actually has such a vicious place. Damn it! Also, it's all that little bastard Lu Ming's fault. If it weren't for him, how could I have suffered such heavy injuries? I'm going to send an order to the South Deity Palace and ask them to send people to keep an eye on the divine ruins. Once that little bastard Lu Ming appears, kill him without mercy. The burly man from the Heavenly God sect had a ruthless glint in his eyes. After thinking for a while, he turned around and left the place. The core of the divine ruins. Lu Ming looked in the direction where the burly man from the Heavenly God sect had left and frowned. That guy's too powerful. He's not dead yet, so I'm afraid he won't let this matter rest. The divine ruins isn't a place for us to stay for long. We'll leave in the other direction immediately. All right, Xianxia nodded without hesitation. Since the burly man from the Heavenly God sect was not dead, he would most likely think of a way to surround them outside the divine ruins. They had to leave the divine ruins before the other party could surround them. Immediately, Lu Ming and Xianxia passed through the palace and went out from the other direction of the divine ruins in the opposite direction of the South God Palace. The inside of the divine ruins did not pose much of a threat to Lu Ming. Very soon, Lu Ming passed through the core of the divine ruins and rushed out of the divine ruins from another direction. As soon as they rushed out of the divine ruins, Lu Ming and Xianxia did not stop at all. They flew towards the south at top speed. It flew for tens of millions of miles before it stopped. It was obviously not feasible to return to the South Deity Palace by taking the cross-sea spaceship. Once he returned, he might be assassinated by the burly man for the Xianxian sect. It was too dangerous. Lu Ming planned to cross the sea and return to the divine wilderness continent. With Lu Ming's cultivation before he came to the divine ruins, it would be too difficult to cross the vast ocean and return to the divine wilderness continent. You have to spend a long time. But now, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the 8th level of the spiritual god realm, and his combat strength could even suppress supremes. It was enough for him to return to the divine wilderness continent with his own strength. Little Qing, you should stay in a mountain and river diagram for the time being, Lu Ming said to Xianxia. Okay, be careful, Xianxia said. Xianxia also knew that Lu Ming could only travel at full speed if she stayed in the mountain and river diagram. Don't worry, Lu Ming smiled. Then, a beam of white light shot out from between his eyebrows and enveloped Xianxia. The next moment, Xianxia's figure disappeared, and he was kept into the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming's figure swayed. He turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Not long after, Lu Ming had flown for hundreds of millions of miles and found a hidden place. He entered the mountain and river diagram. Xianxia sat cross-legged under the path-understanding ancient tree, cultivating with all his heart. Lu Ming went to another mountain peak. With a wave of his hand, piles of raw gemstones appeared in front of Lu Ming. Yes, Lu Ming was going to break through. Out of Lu Ming's 5 types of intents, 4 of them were at the perfected 4th level. Only the Earth intent was at the peak of the 4th level greater mastery. With his current intent cultivation, he could completely raise his cultivation to the peak of the 9th level spiritual god realm. Lu Ming planned to spend some time devouring the refined origin stone and raise his cultivation to the peak of the 9th level of the spiritual god realm. This way, he would be able to travel much faster. Roar! The 9 dragons appeared and opened their mouths to swallow a large pile of raw stones. There were a few million of them. He swallowed a few million raw gemstones in one gulp and began to refine them quickly. A large number of raw gemstones were constantly refined and converted into his essential core. Lu Ming had almost no bottlenecks, and his cultivation level was improving rapidly. After refining a few million raw gemstones, he would swallow another few million. Lu Ming's cultivation started to skyrocket. 8th level spiritual god early stage, 8th level spiritual god middle stage, 8th level spiritual god late stage. 7 days later, Lu Ming relied on a huge number of raw gemstones and broke through the barrier in one fell swoop, reaching the 9th level of the spiritual god realm. After reaching the 9th level of the spiritual god realm, Lu Ming did not stop. He continued to devour refined raw gemstones and continued to improve. Early 9th level spiritual god realm, middle 9th level spiritual god realm, late 9th level spiritual god realm. Another 7 days passed, and Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th level spiritual god realm. In just half a month, Lu Ming's cultivation had rushed from the early 8th level spiritual god realm to the peak 9th level spiritual god realm. The span of the leap was so great that it was shocking to hear. Of course, this was also because Lu Ming's intent realm had long met the requirements. Otherwise, the intent realm would become a bottleneck and hinder Lu Ming's breakthrough. As long as Lu Ming's intent realm had a breakthrough, he would not have any bottlenecks. However, the number of raw gemstones he spent was also terrifying. In just half a month, Lu Ming had devoured and refined a total of 50 million raw gemstones. What kind of shocking number was this? Hoo-hoo! Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. He felt that the essential core in his body was about to overflow. It was unimaginably rich. He exhaled, forming a storm that swept across the distance. Lu Ming stood up and took a step forward. He rushed out of the mountain and river diagram and appeared in the sky above a mountain range. Boom! Vital essence boiled on Lu Ming's body, forming a pillar of air that shot into the sky, creating a huge hole. So strong, Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. He felt that there was an endless amount of energy in his body. The vital essence of a peak 9th level spiritual god was too powerful. It was much stronger than the vital essence of an early 8th level spiritual god. Now, Lu Ming was confident that he would be able to crush and even kill an ordinary supreme being without the help of a lightning cauldron. Of course, it was a different story for those supremes who had awakened a 9th level divine bloodline. Let's go. We will return to the divine wilderness continent now. Lu Ming circulated his essential core and stretched out his hands. He grabbed at the void and tore it apart. The space was like a piece of paper as Lu Ming tore it apart, revealing a pitch-black spatial rift. Chapter 1274 1274, Chapter 1274 Pure Spirit. With Lu Ming's current cultivation base, he could tear open space and travel like a supreme being. Lu Ming tore open the space and stepped into it, disappearing. Hoo-hoo! The spatial cracks were filled with chaotic spatial storms. They were like countless terrifying sharp blades that kept slashing at Lu Ming. Lu Ming circulated his quintessential essence and covered his body to resist the spatial storms. Buzz! 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 The spatial storm slashed at Lu Ming's protective Zhen Yuan with a clanging sound. However, Lu Ming's Zhen Yuan contained the five-colored will, and the spatial storm could not break through his protective Zhen Yuan. If an ancient martial art practitioner below the spiritual god realm were to enter this place, they would be crushed into pieces by the spatial storm in just a few moments. Even an ancient martial art practitioner above the spiritual god realm would not be able to hold on for long. Only a supreme martial artist would be able to walk smoothly in the spatial storm. Lu Ming stepped out and walked through the space storm, moving forward quickly. They were in an alternate dimension, and their speed was extremely fast. With a single step, who knew how much distance they had traveled in the outside world? A moment later, the space trembled and Lu Ming reappeared in the outside world. He was in the air above a lake. In just a short while, Lu Ming had crossed at least 100 million kilometers. However, the Divine Ruins continent was really too vast and its range was too wide. 100 million miles was nothing at all. Lu Ming continued to tear open the space and travel. Half a day had passed. He had no idea how far he had covered. When he appeared in the outside world again, he could smell the sea breeze. It seems like we've reached the seaside. Let's rest and recover before we set off. Lu Ming pondered in his heart and found a place. He took out the rough stone and devoured it to recover. A few hours later, Lu Ming's essential core had fully recovered. He then flew forward. There was a large city in front of them. From afar, it looked very majestic. Lu Ming planned to buy a sea map of the Divine Ruins continents in the big city. After all, the continents in the Divine Ruins were very far away from each other. The area of the ocean was much larger than the land. Furthermore, the weather in the ocean was ever-changing and unpredictable. It was very easy to get lost. He needed to identify the sea map to find the Divine Wilderness continent. The population of this city is really large. Moreover, the number of experts is shockingly high. After flying into the city, Lu Ming realized that the city was bustling with people. On the streets, experts could be seen passing by from time to time. Some of them had extremely deep auras, and their powerful auras were released without restraint. There was another person who looked like an ordinary person without any aura. However, with Lu Ming's current cultivation, he could still sense it. Supreme martial artist. A few of them were actually supreme martial artists. On the street, Lu Ming actually ran into a few supreme martial artists, which made him extremely shocked. Even in the Divine Ruins continent, Supremes were high and mighty experts, and they were rarely seen. Now, they had actually encountered a few Supremes while walking around the streets, which was somewhat unbelievable. Something was wrong. Lu Ming felt that something was amiss. It was impossible for a Supreme being to appear so casually. Something must have happened here. Not long after, Lu Ming entered a restaurant. In a restaurant, one could often get a lot of information. Indeed, Lu Ming heard an important piece of news not long after. Some time ago, a piece of shocking news spread near the southern coast of the Divine Ruins continent. It was said that on the south coast, a heaven-defying secret technique, pure spirit body, would be born. If a warrior wanted to break through to the martial royal realm, he had to form a spirit body. Every warrior had a different bloodline. The spirit body formed would be different, and its power would be different. A spirit body had already transcended the mortal body. There was a world of difference between a spirit body and a mortal body. There was no way to compare. Not only did a spirit body contain terrifying power, but it could also greatly increase one's combat power. Moreover, the strength, defense, and recovery of the spirit body had reached an unbelievable level. It was not something that a normal body could compare with. Even if an emperor's limbs were cut off, they could grow back quickly. It was said that even if a small piece of flesh was left of an existence at the peak of the emperor realm, they could recover it. They were simply immortal. However, it was too difficult to form a spirit body. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Many supreme beings had comprehended the embryonic form of their domains. They no longer had any problems with their domains. However, the reason why they were stuck and could not break through for the rest of their lives was because they could not form a spirit body. If he could not form a spirit body, he would not be a martial emperor and would never be able to break through to the martial royal realm. Furthermore, when condensing a spirit body, one would also face heavenly tribulations, and the difficulty would only increase with each tribulation. It was said that this secret technique, pure spirit body, was not a true spirit body. This was because the spirit body was transformed from a bloodline and had some attributes and functions of the bloodline. However, the pure spirit body only had the strength of the body and no attributes. It only allowed the martial artist body to have part of the power of the spirit body. For example, strength, defense, recovery, and so on. Furthermore, a pure spirit body did not have any attributes. It would not hinder the cultivation of a true spirit body in the future. Successfully cultivating a pure spirit body was equivalent to having a solid foundation. In the future, the difficulty of cultivating a true spirit body would be greatly reduced. This kind of secret skill was too amazing. For martial artists below the emperor realm, the temptation was beyond imagination. Therefore, when this news was spread, it caused a huge commotion, and countless experts rushed to the southern coast of the continent of the divine ruins. Even many supreme martial artists were tempted and rushed over. This was also the reason why Lu Ming could see so many experts in the city. A secret skill like pure spirit body was too shocking. As long as he could successfully cultivate it, the difficulty of breaking through to the emperor realm would be greatly reduced. The success rate would also be greatly increased. Even Lu Ming's eyes shone with a fiery glow after hearing it. There's actually such a mysterious secret technique in this world. If I succeed in cultivating it, I will have another powerful method to deal with DE when I return to the divine wilderness continent. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. Once he returned to the divine wilderness continent, he would definitely have to face DE. Although Lu Ming's combat strength had greatly improved, it was still difficult for him to fight against an emperor, not to mention a strong person like DE. He had to continue to improve his combat strength so that he would be more confident. As for the pure spirit body, it was undoubtedly a powerful secret skill that could close the distance between him and an emperor. If Lu Ming successfully cultivated it, he would not be too far away from an emperor. I don't know if it's true or not, but I don't care. I'm not in a hurry to go back, so I'll just stay here and observe. After making up his mind, Lu Ming found an inn nearby to stay and gather information. The next day, a piece of news was spread. There might be news about the pure spirit body in the Red Devil Mountains thousands of miles away. As soon as the news spread, countless people rushed to the Red Fiend Mountain. Lu Ming followed the crowd and rushed to the Red Fiend Mountain. The Red Devil Mountain was thousands of miles wide and boundless. It was filled with a red demonic chi, so it was called the Red Devil Mountain. The huge crowd rushed into Red Fiend Mountain like sand scattered in the sea, not causing a single wave. Lu Ming began to follow the crowd and made a big circle around the Red Devil Mountain. But after half a day, Lu Ming stopped. Chapter 1275. 1275, Chapter 1275 Map. Wandering around aimlessly like this wasn't a solution at all. There was no way to find the pure spirit body. I'd better wait outside for news. It's a waste of time to wander around like this. At the thought of this, Lu Ming did not stay any longer and flew out of the Red Fiend Mountain. Buzz, buzz, buzz. When he passed by a large canyon, a few figures rushed out from the canyon and surrounded Lu Ming. Lu Ming frowned slightly. Each of them had a violent aura and demonic chi all over their bodies. They stared at Lu Ming with unfriendly eyes. Haha, another fat sheep. This is already the third one. One of the burly men laughed. Those people really think that there's news about pure spirit bodies here, so they ran here with all their might. It's a good thing for us brothers. If we kill a few more, we can live a few more years of leisure. A skinny old man also sneered. No need to talk nonsense with him. Kid, it's your bad luck to meet us. One of the burly men looked at Lu Ming coldly and walked toward him step by step. It seems that you're not only going to rob, but also kill. Lu Ming said. His voice was calm, without a trace of panic. He had already seen through their cultivation. The strongest among them, the burly man, was only at the great circle of the spiritual god realm. Lu Ming did not take him seriously at all. That's right. We won't kill you. If you spread the news, not only will we not be able to continue, but we will also be surrounded. So you must die. The burly man grinned hideously. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Lu Ming. A pitch-black saber appeared in his hand. It exuded a cold, killing intent as he slashed at Lu Ming. However, the next moment, the burly man was stunned, and so were the others. This was because Lu Ming had only stretched out a palm and gently squeezed the saber. No matter how the burly man tried to unleash his power, he could not pull out the saber. The saber was firmly held by Lu Ming, as if it was a rock. How is that possible? The burly man roared with disbelief. Boom! The essential core in Lu Ming's body exploded. A terrifying force blasted out from his fingers and into the opponent's saber. Buzz! The saber trembled violently, and a violent power poured into the burly man's body through the saber. The burly man's body trembled violently, and he could no longer hold the saber. His body retreated madly, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Kill! Kill! Lu Ming suddenly shouted. A terrifying killing intent burst out like tide. As he took a step forward, his palm was like a knife, slashing at the burly man. The terrifying power made the burly man's heart tremble. Block it! The burly man roared madly and used his blood meridian fusion to unleash his full strength, hoping to block Lu Ming's move. Bang! The moment they exchanged blows, the burly man's bloodline and his body were torn into pieces. Even his spiritual god could not escape and was killed by Lu Ming in one move. In front of Lu Ming, ordinary martial artists in the great circle of the spiritual god stage were as weak as babies and could not withstand a single blow. How did this happen? Quickly run. The remaining people's eyes almost popped out when they saw this scene. Then, they screamed in horror and fled in all directions. It's too late to escape now. Lu Ming sneered, and his figure flashed at high speed. Not long after, a series of screams rang out in the forest. The remaining people were all killed by Lu Ming, and all their storage rings fell into his hands. Lu Ming moved and left the place. Not long after, Lu Ming left the Red Devil Mountain and sat cross-legged on a not-so-high mountain peak, waiting for news. Those guys have been killing people for goods. I wonder if they have any good things? Since he had nothing to do, Lu Ming took out the storage rings of the few people he killed and casually counted them. These guys were indeed very rich. The raw stones added up to almost 50 million, and there were all kinds of spirit weapons and spirit herbs. It was obvious that these few guys had robbed quite a number of people during this period of time and were extremely rich. What? All of a sudden, a metal box caught Lu Ming's attention. He opened a metal box and saw a rolled-up drawing inside. He did not know what the drawing was made of. It felt light, and the texture was very soft. Lu Ming opened it, and his eyes narrowed. It seemed to be a map. However, the drawing was very complicated. The lines crisscrossed. For a moment, Lu Ming's eyes were a little blurry. A map? Could it be related to the pure spirit body? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Then, he smiled and shook his head. It could not be such a coincidence that he would get the map of the pure spirit body after killing a gang of bandits. Let's take some time to study it. Lu Ming smiled faintly and kept the map. He then meditated and adjusted his breathing, waiting quietly. 3 days passed, and many people came out of Red Devil Mountain. In the past few days, many experts had almost turned Red Devil Mountain upside down, but there was no news about the pure spirit body. I'm cursing. I've probably been played. If this old man finds out who played me, I'll cut him into 8 pieces. Damn it. There's nothing here. What a waste of time. Some experts cursed and left the Red Devil Mountain. Lu Ming also left the Red Fiend Mountain and returned to the city. When everyone returned to the city, they heard an important piece of news. It was said that someone had obtained a map to find a pure spirit body. Through the map, one could find the location of a pure spirit body. There were already many experts chasing after the person who had the map, and the direction was all the way south towards the ocean. As soon as the news came out, it caused a commotion. Many experts hurriedly left the city and flew towards the south. A map! Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He could not help but think of the map that he had obtained from the gang of bandits. There can't be 2 maps, right? Lu Ming shook his head. He left the city and headed south. Everyone was as fast as lightning. After a long journey, they finally stopped in a swamp. There were many people surrounding the swamp. The one who obtained the map was a supreme martial artist. Someone spread the news, causing most people's faces to change. If a supreme martial artist obtained the map, Who could snatch it from him? Any martial artist below the Supreme Being level would be courting death if they went there. It was no wonder that so many people were surrounding the perimeter of the swamp, not daring to enter. I know which Supreme Being it is. It should be the 100 Poison Supreme. He obtained the map and escaped into the boundless swamp. There are already Supreme Beings who have entered. I heard that the son of the Sea Guardian Commander-in-Chief of the South Deity Palace led many Supreme Martial Artists and charged in. It's definitely going to be a huge battle, many people were discussing. This news made most of the martial artists stop in their tracks, not daring to enter. It was obvious that the boundless swamp would become the battlefield of the Supreme Martial Artists. If others entered, they would have no hope of obtaining the map. They might even lose their lives. Buzz! Suddenly, a figure rushed into the swamp and disappeared. Who is that? You actually dare to enter? Nonsense! That's a Supreme Martial Artist. Heavens! Another Supreme Being has appeared. Chapter 1276. 1276 Chapter 1276 Many Supreme Martial Artists. The appearance of a Supreme Martial Artist from time to time shocked everyone, but at the same time, it also made them excited. This time, it was unknown how many Supreme Martial Artists would be attracted. Look, who's that? You actually dare to enter? Suddenly, someone shouted. Everyone looked over and saw a young man walking in the air, heading toward the swamp. This young man was Lu Ming. It's true, this kid really doesn't want to live. He actually dares to rush in. Such great courage. In my opinion, it's not that he's gutsy, but that he's overestimating his own abilities. He's blinded by greed. When paragons fight, it's incredibly dangerous. If he gets caught in the middle of it, he'll definitely die. This kid should have died long ago. That's right, he's too overconfident. How old does he look? How strong can his cultivation be? Lu Ming walked towards the swamp, causing a commotion. Lu Ming could hear all these discussions clearly, but he could not be bothered with them. He flew forward and disappeared in the blink of an eye. But then again, it's rare to see so many Supreme Martial Artists fighting. It'd be a pity to miss it. You're right. Do you want to go in and watch? That's too dangerous. We'll hide in the distance and watch. If the situation doesn't look right, we'll retreat immediately. There shouldn't be a problem, someone said, showing an expression of interest. It was rare to see a battle between sovereigns, especially between many sovereigns. For some 9th-level spiritual god realm martial artists, especially those in the great circle of the spiritual god realm, it would have a great boosting effect. Seeing how a supreme being used the embryonic form of a domain might inspire some great circle spiritual god martial artists, allowing them to comprehend the embryonic form of a domain and step into the supreme being realm. Many people were moved by his words. Let's go. We'll watch from a distance. There shouldn't be any problems. That kid just now probably had the same idea. Someone said, then flew into the swamp. After the first one, the second one followed. Then, many people flew into the swamp. Some of the 8th, 9th, and perfected spiritual god realm experts rushed into the swamp. Of course, no matter how low one's cultivation was, they really didn't dare to enter. If the difference was too great, if a battle broke out, they wouldn't even be able to escape. Lu Ming continued to move forward. He was surrounded by endless swamps. However, along the way, he could see traces of a big battle from time to time. Lu Ming followed these traces and continued his pursuit. An hour later, a few figures appeared in the air. There were 3 of them, an old man and a middle-aged man. All of them had strong auras and were supreme being experts. However, these 3 people were standing around a young man, protecting him in the middle. It was obvious that this young man was their leader. Only at the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm. With a sweep of his spiritual senses, Lu Ming discovered that the youth was only at the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm. It could be said that his cultivation was very low and Lu Ming did not take him seriously at all. However, the other party's identity was obviously not ordinary. He had a few supreme beings protecting him. The other party also saw Lu Ming. The young man cast a cold glance at Lu Ming. "Oomph, you overestimate yourself. You actually dare to chase me here. You're really looking for death." The young man snorted, a disdainful sneer on his face. Buzz! At this moment, a figure flew over from the distance. It was a white-haired elder, who was also a supreme being expert. The white-haired old man came to the young man's side and bowed. "Young master, we found out that the 100 Poisons master is hiding in the dark swamp in front of us. He's using the poisonous gas in the dark swamp to set up a poisonous gas array." "Oomph. Does the 100 Poisons paragon think that he can stop us with mere poisonous gas? How naive. Let's go. Let's attack together and break the poison array. Then kill the 100 Poisons master. Let's go," the young man ordered as he led the supreme martial artist forward. They did not even look at Lu Ming and completely ignored him. In their eyes, Lu Ming was just a curious person who came to watch the show. He was not a threat to them and could be completely ignored. Not long after, a dull roar came from the front. It was obvious that someone had made a move. Lu Ming squinted his eyes. He took a step forward and flew toward the source of the sound. At this moment, a large group of people appeared behind Lu Ming. They were all experts at the 8th, 9th, and even the great circle of the spiritual god realm. They had also come here. There are fluctuations of a great battle ahead. It must be a supreme martial artist. Let's advance carefully and hide in the distance to watch the battle," someone suggested. Everyone nodded and headed towards the source of the voice. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived at his destination. In front of them was a pitch-black swamp. On the swamp, there was a thick black poisonous gas floating. It looked extremely terrifying. In the black poisonous gas, there were runes shining. Poisonous gas of various colors spread out and combined with the black poisonous gas to exert even more power. The young man was standing in the void with 2 supreme martial artists guarding him. In front of him were 3 paragons, who were constantly bombarding the black mist. The terrifying power caused the black mist to roil continuously, but it couldn't be broken through at the moment. "Oomph. The poison array of the Master of 100 Poisons is quite powerful. The 2 of you attack together and break the array." The young man instructed the 2 supreme martial artists beside him. "Young master, we can't do that. It's too dangerous here. If we leave and something happens to you, we won't be able to explain it to the marshal." One of the supreme martial artists shook his head. The Divine Ruins continent was too vast. The Southern Deity Palace ruled over a large area of the southern region of the Divine Ruins continent, but it was also difficult to completely control it. Therefore, the Southern Deity Palace would mobilize a few commanders and lead the army to guard all sides. This young man's father was the commander of the South God Palace's coastal area. He held a high position and power, and his cultivation base was unfathomable. This time, for the sake of the pure spirit bodies, he had brought a total of 5 supreme martial artists. It could be said to be a big deal. In this coastal area, who would dare to touch this young master? You don't have to worry. Go and help break the poison array of the 100 Poisons master," the young man instructed. His tone was filled with confidence. But the 2 supreme martial artists were still hesitant. Buzz! Buzz! Right at this moment, there was a ripple in space, and 2 figures appeared not far away. The auras of the 2 figures were extremely dense. They were clearly supremes. "I'm the son of the sea suppressing marshal, Haitian. The master of 100 Poisons is hiding in this poison formation. If you help me break the formation, I'll reward you handsomely." The young man was delighted. The son of the sea suppressing marshal. The 2 supreme martial artists' expressions changed slightly. They revealed a trace of fear, but it was only a trace. "We can attack together," one of them said. "If there's really a map for pure spirit bodies later, we'll fight for it with our own abilities. You negotiating with me?" Hai Tian's face turned cold. He, of course. "Although you're the son of the sea suppressing marshal, we are also from the South God Palace. The sea-suppressing martial can't suppress us. One of the supreme martial artists sneered. They were all supreme martial artists with extraordinary backgrounds. Although they were slightly afraid of Hai Tian, they were not afraid. Hai Tian's expression turned ugly. Chapter 1277. 1277 Chapter 1277 Chaotic Battle between Supreme Martial Artists. In this coastal area, his father was the overlord, and not many people dared to not give him face. But this time, the pure spirit body had attracted many experts. Some of them were from the other big families and forces of the South God Palace. They were not afraid of the sea-suppressing martial. Hai Tian rolled his eyes and pondered for a moment. He said, "All right, you can all attack together." After breaking the poison gas formation, the pure spirit bodies can fight for the map with their own abilities. He had brought 5 supreme martial artists with him and was confident in his ability to suppress the crowd. "Haha, count me in. Add me." At this moment, a few more voices could be heard as a few figures appeared. Each of them had a terrifying aura, and they were all supreme martial artists. Lu Ming was standing not far away. 1,000 miles behind him, the martial artists of the perfected spiritual god realm, 9th level spiritual god realm, and 8th level spiritual god realm were watching from afar. So many supreme martial artists. I really don't know how many supreme martial artists have been attracted this time. There are more than 10 people in front. There are definitely more. With so many supreme martial artists, the 100 Poison Supreme won't be able to keep his map. Some of them were discussing among themselves as they stared ahead in excitement. Boom, boom, boom. The supreme martial artists who came later all exploded one by one. Their terrifying auras soared into the sky, stirring up huge holes in the sky. It was extremely terrifying. A bright light flashed, and all kinds of terrifying attacks burst out, blasting towards the poison gas formation. Boom, boom, boom. The sky was shattered like tofu under the attack of the supreme martial artist. All kinds of attacks, accompanied by spatial storms, fell on the poison gas array. With so many supreme martial artists taking action, they were going to use powerful means to break the poison gas formation. The poisonous gas of the poisonous gas formation was also extremely terrifying. When it came into contact with those attacks, it gave off a sizzling sound, as if it was corroding those attacks. However, although the poison gas formation was powerful, there were a total of 8 supreme martial artists attacking. The power of the 8 supreme martial artists' attack was too astonishing. It could destroy the heavens and earth. Although the poison formation was strong, it couldn't withstand such a powerful attack. Hoo-hoo! The poisonous gas rolled and was annihilated by the terrifying attack, turning into nothing. The multicolored poisonous gas in front of him slowly faded and was slowly annihilated. Then, some of the inscriptions crumbled one by one under the terrifying power. The inscriptions collapsed, and the formation collapsed even faster. The poisonous gas dissipated even faster. The poison gas formation was about to be broken. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure wrapped in black poisonous gas broke through the air and flew into the distance. 100 Poisons Paragon! It's 100 Poisons Paragon! Stop him! Hai Tian shouted. Buzz! Buzz! Whoosh! With a flash, the 8 supreme martial artists executed extremely fast movement techniques and chased after the 100 Poison Supreme. All kinds of attacks were launched at the 100 Poison Supreme. 100 Poison Supreme was helpless and could only try his best to dodge. As a result, his speed was greatly reduced, and he was surrounded by the 8 supreme martial artists. Baidu, hand over the map of the pure spirit body. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape death. Hai Tian shouted as he rushed over with the 2 supreme martial artists beside him. Ha ha, what a joke. Why should I give it to you? I paid a huge price to get the map for the pure spirit body. Why should I give it to you? 100 Poisons' master laughed crazily. If you don't give it to me today, you'll die. Hai Tian sneered. Oomph, you're just a piece of trash. If you didn't have a powerful father, I could kill you with a single breath. 100 Poison's master looked at Hai Tian with disdain. You're looking for death. Attack and kill this person. Hai Tian's face was flushed red as he roared. Hai Tian's talent was very ordinary. He had only awakened an 8th-rank divine bloodline, which was far inferior to the top geniuses. He was not even qualified to participate in the disciple selection of the Heavenly God sect. This was a sore point in his heart. He was proud and arrogant, and he hated it the most when people said that his talent was inferior to others. If they said anything about him, they would die. 100 Poison's master dared to call him trash, which is a big taboo for him. The 3 supreme martial artists who took orders from Hai Tian immediately attacked 100 Poison Supreme. 3 terrifying attacks enveloped 100 Poison Supreme. A hint of ruthlessness appeared on 100 Poison Supreme's face as he cut off one of his arms. As soon as the arm fell, it turned into a 7-colored poisonous gas and spread on the spot. Not good. The faces of those supreme martial artists turned green as soon as they were hit by the poisonous gas. The other supreme martial artists also retreated. 100 Poison's master wanted to take this opportunity to break out of the siege. Attack! Don't let him escape. Attack! Hai Tian roared. The supreme martial artists who were under Hai Tian's command did not care about the poisonous gas and attacked with all their might to stop 100 Poison Supreme. The other supreme martial artists also reacted and attacked. Boom, boom, boom. A violent boom rang out between heaven and earth. The supreme beings were exchanging blows with astonishing power. However, the 100 Poisons Paragon was only one person, after all, and there was no way he could escape. After a few moves, he was severely injured and spat out mouthfuls of blood. The map of the pure spirit bodies. Here you go. In the end, 100 Poison Supreme had no choice but to take off the storage ring on his finger and throw it to one of the supreme martial artists. This supreme martial artist was not Hai Tian's subordinate. When he saw the storage ring, he was overjoyed. He grabbed it in his hand and retreated. Hand it over. You're looking for death. The other paragons roared as they cast aside Paragon 100 Poisons and charged toward the paragon. The 100 Poisons paragon retreated far away, his body seething with poisonous gas as he tried his best to recuperate. However, he didn't leave just like that. It was obvious that he was unwilling to hand over the map and was waiting for an opportunity. You dare to snatch from me? I'll kill whoever snatches from me. Kill them. Hai Tian roared. The 8 supreme beings were engaged in a chaotic battle. The battle was extremely intense, and the terrifying energy swept in all directions. The 100 Poisons Paragon storage ring could be taken by one person or another, and no one could keep it for them Slaviers. Whoever got it would be surrounded. I'd like to see what this map looks like, Lu Ming muttered as he stepped forward, heading towards the battlefield of the supreme martial artists. That kid, what does he want to do? He actually walked forward. He's really looking for death. Does he also want to fight for the map? What a joke. He's overestimating himself. In the distance, the martial artists who were watching the battle were stunned at first, but then they sneered. Hai Tian was also slightly stunned. Then, he revealed a ferocious expression and said, Brat, you're looking for death. Kill him. At the edge of the sea and sky, a supreme being nodded and waved his palm. A saber light slashed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming cast a nonchalant glance at Hai Tian. He suddenly sped up to avoid the saber light and rushed toward the supreme martial artist battlefield. Dying on the battlefield, a supreme martial artist who took orders from Hai Tian threw a punch at Lu Ming. Get lost, Lu Ming shouted coldly and threw a punch at his opponent. Haha, this brat actually dares to exchange blows with a supreme martial artist. Someone sneered, but before he could finish his sentence, he was stunned. At the scene, the others were also stunned and tongue-tied. Chapter 1278. 1278, Lu Ming takes action. Boom! The two fists collided. Lu Ming's punch contained 9 streams of dragon energy, which contained 5 concepts. When he used the prison-suppressing heaven technique, the power was terrifying. The two fists collided, and the space exploded. The surrounding space spread in all directions like a spiderweb. A terrifying force shot out. Then, a figure trembled and stepped on the void with loud bangs. He retreated madly, causing the space to tremble. To everyone's surprise, the figure was not Lu Ming, but the Supreme Being, a burly Supreme Being. Lu Ming's figure did not move an inch. Everyone was stunned and dumbfounded. They found it hard to believe. Even the supreme martial artists who were in the midst of a chaotic battle were stunned and stopped fighting. A young man who didn't even look 30 years old had actually forced a supreme martial artist to retreat with a single punch. How was this possible? Who was this person? Damn it, kill, kill. The supreme being who had been pushed back finally reacted and let out an angry roar. He was a dignified supreme being, yet he was forced back by a young man's punch. He felt that he had lost a lot of face. At this time, he could no longer care about snatching the map. He wanted to kill Lu Ming and restore his reputation. 2 pairs of gloves appeared on his head. This was his bloodline, a 6th-level divine level bloodline. He put on the gloves and punched continuously. The power of his fist technique increased several times. The fist force that was as heavy as a mountain drowned Lu Ming. Kill. His essential core boiled, and the 9 dragon energies caused Lu Ming's strength to skyrocket. He punched out with both fists continuously and exchanged blows with his opponent. Bang, bang, bang. After exchanging more than 10 punches, Lu Ming had the upper hand and suppressed his opponent. In the distance, the martial artists who were watching the battle were dumbfounded. They were completely speechless. Previously, they had thought that Lu Ming had overestimated himself and dared to enter the place. They had thought that he was courting death or that Lu Ming was just like them and wanted to watch from a distance. However, Lu Ming actually charged into the battlefield. They thought that Lu Ming was courting death and was dead for sure. But the result was far beyond their expectations. Lu Ming's combat ability almost blinded them. Lu Ming was actually able to fight against a supreme being and even suppress one. This was simply like a fantasy. It's time to end this, Lu Ming muttered. The 3rd bloodline appeared above his head. A surge of energy gushed out from the 3rd bloodline and surged into Lu Ming's body. After borrowing the power of the 3rd bloodline, Lu Ming's strength increased greatly. Boom! Lu Ming threw a punch and forced the other party to retreat. With another punch, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. The other party's fist had been broken by Lu Ming's punch. Whoosh! The 3rd bloodline turned into a combat sword, cutting through the void and slashing at the other party. The other party screamed as one of his arms was cut off by the blood sword. The other party retreated frantically, his face filled with fear. The other supreme martial artists, including Hai Tian, were all shocked. A supreme martial artist was injured just like that. What kind of battle prowess was this? Give me the map. Lu Ming fixed his eyes on one of the supreme martial artists and charged toward him. The storage ring of 100 Poison Supreme was in the hands of that supreme martial artist. The supreme being's expression changed drastically when he saw Lu Ming charging toward him. He retreated at top speed. You can't escape. Lu Ming took a step forward and charged at the other party. Boom! Lu Ming struck out with his palm, and a ferocious spatial crack appeared in the void. A chaotic spatial storm surged towards the other party. The Supreme Being tried his best to resist, but he was still forced to retreat. Lu Ming's current strength was too powerful. He had already far surpassed the average Supreme Being. Attack! Let's attack together. This person is too strong. The Supreme Martial Artist roared. That's right, let's attack together. All of you, attack together. Kill this person first, and then get the map of the pure spirit body. Hai Tian also shouted. He looked at Lu Ming with a gaze filled with jealousy and hatred. He was envious of Lu Ming's talent. He looked younger than him, but his cultivation and combat strength were so terrifying. He hated it. He was so jealous that he wanted to go crazy. He wanted to destroy Lu Ming and make such a genius disappear from the world. Young master, on the horizon, the two supreme martial artists were still hesitating. Attack. I order you all to attack and kill this man together. Hai Tian roared in anger. The two supreme beings had no choice but to charge at Lu Ming. The other supreme beings also attacked Lu Ming. Lu Ming's combat strength was too strong. They felt threatened. If Lu Ming got the pure spirit body map, it would be difficult for them to take it. Therefore, they decided to get rid of Lu Ming first. The 10 supreme beings attacked Lu Ming at the same time. Their power was extremely terrifying. Roar. A dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens, and the 9 dragon bloodlines emerged. Lu Ming performed the fusion of the bloodlines and transformed into 9 dragons. The devouring power burst out and enveloped all the supreme beings. Then, the dragon claw stepped out continuously. Bang! Bang! 2 supreme martial artists were struck by the dragon claw and retreated while coughing up blood. Buzz! The divine dragon wagged its tail, and one of Hai Tian's supreme martial artists was sent flying while vomiting blood. Clang! Above the heads of the 9 dragons, the lightning cauldron appeared. Thousands of lightning bolts filled the air and enveloped the remaining supreme martial artists. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang out as all the supreme beings' attacks were blocked. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In the distance, gasps of cold air could be heard. The large mouthfuls of cold air almost caused their lungs to explode. This was too shocking. 10 supreme beings had joined forces to besiege a young man. In the end, not only had this young man blocked all of them, but a few of them had even been injured. How is this possible? He is Lu Ming, the Divine Wilderness Continent's Lu Ming, the #1 prodigy of the Divine Ruins Continent. Suddenly, one of the supreme martial artists shouted. This supreme being had also gone to watch the selection of the major sects in the Yuan continent and recognized Lu Ming. What? He's Lu Ming? The strongest heaven's favorite among the younger generation in the Divine Ruins Continent? Didn't he return to the Divine Ruins Continent? Why are you still here? My God, it's actually him. No wonder he's so terrifying. The scene was in an uproar. By now, Lu Ming's name had already spread to every corner of the Divine Ruins. Most people knew that during the selection of disciples by the major sects in the Yuanlu continent, the Divine Wilderness Continent had emerged as a new force. The most terrifying person was still a youth called Lu Ming. He had suppressed all the heroes and obtained first place. No one in the younger generation could match him. Even if he's the #1 expert of the younger generation, his combat strength is terrifying enough. Someone sighed. It was truly astonishing that he could remain unscathed under the joint attack of 10 great supremes. Damn it, it's actually him. Hai Tian gritted his teeth in hatred. Leave it to me. Kill. The 9 dragons said indifferently as they turned and charged toward the supreme being who had the storage ring of the 100 Poison Supreme. The man wanted to resist, but after being beaten up by Lu Ming until he vomited a large mouthful of blood, he did not dare to resist anymore. He threw the storage ring to Lu Ming, who grabbed it. Lu Ming grabbed the storage ring. With a thought, a rolled-up map appeared in his hands. What? As soon as he held the map, Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. Chapter 1279. 1279 Chapter 1279 2 Maps. This was because the feeling that this map gave him was almost exactly the same as the map he had obtained from the bandit. The material, texture, and weight were all the same. Lu Ming opened the map, and he was a little dumbfounded. The contents of the map were exactly the same as what he had obtained. There were no changes. There are 2 maps, strange. Lu Ming frowned. Generally speaking, There would only be one such precious map. How could there be two? Could it be fake? Lu Ming guessed in his heart. Lu Ming, I'm the son of the sea, suppressing marshal. I advise you to hand over the map, so that you don't get into trouble, he said. Not far away, Hai Tian said, staring at Lu Ming with a cold gaze. So what if Lu Ming was talented? He was just a young man from the Divine Wilderness continent. In the coastal regions of the Divine Ruins, he had to listen to him obediently. Otherwise, he could have easily killed Lu Ming with just one emperor. No matter how strong one's talent was, if one didn't grow up, one would still be just an ordinary martial artist. The 5 supreme beings under Hai Tian surrounded Lu Ming and glared at him like tigers eyeing their prey. The other supreme beings were also staring at the map in Lu Ming's hands with burning eyes. They could not wait to take it for themselves. There was really a map. It seemed like the matter of the pure spirit body was true. The temptation of a pure spirit body to them was too strong. Most of them would be stuck at the supreme being realm for the rest of their lives. It was too difficult for them to take another step and break through to the emperor realm. But with a pure spirit body, there was hope. As long as they could cultivate a pure spirit body, they would be able to form a true spirit body and step into the emperor realm. The temptation of becoming an emperor who could live for 10 to 20,000 years and dominate the world was too strong. They would not give up easily, even though they knew that Lu Ming was very powerful. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into an inexplicable smile. He looked at Hai Tian and said, "You want the map? Sure, I'll give it to you." Lu Ming flung the map to another supreme being, who was not the one who took orders from Hai Tian. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect Lu Ming to hand over the map so easily. It seems that Lu Ming is still afraid of Hai Tian. Everyone had the same thought. Hai Tian's lips curled into a cold smile. He also thought that Lu Ming was afraid of him. So what if he's talented? Without any backing, you still have to listen to me, don't you? Hai Tian sneered. Although he knew that Lu Ming had been accepted as a disciple by the Dragon God Valley, a major sect in the Yuanlu continent, he was not afraid at all since Lu Ming had not officially joined the Dragon God Valley. He didn't even give me the map. When my big brother arrives, I'll definitely teach him a good lesson. Hai Tian thought to himself. Lu Ming threw out the map, and it led to another chaotic battle. On the other hand, Lu Ming transformed into his human form. He took a step forward and suddenly appeared beside Hai Tian. Hai Tian's expression changed slightly as he chided. Lu Ming, what are you doing? Nothing much. It's just that your face makes me very unhappy. Moreover, you have the intention to kill me. You wanted to kill me before. I'm a person who holds grudges. Lu Ming smiled faintly. You dare? Hai Tian's expression changed. Lu Ming swung his hand and slapped Hai Tian's face, causing him to spin dozens of times. One side of his face was swollen, and he was completely stunned. Lu Ming actually dared to hit him. Didn't Lu Ming hand over the map just now because he was afraid of him? How dare she hit him now? Hai Tian felt that his brain couldn't process this. Young master. Hai Tian's supreme being subordinates roared and pounced on Lu Ming. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Lu Ming smiled and took a step forward. His figure disappeared, and he was nowhere to be seen in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming did not kill Hai Tian, not because he was afraid of the forces behind him, but because he wanted to use them to crack the map and find the pure spirit body. The map was very complicated, and the more people there were, the higher the chance of cracking it. After Lu Ming left, Hai Tian came to his senses. He covered one side of his face and shouted madly. He screamed hysterically, but Lu Ming could no longer hear him. He walked out of the swamp, and soon, he was out of the endless swamp. That guy's out. As soon as Lu Ming came out of the swamp, many eyes turned to him. I was certain that he was going to come out. He must have seen the shocking battle between supreme martial artists inside. He must have been scared and ran out. That's right. That's definitely the case. He's just a clown. Why bother with him? A series of voices rang out. some of which were filled with disdain. Lu Ming could not be bothered. He left the place and returned to the city. Not long after Lu Ming left, a group of people came out. It was the group of people who were watching the battle. How is it? How's the battle inside? Did a great battle break out between the supreme martial artists? Is there any news about the pure spirit bodies? Many people began to ask. The map with the pure spirit body has appeared. The battle between the supreme martial artists. A great circle spirit god expert explained. When he mentioned that the young man was Lu Ming and that Lu Ming had displayed his might and fought against the 10 great masters, the entire place fell silent. You mean? That young man was Lu Ming, the most powerful youth? He even fought with the 10 great supremes, seized the map, and finally handed it over on his own accord? Someone asked in disbelief. Not bad. The person from before nodded. The people outside the swamp were dumbfounded. Some of their faces were flushed red from shame. Just now, they had laughed at Lu Ming and said that he was afraid. However, the fact was that Lu Ming could fight against 10 great supremes alone and snatch the map from them. His combat strength was beyond their imagination. Lu Ming ignored them just now because he did not care about them at all. They were the real clowns in Lu Ming's eyes. When they thought of this, their faces turned red. Not long after, Hai Tian and the others also appeared. In the end, Hai Tian's side was stronger in this battle. He had brought 5 supreme martial artists with him, and one of them had even awakened a 7th-level divine bloodline, which made him stronger than ordinary supreme martial artists. The 5 of them joined forces and seized the map. After Hai Tian seized the map, he disappeared with the experts. Many people guessed that they were studying the map. Many experts had secretly sent people to keep an eye on Hai Tian and the others' movements. As long as Hai Tian and the others discovered something, they would be able to find some clues by following them. Lu Ming was also studying the map. Of course, he asked Dan Dan to come along. Dan Dan was an old antique and was proficient in all kinds of inscriptions. It was most appropriate to ask her to study this kind of map. The two of them studied the map for 2 days. All the lines on this map actually lead to some places when they come together. It's a pity that I'm not familiar with the nearby geographical locations. Otherwise, I would definitely be able to find a destination by matching the geographical locations. Dandan said slowly as she walked around the map with her claws behind her back. Oh, then I'll go and buy a few maps of the continent of the divine ruins. Lu Ming said. Sigh, even if we compare it to the map, it won't be that easy to find it. After all, the map won't be so detailed. Dandan sighed. Chapter 1280. 1280 Chapter 1280 Route. Even so, Lu Ming still went to buy a few maps, including the map of the Divine Ruins continent and the ocean, to study them together. Just as Lu Ming and the rest were studying it, a black-robed elder was sitting cross-legged in a secret room in the city. The black-robed old man's face was full of wrinkles, and his expression was ferocious. No, there are too few maps. They won't be able to figure it out in a short time. I don't have time to wait anymore. I might as well release a large number of maps. There are so many people, someone must be able to find it. I must find the cultivation method of the pure spirit body. This is my only hope, the black-robed elder said in a cold voice. Then, a bunch of maps appeared in his hands. He took one out and opened it. It was exactly the same as the one Lu Ming had. It was a map of pure spirit bodies. There were not just 1 or 2 pieces of the map. There were many pieces, and they were all copied by the black-robed elder. A day later, another pure spirit body map appeared, which led to an intense fight. In the end, it was taken by a supreme martial artist. But after that, there were more and more maps regarding pure spirit bodies. In the beginning, the competition was still very intense, and whenever a supreme martial artist appeared, he would take action. But later, it seemed that all the supreme martial artists had appeared, and the map appeared, but only the spiritual god realm masters took action. Later on, there were more and more maps. By a rough estimate, there were hundreds of maps. Could the map be fake? Such a situation made many people speculate. Perhaps it was true. Someone had obtained the map first but couldn't figure it out, so he threw out so many copies of the map. He wanted to use the power of others to find the cultivation method of a pure spirit body. After that, such remarks were thrown out, causing many people to be skeptical. However, no one would give up easily. After all, a pure spirit body was too tempting. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, no one would give up. Many people were holding the map and studying it carefully. Later on, some people even joined together and started to study it. A few days later, someone had indeed made some progress and flew out of the sea. The location indicated on the map should be overseas. Dandin also came to a conclusion. In an instant, countless people gathered together and flew toward the ocean. Uhu! The sea breeze whistled and blew against their faces. When they arrived at the seaside, they could see the boundless ocean. Buzz! 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 One figure after another rode the wind and broke through the waves, flying toward the ocean. Some of them had extremely powerful auras and were extremely terrifying. They were all Supreme Being experts. Look, that's Hai Tian. The sea-suppressing marshal has sent more experts. Some people looked at the sky. Everyone saw that there were a total of 9 people on the edge of the sea and sky. All of them had terrifying and powerful auras, and they were all Supreme Beings. However, this time, Hai Tian was not the leader. He followed behind a man in his 40s with a respectful expression. That's Hai Tian's big brother, Haiyu. He's a terrifying existence. It's said that he has awakened a 9th-level divine level bloodline. He's already in his 40s and can enter the martial emperor realm at any time. His combat strength is terrifying. Haiyu has also come out. With his combat strength, he can easily kill ordinary Supreme Beings. Some people were discussing with fear when they mentioned Haiyu, a Supreme Being with a 9th-level divine bloodline. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. A 9th-level divine bloodline was absolutely terrifying. Such a person would definitely become an emperor, and their battle prowess could not be measured with common sense. Haiyu, if he was not over 30 years old, he could participate in the selection of disciples of the Xianxia sect. It was easy to imagine how powerful a chosen like him would be once he reached the paragon level. Even Lu Ming might not be confident if he were to face them now. Haiyu, Hai Tian, and the others flew toward the ocean. Then, more and more people followed. Lu Ming mixed in with the crowd and flew together. After flying for an entire day, they had no idea how far they had traveled before a small island appeared in front of them. Could it be on this island? Many people's eyes lit up. No, this island is only the first location. It's a point of reference. Someone said they had completely understood the map and the positions of the stars in the sky, and they were looking for the answer. This island was not the final destination. It pointed to the next location. Some of them took out the map and studied it together. In the end, they found the right path and continued to fly overseas. A day later, they found the second island. Unfortunately, after some research, it was still not the final destination, but a guiding place. By eliminating this island, he could find the next location. Everyone studied and calculated together before continuing to fly. Another day passed, and they arrived at the third island. This island was still not the final destination. However, at this point, everyone encountered some difficulties. They found a ruin on the island, all of which were abandoned stone pillars. Some people guessed that this was a key point in studying the map, but it seemed to be missing something, and they couldn't figure out the final route. There's really something missing. The ruins should give us a hint. Dandin frowned and pondered seriously. Everyone studied it for an entire day, but they found nothing. These ruins are similar to the stone plate that was passed down in my family. At this moment, an old man walked into the ruins and took out a stone plate. Buzz! The stone plate trembled and emitted light. At the same time, the ruins also trembled and emitted light. The ruins and the stone plate resonated with each other. "There's a reaction," someone exclaimed. "Look, there are some routes." Everyone could see that the stone plate and the ruins were reacting to each other. As the light shone, some patterns were formed. These patterns seemed to be some kind of route. Everyone hurriedly combined the route with the map and began to deduce. "I got it, I found a route," someone shouted in excitement. In the end, everyone worked together to find the next route and continued to fly toward the ocean. As expected, my choice was correct. I could only reach this far by myself. In the crowd, an old man in a black robe had an excited expression on his face. The old man was the one who had given him the map. He had obtained the map a long time ago, but after decades of research, he could only find the third island. He had no idea what to do next. Therefore, he had made a large number of copies of the map, hoping to find the method of the pure spirit body with the help of others. Sure enough, this method worked. It had only been a few days, but the gains were greater than what he had gained from decades of research. Then they found the fourth island, and then the fifth island. 10 days later, the group found a total of 9 islands. The 9 islands seemed to have a mysterious connection. They had to find one before they could find the next. However, the 9th island seemed to be the end. Everyone studied it and discovered that the 9th island was the last island. The next step would be to find the location of the pure spirit body cultivation technique. Everyone was excited. Chapter 1281. 1281, the monster at the bottom of the sea. Everyone studied it carefully and finally found that the final destination was at the bottom of the sea, in the depths of a secret ocean. Plop, plop. Many experts jumped into the sea and headed in the direction of the pure spirit bodies according to the map. Lu Ming followed suit and jumped into the sea. They were already in the open sea. The water was very deep. They kept diving 100 meters, 1,000 meters, and finally, they were more than 100,000 meters deep. At this depth, the pressure of the sea water had reached a terrifying level. Even a high-level spirit weapon would be crushed into a ball under such water pressure. The terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming. He circulated his essential core to protect his body, and at the same time, he circulated the concept of water. A wonderful aura circulated around his body, and the sea water automatically separated itself from him. Lu Ming looked very relaxed, but the others were not so relaxed. A first-level spiritual god, realm martial artist body trembled, and his face turned pale. In the end, he spat out a mouthful of blood and no longer dared to continue down. Instead, he swam up rapidly. At this point, it was already very difficult for an ordinary low-rank spiritual god, ancient martial art practitioner to resist. They would be crushed to death by the huge pressure. No matter how unwilling he was, he had no choice but to leave. This place was not the bottom yet. He still had to continue down, and he didn't know how deep it would be. It was pitch black all around, but those who could reach this place were all experts with strong eyesight. They could still see tens of thousands of meters around them. Whoosh! The group continued to dive, occasionally checking the map. Soon, they had reached a depth of more than 200,000 meters. The water pressure here was even more terrifying, and many people's protective Xianxia started to creak as if it would collapse at any time. At this point, Lu Ming discovered the underground mountain range. However, the rocks here were shockingly hard due to the terrifying water pressure all year round. They were harder than many strange metals outside, 100 times harder than ordinary steel. It's under that valley. Dandan stood on Lu Ming's shoulder and pointed at an underwater valley below. From a distance, it was pitch black, as if it led to the abyss of hell. Lu Ming nodded and walked toward the valley. Obviously, the others had also noticed it and were swimming towards the valley. The number of people who could make it here was much less than before, but there were still about 1,000 people. The 1,000 people were like 1,000 tiny fish swimming towards the dark valley. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sea water churned. From a pitch-black cave on the edge of the valley, a huge creature, suddenly pounced out. It opened its bloody mouth and tried to swallow the powerhouses. The berserk aura was shocking. "You're looking for death," someone bellowed, and a beam of sword chi slashed out, slashing towards the behemoth. The person who attacked was an expert in the great circle of the spiritual god realm. However, they were in the deep sea, and his strength was greatly suppressed. The sword chi slashed out at the bloody mouth, but was immediately bitten by the mouth. The sharp teeth bit off the sword chi, and a scarlet tongue rolled out, wrapping around the expert in the great circle of the spiritual god realm and pulling him into its mouth. Damn it! The great circle spirit god realm expert unleashed all sorts of terrifying attacks. However, he was more than 200,000 meters deep in the ocean, and his strength was greatly suppressed. The aura of the monster that had suddenly pounced out was only equivalent to that of a great circle spiritual god. However, the strength that the monster displayed here was far above that of an ordinary great circle spiritual god. The human great circle of the spiritual god realm was no match for it. The scarlet tongue pulled it into its mouth, and with a crack it was bitten in two. The perfected spirit god realm expert let out a blood-curdling screech. However, in the next moment, his screeching came to an abrupt end. He had been bitten into pieces by the monster and swallowed into its stomach. What kind of monster is this? Only then did everyone see the monster's appearance clearly. Its body was like a python, and it looked like an eel at the same time. It was very long, and its tail was in a cave in the valley. Only the upper part of its body could be seen. Its body was covered in scales, and its eyes were blood red. It looked extremely ferocious. Its mouth moved as if it was eating with great relish. Its blood-red eyes stared at someone else, flashing with greed. Whoosh! The next moment, he pounced again, opening his bloody mouth and biting at the human masters. "You're looking for death." At this moment, a supreme being shouted coldly and stepped out. With a wave of his hand, a prototype domain spread out and enveloped the monster. Chi-chi! The monster's scales started to sizzle as it was enveloped by the domain. Die! The Grandmaster took a step forward and appeared on top of the monster's head. He punched the monster's head. Bang! With a boom, the monster roared and retreated. A part of its head caved in and blood flowed, but it was not killed. So strong, many people's hearts trembled. This monster was too powerful. From his aura, he was only at the great circle of the spiritual god stage. If it was outside, a supreme being's attack would be enough to kill a perfect stage spiritual god. However, here, the monster was only injured and not killed. Clearly, this monster lived at the bottom of the sea all year round. Here, the monster could display its strength, while the human warrior's strength was suppressed. The human sovereign's face darkened as he failed to kill the monster with a single strike. A snow-white saber appeared in his hand, and he slashed out. An astonishing saber light split the seawater apart and slashed at the monster's neck. Poochie! Blood dyed the seawater red, and the monster's head was cut off. However, the monster didn't die immediately after its head was cut off. Its lower body retreated frantically, trying to retreat back into the cave. However, when it was only halfway back, its life force was extinguished, and it became limp and motionless. There's actually a sea monster in such a deep sea. We have to be careful. Someone muttered and increased their vigilance. Once a living being appeared in such a deep part of the ocean, it would definitely not be simple and would be very dangerous. Everyone continued to dive. The valley was really too deep. They dove another 10,000 meters, but they still didn't reach the bottom. Whoosh! Voila! Suddenly, the sea water churned, and there was a roar around the valley. Hiss. At the same time, there was a screech. The sound was terrifying and made one's hair stand on end. Then, to everyone's horror, they saw dozens of huge creatures on the walls of the valley pouncing at them. Monster! It's that kind of monster! Someone shouted in fear. This giant creature that suddenly pounced was exactly the same as the one that had appeared before. Its body was like a python, slender and long. Its eyes were blood red. Its mouth was like a basin, and its body was covered in scales. It was ferocious and terrifying. There were dozens of them here, and each one of them had a terrifying aura. Caught off guard, more than a dozen human masters were bitten by the monster without being able to fight back. The monster's sharp teeth chewed them into pieces, and they died on the spot. An exceptionally huge monster pounced at Hai Tian and the others. "You're looking for death." At the edge of the sea, a supreme martial artist roared in anger. A long spear appeared in his hand. The long spear broke through the water and fought with the monster. After 3 moves, the monster was nailed to the bottom of the sea. Although the monster was strong, there was still a gap between it and a supreme being. Chapter 1282. 1282 Demonic Beasts in the Ocean. Voila! One of the monsters had its eyes on Lu Ming and was trying to bite his head. The dragon power in Lu Ming's body burst forth. He used his left hand to exert the devouring power and envelop the monster. The fingers on his right hand grew longer and became like dragon claws. He clawed out. Pucci! Lu Ming grabbed the monster's head with his right hand and tore it apart with all his might. The monster's head was directly torn off, and blood gushed out wildly, but it was all devoured by Lu Ming's devouring power. What dense blood essence power! The demonic power in it is even more shocking. After devouring the monster's blood essence and demonic energy, Lu Ming was secretly shocked. This monster was also a type of demonic beast. However, the demonic power in its body was astonishing. The power of its blood essence was also extremely dense, far exceeding that of ordinary human warriors. However, Lu Ming's current cultivation had already reached a bottleneck. Devouring and refining would not be of much help to him. Kill! 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 A brutal fight was taking place in the depths of the ocean. Although the dozens of underwater monsters were powerful, the supreme being of the human race was still able to kill them easily. In the end, dozens of humans died, but the dozens of monsters were all killed one by one. Then, everyone continued to dive, but they were more careful. As expected, they were attacked again not long after. It was a strange fish. It wasn't big and looked exactly like a rock. Even its aura was the same as a rock, as if it had no life. However, when Lu Ming and the rest approached, the stone-like fish suddenly launched an attack. This type of fish wasn't particularly strong, but there were many of them, and they were extremely poisonous. If a Great Circle Spirit God expert was bitten by this fish, they would be poisoned and paralyzed, unable to fight back. In this battle, another dozen powerhouses died. In the end, he had to rely on the strength of a supreme martial artist to kill the group of fish that were as hard as rocks. However, no one retreated. The temptation of a pure spirit body was too great. Since they had already come this far, no one wanted to return empty-handed. Everyone continued to dive. In total, they had already reached a depth of 300,000 meters. The water pressure here was simply unimaginable. Moreover, it was pitch black. With Lu Ming's vision, he could only see a radius of 1,000 meters. The others might be able to see even closer. "We've reached the bottom," someone said. Everyone was relieved. They had finally reached the end. Was the pure spirit body cultivation method here? "Guys, look, there's a crack," someone suddenly shouted. Everyone quickly gathered over and found a crack. It seemed to be a space tunnel. This is a space channel. The cultivation method of a pure spirit body must be hidden inside. The same thought appeared in everyone's mind, and their eyes couldn't help but light up. Just as someone was about to rush in the distance, the sea water churned and an angry roar came. "How dare you invade my ancestral land? All of you must die." The roar was like a dragon's roar, passing through the rolling sea and rumbling. Then, everyone saw a large group of black behemoths charging toward them. Demonic beasts. They were all demonic beasts, and they were all ocean demonic beasts. Lu Ming saw huge octopuses, ferocious-looking sharks, and slender eels. The one in the lead was covered in black scales. It had dragon horns and 4 claws under its belly. It was a flood dragon. It was a black water dragon. Moreover, the flood dragon's body had a strong true dragon's pressure. It obviously contained a strong true dragon's bloodline. Its terrifying aura could make people feel frightened even from far away. Supreme. This flood dragon is a supreme being expert. It contains 90% of the true dragon's bloodline. Lu Ming's pupils shrank slightly. A supreme flood dragon with 90% of the true dragon's bloodline would definitely have terrifying combat strength. Behind the flood dragon sovereign, the auras of many ocean demonic beasts were extremely astonishing. Many of them were at the supreme being level. Not good, retreat. Charge into the spatial tunnel. Many of the human experts cried out in shock as they turned around and charged into the spatial tunnel. You're looking for death. With a loud roar, the flood dragon sovereign extended his black dragon claw, which rapidly expanded in size as it clawed towards the humans. In an instant, more than a dozen high-level spiritual gods were crushed by the dragon's claws, their bodies and souls destroyed. Buzz! The dragon claw didn't stop as it clawed at one of the supreme martial artists. The supreme being's expression changed, and a snow-white saber appeared in his hand. The saber radiance was astonishing, and it broke through the sea water to grab the dragon claw. With a bang, the blade light collapsed. The body of the human race's supreme being trembled violently. His face turned pale, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. The gap was too great. They were both supremes, but the human race's supremes were no match for him. This was the bottom of the ocean, which was an advantage for flood dragons. Furthermore, the flood dragon supreme contained 90% of the true dragon's bloodline, which was similar to the human race, awakening a 9th-level divine bloodline. He was a genius among geniuses and was extremely powerful. At that moment, some of the human powerhouses had already rushed into the space tunnel and disappeared. Kill them all. Seeing this, the flood dragon sovereign became even more furious. He roared again and struck out with his dragon claws. Sila! The space was torn apart, and the seawater gushed into the space crack and disappeared. A dragon claw swiped at Hai Tian and the others. Protect the young master. On the edge of the sea and sky, a few supreme martial artists roared and attacked the black dragon claw together. Boom! 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 The terrifying explosion instantly evaporated over 10,000 tons of seawater, creating a vacuum. A few supreme martial artists joined forces and blocked the black dragon claw. So many experts died. Hai Tian's group attracted the black water dragon's attention. Its eyes were cold as it stared at Hai Tian and the others. It let out a dragon roar and pounced toward them. At the same time, a few supreme being marine demonic beasts followed the flood dragon and pounced toward Hai Tian and the others. Under the sea, the ocean demonic beasts already had the advantage. At this moment, the supreme martial artists joined forces, and their might was astonishing. Hai Tian's expression changed greatly, and he was incomparably frightened. Boom! Boom! Even the joint forces of a few supreme beings could not stop the flood dragon supreme being and were sent flying. Big brother, save me! Hai Tian shouted in fear. Sila! Hai stepped forward and appeared beside Hai Tian. He activated his domain, and a huge battle axe appeared in his hand. He swung the axe. Clang! The axe and the black flood dragon's claws collided, creating a shocking force that formed a storm. Some of the weaker supreme beings couldn't even stand still. Hai was also in existence who had awakened a 9th-level divine rank bloodline. His combat strength was extremely shocking and was not any weaker than the flood dragon sovereign. Even if he was at the bottom of the sea, he would not be much weaker. As the two of them collided, the bodies of the Flood Dragon Sovereign and Haiyu swayed slightly, and they were forced to take a few steps back. There's actually an expert like you. But this is the bottom of the sea. Stay here. The Black Water Dragon roared and attacked Haiyu again. Bring Hai Tian into the spatial tunnel. I'll stop them. Haiyu ordered the other Supremes before he used his bloodline fusion to fight with the Flood Dragon. Walala! The sea water churned, and the terrifying force stirred up the sea water within a radius of tens of thousands of meters. Chapter 1283. 1283, The Killing Intent of the Underwater Ancient City. This place was over 300,000 meters deep. An ordinary spiritual god would be crushed to death by the seawater, let alone stir it. However, the battle between Haiyu and the Flood Dragon Sovereign was actually able to stir up the seawater within a radius of tens of thousands of meters. It was clear how terrifying the two's combat strength was. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged more than 10 moves. So this is a supreme being with a 9th-ranked divine bloodline and a 90% divine beast bloodline. His strength is indeed astonishing. Lu Ming mixed in with the crowd and casually fought with a demonic beast, but his eyes were fixed on the battle between Haiyu and the supreme Flood Dragon. The combat strength of the two people made Lu Ming feel rather solemn. Lu Ming felt that even if he were to use all his strength now, he would not be a match for Haiyu or the Supreme Flood Dragon. The main reason was that his cultivation base was too far away from his opponents. If his cultivation had broken through to the great circle of the spiritual god stage, he was confident that he would be able to fight with the other party and even suppress him. But now he was still lacking a little. From the 9th level of the spiritual god realm to the great circle of the spiritual god realm, and from the great circle of the spiritual god realm to the supreme realm, the gap between each level was getting bigger and bigger. It was too difficult to cross over. With Lu Ming's current combat strength, it was more than enough to deal with or even suppress those supreme martial artists who had awakened a 6th-level divine level bloodline. However, this was only the most ordinary supreme martial artist. The higher the grade of the bloodline, the stronger the combat power, and the more difficult it would be to deal with. Let's go. After watching for a while, Lu Ming had a rough understanding of Haiyu and the Supreme Flood Dragon's abilities. Then, he killed a sea demon at the great circle of the spiritual god stage and followed the crowd into the space channel. The space spun. In the next moment, Lu Ming felt the pressure around him lighten. The essential core in his body started to circulate rapidly. There's no seawater here, and there's no pressure from seawater. This was Lu Ming's first reaction. Immediately, Lu Ming scanned his surroundings. At this moment, he was standing in the void and could clearly see that he was surrounded by seawater. However, it was isolated by a transparent layer, keeping the seawater outside. It was the same in all directions, as if there was a restriction that isolated the sea. There was a spatial rift in the sky. It was the spatial passageway. Lu Ming and the rest had come in through the spatial passageway. That is an ancient city. Then, Lu Ming sized up the front. This area was completely occupied by a vast ancient city. In front of them, an ancient city stood tall. It was filled with the aura of the vicissitudes of time, as if it had crossed over from ancient times. The ancient city was vast. At a glance, it stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles. It was amazing that such an ancient city was hidden more than 300,000 meters under the sea. At this moment, some people were already flying toward the ancient city. Obviously, this ancient city was most likely their ultimate goal. The pure spirit body technique was most likely hidden in this ancient city. However, Lu Ming saw a strange scene. When some people flew above the ancient city, it was as if they could not fly suddenly, or they were subjected to a great gravitational force. They could not stand in the void. Instead, they quickly descended and landed in the ancient city. It seems like we can't fly in this ancient city. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Buzz. All of a sudden, the space around Lu Ming trembled, and many figures appeared. Haiyu. One of them was Haiyu. The rest were mostly sea demonic beasts, such as the Flood Dragon Sovereign. Kill. As soon as the Flood Dragon Supreme appeared, he was about to attack Haiyu. However, Haiyu was not in the mood to fight. He took a step forward and flew toward the ancient city. Lu Ming did not hesitate. He used his movement technique and flew toward the ancient city. Kill all these humans. Let's go, Sovereign Wyvern ordered, leading the sea demons in pursuit of the ancient city. When Lu Ming arrived above the ancient city, he felt a strong gravitational force. Even with Lu Ming's cultivation, he found it difficult to keep flying and could not help but fall. Lu Ming landed on a street in the ancient city. Haiyu and the others landed on another street. What? Lu Ming's expression changed slightly as soon as he landed on the street. At this moment, he felt the prison-suppressing steel bloodline trembling slightly. Lu Ming realized that he could merge with the ground with the help of the prison-suppressing steel bloodline. At this moment, he felt that the Earth Essence realm seemed to be restless, as if it could break through at any time. This ancient city is 300,000 meters below the ocean, which means it's close to the Earth's core. When I step on the ground here, I resonate with the Earth, allowing me to better understand and touch the Earth intent realm. Lu Ming pondered in his heart and deduced the general reason. Perhaps this is an opportunity for me to break through to the complete stage of Level 4 Earth concept. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation. If his Earth concept broke through to the perfected 4th level, Lu Ming would be able to continue devouring refined origin stones and break through to the perfected spiritual God realm. Then, the next step would be to comprehend the embryonic form of the territory and break through to the supreme level. Boom! Boom! Not far away, there was a roar. It was obvious that there was a battle going on. Let's go. Even if there's a cultivation method for a pure spirit body, it must be in the depths of the ancient city. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He strode forward and rushed toward the depths of the ancient city. Suddenly, a shrill scream came from in front of Lu Ming. Could it be that there are people killing each other? Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and continued to move forward. After a while, another shrill scream was heard. The scream was filled with despair and fear, which made people feel cold all over. It doesn't sound like a scream from a fight. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he could not help but be careful. He slowed down his pace. Hoo-hoo! All of a sudden, Lu Ming felt a gust of chilly wind blowing on his body, causing his hair to stand on end. Be careful, Dandan suddenly reminded. At the same time, Lu Ming felt a cold aura approaching him from behind. He turned around abruptly and threw a punch. Boom! The fist force pierced through the space, and a pitch-black space passageway appeared. However, there was nothing. Lu Ming did not see anything or any living creature. However, at this moment, Lu Ming felt a cold aura on his neck. It was approaching him. Buzz! Lu Ming's palm was like a knife, slashing out horizontally and sweeping in all directions. However, when his palm swept over, it was still empty. There was nothing. What the hell is this? Dandan, did you notice? Lu Ming frowned and looked around carefully, but he still did not find anything. I didn't notice it either. Lu Ming, this place is very strange. It should be the mansion of a powerful existence. Dandan said. I don't need you to say that. Lu Ming pursed his lips. To be able to bring an ancient city to a depth of 300,000 meters under the sea, even an ordinary emperor couldn't do it. It was definitely a terrifying existence. How could the residents of such an expert be ordinary? At this time, another scream sounded in front of them. It was extremely mournful. Who cares what he is? Since he doesn't dare to appear, I'll continue moving forward. Lu Ming's eyes were bright as the dragon power in his body burst out. He was ready for a big battle at any time as he stepped forward. From time to time, screams could be heard from the ancient city. What the hell is this? Get out here! Someone shouted. He was incomparably frightened, and his face was deathly pale. He crazily attacked in all directions. Chapter 1284. 1284, Chapter 1284, Resentment. But there was nothing. Some of the weaker cultivators were trembling in fear and felt like they were going crazy. Ooh, gusts of cold wind sounded in the ancient city. Oomph, you're just pretending. Let's go. A few Supreme Being experts shouted coldly as true energy covered their bodies. They strode forward and passed through the many streets. Lu Ming strode forward as well. However, the strange thing was that he did not see any corpses along the way. Screams could be heard from time to time, but there was no corpse. Lu Ming could not help but look at the mansions and halls on both sides of the street. The doors of these palaces were tightly shut, and they were filled with a sense of mystery. Buzz! Lu Ming took a step forward and rushed up the high wall of a hall, looking inside. At a glance, Lu Ming's brows suddenly raised. There was a small courtyard inside the palace, and the small courtyard was filled with skeletons. There was also a corpse lying in the courtyard. Its eyes were wide open, and there was still fear in its eyes, but it had long since lost its vitality. As expected, there's a problem with these palaces. Lu Ming looked at the door in front of the courtyard. The door was open. It was dark inside, and he could not see what was going on. It seemed that a terrifying demon was lurking. Prison suppressing heaven art. All of a sudden, Lu Ming growled in a low voice and blasted his palm at the air in front of him. This was because at this moment, Lu Ming sensed a dangerous aura descending. Boom! In Lu Ming's palm, the illusionary image of the prison-suppressing steel appeared, as if it could suppress everything. The space trembled, and a black phantom appeared in front of Lu Ming. It seemed to be suppressed by the power of the prison-suppressing steel and was twisting rapidly. What is this? Lu Ming's eyes were filled with surprise. It was a black shadow that seemed to have no physical body. It was just a phantom with a ferocious face. Under the power of the prison-defending monument, it twisted crazily and even squeaked. The black shadow twisted and screamed, as if it wanted to pounce on Lu Ming. Resentment. This is resentment. Dandan spoke, her brows furrowed tightly. What is resentment? Lu Ming asked. According to my guess, the owner of this ancient city must have died very unwillingly and had a very strong cultivation. Before he died, he developed a terrifying resentment. Later, some people who came here later were killed by this resentment, which created even more resentment. This resentment is extremely terrifying and invisible, making it very difficult to kill. Dandan explained. There's actually such a strange thing in this world. Lu Ming furrowed his brows. The power of the prison-suppressing heavenly art was strengthened, and the prison-suppressing steel shook. The black shadow twisted and then collapsed. It's not that strong. Lu Ming pursed his lips. Lu Ming, don't be so smug. It's because you have the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel and a fragment of it. The prison-suppressing steel can suppress everything, especially some evil things. It has a strong restraining power, which is why you can suppress and kill them. If you use other means, it'll be very difficult to kill a wisp of resentment. Dandan cast a disdainful glance at Lu Ming. I see. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Lu Ming, you have to be careful. That wisp of resentment just now was generated by someone who came after you. If you encounter the resentment generated by the owner of this place, it won't be so easy to deal with. Dandan reminded. Lu Ming nodded. He did not stop there and continued to walk deeper into the ancient city. From time to time, one could hear screams. Such a strange thing had scared many people. Many experts had gathered together to help each other and join forces. This way, the situation was much better, and the screams were much less. The group continued forward and soon arrived at the center of the ancient city. In the center of the ancient city, there was a large group of palaces. It was like an imperial palace, and it was unknown how many palaces there were. Buzz! At this moment, a beam of light shot out from the depths of the palace. Everyone saw a jade talisman in the light. Could that be the cultivation method of a pure spirit body? Many people's eyes lit up. It must be. The cultivation method of the pure spirit body is mine. Get lost, it's mine. Many people's eyes burned with a fiery light as they charged toward the group of halls. Ha ha ha, a pure spirit body is ultimately mine. A black-robed old man's eyes were filled with greed. He had been waiting for this day for far too long. He was the one who had distributed all the maps. His goal was to find the cultivation method for the pure spirit body. Buzz! His body moved, and he scuttled out like a ghost. The cultivation method of the pure spirit body belongs to our suppressing marshal's mansion. Hai Tian, Hai Yu, and the others also rushed toward the group of palaces. The treasures of the ancestral land belong to our sea demon race. Let's go! Sovereign Wyvern roared as he led the experts of the sea demon race into the depths of the palace. Lu Ming did not rush in immediately. Lu Ming, you have to be careful. The resentment in this group of palaces is very strong. It's extremely terrifying. Dandan said. Lu Ming nodded. He followed behind the crowd and rushed in slowly. As expected, many people let out shrill screams as soon as they rushed into the palace. What the hell is this? Kill! Kill! The palace complex was in a mess. The embryonic stage of the domain is useful to him. Use the embryonic stage of the domain to kill him. A supreme martial artist shouted. Lu Ming saw that a supreme being had cast a prototype domain and covered the area. In the prototype domain, the black shadow, formed by the resentment, appeared and was eventually destroyed by the prototype domain. After discovering this secret, the supreme martial artists all used their domains to cover the area and erase the resentment. In an instant, the situation reversed. Many supreme beings rushed toward the place where the jade token was. Lu Ming followed behind. He did not act rashly. It's mine! A black-robed elder was the fastest among the palaces, and he was the first to approach the jade token. He stepped on one of the palaces and flew up to the sky to grab the jade token. You dare? You're looking for death. Hai Yu shouted. Get lost. Kill. Sovereign Flood Dragon roared. The other supreme beings also rushed over at top speed. The map was given out by me. The cultivation method of the pure spirit body belongs to me. The black-robed old man laughed, and a terrifying aura emanated from his body. Without a doubt, the black-robed elder was a supreme being, and not an ordinary one at that. The bloodline he had awakened was definitely not low. The black-robed old man's claw was about to grab the jade token. At this moment, the black-robed old man's eyes suddenly widened in shock. He finally let out an angry roar. Get out! I'll get lost! Then, the black-robed elder let out a shrill roar and his power exploded. Some of the palaces in the ancient city were destroyed by this power and turned into dust. What's going on? Many people were shocked and stopped in their tracks, not daring to move forward. Even the Flood Dragon Sovereign, Hai Yu, and the others frowned. Chapter 1285. 1285 Chapter 1285 Fleeing Madly. It was obvious that the black-robed old man had suffered a terrifying attack. Judging from the black-robed old man's strength, it was absolutely shocking. It was close to Hai Yu's and the Flood Dragon Sovereign's strength. However, even with such a combat strength, he was still in a miserable state. The black-robed old man was shouting, rolling in the air and attacking randomly. Then, to everyone's horror, the black-robed elder's body was shriveling, as if his life force was slowly disappearing. At the same time, a black shadow appeared around the black-robed old man's body. It was twisted and ferocious. It was that kind of resentment. It's that damn thing again. Why is this Tao so strong? What is this? Someone's voice trembled. Squeak. The black shadow let out an ear-piercing scream and suddenly drilled into the black-robed elder's body. The black-robed elder let out a shrill scream and then stopped struggling. His life force had completely disappeared. His eyes were wide open with shock, disbelief, and unwillingness. He had tried his best and spent decades, but he still couldn't find the cultivation method of the pure spirit body. In the end, he made up his mind and made hundreds of copies of the map, hoping to find the cultivation method of the pure spirit body with the help of others. He was about to reach the last step. The cultivation method of the pure spirit body was about to fall into his hands. His decades-long wish was about to be fulfilled. How could he be willing to die here? Buzz. After the black-robed old man died, the distorted black shadow reappeared and looked at Haiyu, Supreme Flood Dragon, and the others with a ferocious expression, causing everyone to feel a chill in their hearts. This kind of thing is afraid of the early stage of the domain. I suggest that we work together to destroy this damn thing first, and then we will fight for the Jade card with our own abilities. What do you think? Haiyu suggested as he looked at the Flood Dragon Sovereign. The only thing he was afraid of here was the Flood Dragon Sovereign. All right, I'll join hand with you guys first, said Paragon Flood Dragon. That resentment was something that even the Flood Dragon Sovereign was afraid of. What about you guys? Haiyu looked at the other Supreme Beings. I'm willing. I'm naturally willing. The Supreme Martial Artists all nodded. All right, then let's join forces and cast the embryonic form of our domain to seal and destroy this damn thing. Let's do it. Attack. Haiyu shouted. He struck out with his palm, and the embryonic form of his domain spread out at a speed visible to the naked eye, spreading toward the black shadow. Squeak. The black shadow seemed to be afraid of the domain. It squeaked, and its body kept shaking, trying to dodge. Attack! Attack! The other Supreme Beings, including the Supreme Being of the Sea Demon Clan, also made their moves. One after another, embryonic domains spread out toward the black shadow. There were more than 30 Supreme Beings present. They attacked together and formed their domains, sealing off the entire area. The black figure couldn't avoid it and was enveloped by the layers of domains. Squeak! The black shadow screamed as if it had fallen into a quagmire and could not move. Obliterate! Exterminate! More than 30 Supreme Beings roared and controlled their domains. They exploded with destructive power, trying to destroy the black shadow. The black shadow kept on twisting and screaming as it struggled with all its might. However, it was useless. It was trapped by layers of domains. Under the destructive power, its body slowly shrank and was slowly destroyed. As time passed, the black shadow became smaller and smaller. After a long time, there was a sudden bang and the black shadow collapsed, turning into nothing. The black shadow was finally destroyed by the joint efforts of dozens of supreme martial artists. This time, many greedy eyes were fixed on the jade plate. The black shadow was destroyed, and everyone's eyes naturally gathered on the jade token. Squeak! Just as everyone was about to make a move, another ear-piercing sound rang out. Moreover, this time it was not just one or two streaks, but an entire stretch. The screeches gathered together and came from all directions. Then, to everyone's horror, black shadows flew out from the surrounding halls. They were exactly the same as the one before. At the same time, black shadows flew out of the palaces they passed behind them. Countless black shadows shrieked and twisted, looking ferocious and terrifying. Like a black storm, they swept towards the crowd. At this moment, the faces of Haiyu, Supreme Flood Dragon, and the others turned deathly pale. Save! Help! Big brother, help. Hai Tian, in particular, shrieked in fear. His entire body trembled, and a foul smell came from his pants. It turned out that he had peed himself. Charge out. Hai Yu let out a roar, pulled the sea and the sky, and launched a crazy attack. Charge! The others also rushed out. At this moment, no one was thinking about the cultivation method of the pure spirit body. They only had one thing in their minds, and that was to rush out and save their lives. Boom, boom, boom. Everyone unleashed all sorts of attacks, but it was useless. Ordinary attacks were completely useless against those black shadows. Only a sovereign's domain could be effective. Screams rang out. Many high-level spiritual god experts were entangled by the black shadow and suffered terrible attacks. Some people screamed and were killed by the black shadow. The sovereigns used their domains to protect their bodies and kept charging out. Many smart spiritual god experts followed closely behind the sovereigns and charged with all their might. Countless black shadows charged towards the crowd. Now, at this moment, Lu Ming suddenly turned around and dashed toward the jade card. He activated the prison-suppressing heavenly art and struck out with his palm. The shadow of the prison-suppressing steel appeared in his palm, and the unique suppressing power of the prison-suppressing steel burst out. Squeak! Under Lu Ming's palm, and under the cover of the prison-suppressing heaven technique, a few black shadows screamed and twisted continuously, as if they were in great pain. Lu Ming threw a few more punches, and the few shadows retreated far away. Lu Ming strode toward the jade token. As he charged, he continuously used the prison-suppressing heaven technique. The prison-suppressing heavenly art seemed to be the nemesis of those black shadows. Wherever the prison-suppressing heavenly art enveloped, those black shadows would retreat at an extreme speed. What's going on? Some people widened their eyes in shock when they saw this. It's him. It's Lu Ming. He can counter those shadows. Someone shouted as he recognized Lu Ming. Damn it. Brother, it's him. It's that Lu Ming. Hai Tian also saw this scene and cried out in jealousy. Let's leave this place first. Even if he can get the jade plate, he can't leave this place. Hai Yu snorted coldly. With the help of the other supreme martial artists in the sea suppressing Marshal's mansion, he led Hai Tian and charged out quickly. Of course, it was also because Lu Ming had attracted a large number of black shadows when he rushed toward the jade token that Hai Yu and the others were under less pressure. Otherwise, they might not have been able to rush out. Just like that, Hai Yu and the others broke out of the encirclement and disappeared into the ancient city. Chapter 1286. 1286 Chapter 1286 Obtaining the Technique. As for Lu Ming, he was getting closer and closer to the jade token. The closer they got to the jade token, the more agitated the black shadows seemed to be. They screamed with all their might. Ear-piercing sounds rang out as they rushed toward Lu Ming with no regard for their lives. In particular, some of the black shadows were extremely powerful and could pose a fatal threat to supreme beings. Lu Ming's prison-suppressing heavenly art could not force them back for a while. Prison-suppressing steel. Lu Ming's spine glowed. As the blood-red light spread, the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline emerged. Lu Ming performed the blood fusion and transformed into the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline. The word on the steel glowed with a brilliant light, and its suppression power was greatly enhanced. Boom! The prison-suppressing steel's bloodline enlarged to the size of a mountain and pressed down on a black shadow. Squeak! With a shrill scream, the black shadows twisted rapidly under the cover of the prison-guarding steel, then collapsed and disappeared into black smoke. Even the black shadows that could pose a threat to supreme beings were the same. Under the suppression of the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline, they could not resist for long and also turned into black smoke and dissipated. Buzz! The prison-suppressing steel's bloodline trembled, and its power of suppression burst forth. A large number of black shadows were turned into ashes. Lu Ming was not hindered at all, and he flew toward the jade card. In a few breaths, Lu Ming was close to the jade card. The prison-suppressing steel shrunk and turned back into Lu Ming's appearance. He reached out his palm and grabbed the jade card. Bang! At this moment, the jade token exploded and turned into green smoke. What's going on? Lu Ming's expression changed, and he looked gloomy. Could it be that everything was fake? The cultivation method of the pure spirit body was all fake? It's all a scam? Tricking them into coming here and getting nothing. At the thought of this, Lu Ming's expression turned uglier. It was wrong. Lu Ming suddenly looked at a hall below. There, in the courtyard of a palace, there was a figure sitting cross-legged. It was a middle-aged man who looked like a living person. However, with a sweep of his spiritual sense, Lu Ming knew that this person was dead. He had been dead for many years. However, this person's cultivation level was too high, and his body was so strong that even after so many years, his body still did not rot. This person might be the master of this place. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he made a guess. At the thought of this, Lu Ming descended and landed in the courtyard. However, he did not dare to let his guard down and was on his guard. At the same time, he summoned the bubble and squatted on his shoulder. If anything went wrong, he could use the space-time power of the bubble to escape quickly. However, after careful observation, there was nothing unusual. Moreover, when Lu Ming landed in the courtyard, the black shadows above him all stopped and did not continue to pursue him. There's no storage ring. Nothing was left behind. Lu Ming looked around and was disappointed. Clearly, even the storage ring of this expert had been taken away after his death. Nothing was left behind. Lu Ming initially thought that he could obtain the cultivation method for the pure spirit body. It seemed that it was impossible. What? At this moment, Lu Ming was stunned. The middle-aged man's glabella began to glow. Then, a jade card emerged from the middle-aged man's glabella and floated above his head. When a jade token appeared, the middle-aged man's body exploded with a bang and turned into a pile of ashes. The ashes scattered with the wind and disappeared from the world. There was only a jade tablet floating in the courtyard. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He condensed his essential core and formed a large hand. He grabbed the jade token and held it in his hand. Is it the cultivation method for a pure spirit body? Lu Ming's heart started to beat wildly. He scanned the jade token with his spiritual sense and was pleasantly surprised. That's right, there is a secret technique recorded in the jade token. It was the cultivation method of a pure spirit body. By cultivating a pure spirit body, one would have part of the power of a spirit body. With the foundation of a pure spirit body, it would be much easier to cultivate a true spirit body in the future. It was exactly as the rumors said. Lu Ming was overjoyed. If he could cultivate a pure spirit body, his combat strength would definitely increase greatly. It would be much easier for him to break through to the Emperor realm in the future. Furthermore, the cultivation method of the pure spirit body could be regarded as an important inheritance. In the future, his family and friends could all cultivate it. That way, the chances of breaking through to the Emperor realm would be much higher. This trip was not in vain. Lu Ming laughed and read the cultivation method of the pure spirit body in detail again. He memorized the contents and put the jade card away carefully. He then scanned the hall and did not discover anything else. Lu Ming soared into the sky, planning to leave this place. When the middle-aged man's body turned into ashes, the black shadows in the sky also turned into wisps of black smoke and disappeared as if they had never been there. Buzz! Lu Ming soared into the sky and landed on the roof of a temple. He then ran wildly out of the ancient city. Not long after, he had covered half the distance and was getting closer and closer to the exit. Buzz! Buzz! Whoosh! At this moment, the sound of air being torn could be heard. Figures appeared in front of Lu Ming, blocking his way. There were a total of 10 people. One of them was Hai Tian, the other was Haiyu, and the other 8 were all supreme beings who had been brought here by Haitian and Haiyu. The 9 great supremes blocked Lu Ming's path. Lu Ming, hand over the cultivation method for the pure spirit body. Haitian stared at Lu Ming greedily. If the cultivation method of the pure spirit body fell into the hands of a big force like the sea suppressing Marshal's mansion, it would definitely play a terrible role. It would bring more experts and even cultivate more emperors. Who said that I have the cultivation method of a pure spirit body? Yes, Lu Ming replied indifferently. He did not admit that he had obtained the cultivation method for the pure spirit body. Is there any use in quibbling? I clearly saw you rush towards that jade token, so you must have taken it. Hand it over now, or we'll kill you. Take off your storage ring and check it for Arslaviers. It's the same. Haitian shouted coldly. As for the fact that they had the chance to escape because Lu Ming had attracted a large number of shadows, he did not take it to heart at all. In his opinion, it was Lu Ming's duty to attract the shadows and let them escape. It was Lu Ming's honor. Now, it was Lu Ming's duty to hand over the cultivation method of the pure spirit body. Otherwise, he would die. The cultivation method of the pure spirit body belongs to us, the Sea Demon tribe. At this moment, a loud roar was heard. Many tall figures rushed over and appeared behind Lu Ming, surrounding him. It was the Supreme Flood Dragon and the other supreme powerhouses of the Sea Demon race. There were 10 of them. Now, the Sea Demon tribe had all taken human form, but the brutal aura on their bodies was frightening. Detestable. Haiyu and the others growled as they looked at the Flood Dragon sovereign and the others with fear. This man is a human. The cultivation method of the pure spirit body he obtained should belong to us humans. Haiyu said. Chapter 1287. 1287 Besieging Lu Ming. Ha ha ha, what a joke. This is the ancestral land of the Sea Demon tribe. The cultivation method of the pure spirit body naturally belongs to us. The Flood Dragon sovereign laughed out loud as he glared at Haiyu with his cold eyes. His powerful aura had completely locked on a Lu Ming. Haiyu did the same. He released his aura and stared at the Flood Dragon sovereign. In their eyes, their greatest enemy was each other. As for Lu Ming, although he was powerful, he was alone. They did not take him seriously at all. Lu Ming, why don't you hand over the cultivation method for the pure spirit body? Hurry up and hand it over, and I'll let bygones be bygones for you hitting my brother. Haiyu shouted coldly. He was slowly losing his patience. Hee, you guys really think you could take me down? Lu Ming sneered. Don't tell me you still want to resist? Let me tell you, you're seeking your own death. Haiyu chided. He did not want to let Lu Ming off, but he was afraid that Lu Ming's desperate counterattack would give the Sea Demon tribe an opportunity to attack. Is that so? The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled up slightly. Suddenly, he pounced on one of the supreme beings from the sea, suppressing Marshal's residence. Roar! As he pounced, the 9 streams of dragon energy in Lu Ming's body burst forth. At the same time, his third bloodline emerged, and a powerful force surged into Lu Ming's body. Boom! Lu Ming threw a punch at the supreme being, and the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel faintly emerged. You! The supreme being was shocked. He did not expect that Lu Ming would suddenly attack him under such circumstances. In a hurry, he retaliated with all his might. However, as soon as the two of them exchanged blows, the supreme being of the sea, suppressing Marshal's mansion, was shocked and retreated backward, blood spurting out of his mouth. Given Lu Ming's current combat strength, he could easily suppress an ordinary supreme being. Moreover, this person was not prepared at all. Kill! After injuring his opponent with one move, Lu Ming shouted and stepped forward. The 9 dragon bloodline appeared above his head. Lu Ming used the fusion of the bloodlines to transform into 9 dragons. His dragon claws stepped out and shattered the void. The terrifying pressure made the supreme being's heart tremble. He hurriedly cast blood fusion, hoping to stop Lu Ming. However, it was all in vain. Lu Ming's dragon claws swiped down continuously, breaking apart the other party's blood meridian power. His blood meridian body collapsed, and he returned to his human form. Buzz! The dragon claw didn't stop and continued to claw down. No! Die! The man roared. The next moment, the dragon claw grabbed his dantian. The violent force tore his body apart, and even his spiritual spirit was torn into pieces. His body and soul were destroyed. A supreme being had been annihilated in a few moves after Lu Ming's sudden attack. It was so fast that Hai Yu and the others only realized what was going on. You're looking for death. Hai Yu let out an angry roar, and the battle axe in his hand chopped toward the head of 9 dragons. This axe seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth apart. Its power was astonishing. The black and sharp axe energy instantly reached the 9 dragons' head. Prison suppressing heaven art, Thunder God strike. A few of the 9 dragons' claws unleashed the prison suppressing heavenly art, while the other dragon claws used the Thunder God strike. Lightning filled the sky and formed a lightning phoenix that danced in the air as it pounced toward Hai Yu's battle axe. Boom! 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 The 9 dragon claws landed on the battle axe with a series of loud bangs. Lu Ming's body trembled slightly with each explosion. After 9 explosions, Lu Ming was forced to take 9 steps back. Hai Yu's combat strength was too strong. He had awakened a 9th-level divine level bloodline. Such a person was a peerless genius. He could easily fight opponents of a higher level and was invincible among those of the same level. Moreover, his cultivation was far higher than Lu Ming's. He had not even performed the blood fusion, and he could already force Lu Ming to retreat. It was clear how terrifying his combat strength was. Kill! Hai Yu's killing intent burst out when he saw that Lu Ming could actually block his attack. With a loud roar, he wielded his battle axe and launched a storm of attacks at Lu Ming. Tung! Tung! Thump! The 9 dragons soared into the sky, and every inch of their muscles was a weapon. They could use the prison-suppressing heavenly art to fight with Hai Yu. The terrifying force shattered the ancient city below, and many palaces were turned into ashes. In an instant, the two of them exchanged more than 10 moves. Although Lu Ming was at a slight disadvantage, he would not lose for the time being. Let's attack together, Hai Yu shouted and ordered the other supreme martial artists in the sea-suppressing marshal's mansion. At this moment, the Flood Dragon Sovereign and the others were standing not far away and watching. They did not make a move, which made Hai Yu feel great pressure. He wanted to kill Lu Ming with thunderous means and seize the cultivation method of the pure spirit body, in case any delay would bring trouble. Whoosh! 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 The other supreme beings made their moves as well. Powerful attacks streaked across the void and fell on Lu Ming. At the same time, a huge battle axe appeared above Hai Yu's head. This was his bloodline, and 9 golden chakra glowed with incomparable brilliance. Hai Yu turned into a beam of light and seeped into his blood vessels. He performed the blood vessels fusion and turned into a battle axe, slashing at Lu Ming with even more shocking power. Buzz! The lightning cauldron appeared above Lu Ming's head. It enlarged rapidly and crashed toward Hai Yu's battle axe. Clang! The thunder cauldron collided with the battle axe, and the space rolled like water waves, stirring up thousands of thunderbolts. It firmly blocked Hai Yu's battle axe and even sent it flying. After that, the divine dragon wagged its tail, and with a sweep of its tail, it destroyed the attacks of several supreme martial artists. Kill! Then, Lu Ming let out a long roar and stepped out with his dragon claws. 3 gates of ceiling suddenly appeared in the sky and enveloped one of the supreme beings. He then controlled the lightning cauldron and smashed it down on the supreme being. The supreme being didn't even have time to scream before he was completely submerged by the lightning cauldron and shattered into pieces. Yet another supreme martial artist had been killed. Ah, damn it. Lu Ming, you must die today. Haiyu shouted crazily. The supreme beings of the sea, suppressing Marshall's mansion, had been killed one after another. He had suffered a great loss. He was going crazy. The battle axe trembled and split the sky and earth as it slashed toward Lu Ming. Its power was terrifying. Clang! Lu Ming continued to use the lightning cauldron to block and clash with the battle axe, causing it to shake continuously. However, the battle axe was also sent flying. Buzz! The dragon's claws stepped in the air. Lu Ming did not linger in the battle. Instead, he charged outward. After all, the other party had too many people. Lu Ming planned to leave this place first. It's almost time. Attack! We can't let this brat escape. Not far away, the Flood Dragon Supreme, who had been watching the battle, spoke. At the same time, his body transformed rapidly, turning into a black flood dragon that was 1,000 meters long, pouncing towards Lu Ming. The other sea demons also transformed into their true forms and charged toward Lu Ming. With so many supreme beings taking action together, a pile of embryonic domains appeared and sealed off the entire area, completely blocking Lu Ming's path of retreat. This was especially so for the Flood Dragon Supreme, who was extremely powerful and not weaker than Haiyu at all. With so many people attacking at the same time, Lu Ming felt a terrifying pressure. Kill! Kill! Haiyu shouted as well. Together with the Flood Dragon Sovereign and the others, they attacked Lu Ming. Bubble! At this moment, Lu Ming exclaimed softly. Chirping. On his shoulder, the bubble cried out. Suddenly, a huge transparent bubble appeared near the Flood Dragon Sovereign and the others, enveloping the 10 sea demon sovereigns within it. Chapter 1288. 1288 Using the Emperor Weapon. The 10 sea demon sovereigns, including the Flood Dragon Sovereign, were instantly frozen in midair, unable to move. This is space-time will. Supreme Flood Dragon and the others roared madly in their hearts, their faces filled with fear. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. He stepped on the air with his dragon claws and appeared in front of a huge octopus in an instant. He stretched out his dragon claws and grabbed the 8 tentacles of the octopus. He tore them apart with all his might. The supreme octopus screamed in pain as its body was torn into pieces and it died on the spot. After killing another supreme being, Lu Ming didn't stop and continued to kill the next one. This time, Lu Ming had his eyes on the Flood Dragon Supreme as he charged towards him. Behind them, Haiyu and the others' attacks had arrived. Lu Ming controlled the lightning cauldron and hurled it at Haiyu and the rest. The world in the mouth. At the same time, Dandan also made her move. Her body became taller than a mountain, and she spat out a ball of chaotic light that seemed like a real world. Dandan, together with the Thunder Cauldron, successfully blocked Haiyu and the supreme beings from the sea, suppressing Marshall's mansion, while Lu Ming continued to attack the Flood Dragon Supreme. He had to end the battle as soon as possible. The power of the space-time imprisonment was limited, and it wouldn't be able to hold on for long with so many Supremes trapped at once. The claws of the 9 dragons were about to grab the Flood Dragon Sovereign. Dragon Vein Sword. At this moment, the Flood Dragon Sovereign let out a loud roar and spat out a black combat sword. This black combat sword had a true dragon coiling around its body, and there were dragon patterns on it. As soon as the combat sword appeared, the sword chi rushed into the sky. With a slight shake, it slashed at the transparent bubble. With a pop, the transparent bubble burst. As soon as the transparent bubble burst, the terrifying sword chi seemed to have broken free from its restraints and slashed violently at Lu Ming. Not good. It's an Emperor's spiritual weapon. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. He did not dare to face the attack head-on. He used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and retreated at top speed, avoiding the terrifying sword chi. Kill. The Flood Dragon Supreme controlled the Dragon Vein sword and continued to attack Lu Ming. The sword chi swept across and surged in all directions. Lu Ming could only control the lightning cauldron to resist. With a clang, the lightning cauldron shook and the lightning in the sky was cut in half. The lightning cauldron was sent flying. An Emperor's spiritual weapon. The Dragon Vein sword used by the Flood Dragon Sovereign was an Emperor's spiritual weapon. It was the Emperor of spiritual weapons, the highest level of existence, and its might was terrifying. Most importantly, the king's spiritual weapon contained a domain. If a supreme being used their own prototype domain to activate the domain in the king's spiritual weapon, the power would be even more shocking. Back then, Yin Kuangtu's supreme being position, coupled with the Emperor's spirit tower, had displayed combat strength comparable to the weakest emperor. As for Yin Kuangtu, he had only awakened an 8th grade divine bloodline. He wasn't even comparable to the Flood Dragon Sovereign, so his battle prowess was naturally inferior to the Flood Dragon Sovereign. In other words, the power unleashed by the Flood Dragon Sovereign with the Emperor's spiritual weapon had completely reached the level of an emperor, and even exceeded that of an ordinary emperor. Chirping, as the bubbles rang out, a transparent bubble appeared, enveloping the Flood Dragon Sovereign and the others within. They were once again frozen in place. Break! The Flood Dragon Sovereign manically maneuvered his dragon vein sword in an attempt to break the transparent bubble's restraint. However, no matter how powerful he would still need some time to break the bubble. This little bit of time was enough for Lu Ming. Lu Ming charged toward the Supreme Shark. The shark could not move at all as it was enveloped by the transparent bubble. Lu Ming's dragon claws tore its body apart and it died on the spot. He had killed another supreme martial artist. Bang! At this moment, the Flood Dragon Sovereign finally broke the transparent bubble and charged towards Lu Ming with a roar. Lu Ming retreated and did not want to fight head-on with the Flood Dragon Sovereign. You guys spread out. If anyone is trapped, help each other. Stop! Sovereign Flood Dragon shouted. The other sea demon Sovereign spread out and attacked Lu Ming from a distance. One attack after another streaked across the void and attacked Lu Ming. Die! At this moment, a cold voice was heard. A terrifying attack was launched at Lu Ming. The terrifying attack completely enveloped him. At this moment, Lu Ming's hair stood on end as he felt the threat of death. Haiyu had used the bloodline fusion to turn to a battle axe, but now, another battle axe appeared beside it, exuding an extremely terrifying aura. Emperor's spiritual weapon. It's an Emperor's spiritual weapon again. Haiyu also had an Emperor's spiritual weapon. With his cultivation, he could activate it, and its power was no weaker than that of the Flood Dragon Sovereign. Before this, he had been holding back and did not use the Emperor's spiritual weapon. He was waiting for the right moment to launch a fatal attack. He wanted to kill Lu Ming with this attack. This attack was indeed very well grasped. In a hurry, Lu Ming controlled the lightning cauldron to block it. However, Lu Ming's cultivation level was still weak. Although the lightning cauldron was strong, it could not unleash much of its power. He was struck by the battle axe and was sent flying far away. The battle axe did not stop and continued to slash at Lu Ming. Nest, watch me! Dandan shouted loudly. Her forelimbs retracted into the turtle shell. The turtle shell glowed and flew out, blocking in front of the battle axe. Clang! The battle axe struck the turtle shell and sent Dandan flying far away. However, Dandan's block gave Lu Ming an opportunity. He used the 9 Dragons' Heaven stomping steps and retreated like a stream of light, avoiding Haiyu's fatal blow. At the same time, Bubbles opened his mouth and a transparent bubble appeared, enveloping Haiyu. Haiyu roared and controlled the Emperor's spiritual weapon to attack the transparent bubble. At the same time, the attacks of the Flood Dragon Sovereign and the other sea demons also arrived. With so many supreme beings and two of the most powerful people with Emperor's spiritual weapons, Lu Ming was exhausted and at a complete disadvantage. Moreover, the other party had learned their lesson. Everyone was spread out. Bubbles' space-time intent couldn't cover such a large area. It could only cover one or two people at once. Seeing that one of them had been trapped, Lu Ming wanted to kill him, but the others immediately came to his rescue. More than 10 terrifying attacks pierced through the void and attacked Lu Ming, leaving him no time to kill anyone else. In that case, even if Lu Ming, Dandan, and Bubbles joined forces, they were very passive and were not a match at all. The situation was very critical. There were too many people on the other side. In total, there were nearly 20 supreme beings, and two of them were top-notch supreme beings. Their combat strength was already extremely terrifying. With the addition of the Emperor's spiritual weapon, it was completely two emperors. With so many people working together, it was normal that Lu Ming and the rest were no match for them. If other people were here, even an ordinary emperor, they might not be a match for him. He was seriously injured, but Lu Ming was still able to barely resist. It was already extremely shocking. However, it would be more and more disadvantageous to Lu Ming if this continued. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged a dozen moves. The light on the 9-dragon bloodline started to dim. His bloodline power is almost exhausted. Kill. He's dead. Hai Yu and the others were overjoyed. Bang! At this moment, the bloodline of the 9 dragons crumbled. However, before Hai Yu, the Flood Dragon Sovereign, and the others could smile, a stone tablet appeared. It rapidly grew in size and appeared in the sky. The bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel. Chapter 1289. 1289 5 Intent Realms at Completion. Clank. The lower part of the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline was the original body, which was indestructible. It blocked the attack of the Dragon Vein Sword. Although it was sent flying, it was not broken. Yes, my Earth Essence is about to break through. At this moment, Lu Ming had an idea. Originally, when he entered the depths of the sea, he was closer to the Earth and resonated with it. This caused the Earth mentality to show signs of loosening. After the continuous battle, Lu Ming had circulated the 5 kinds of mentality to the extreme. In addition, Lu Ming had activated the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel, which made him feel closer to the Earth mentality. It seemed that he could make a breakthrough at any time. Buzz! Buzz! The prison-suppressing steel trembled. Together with Bubbles, Dandan, Hai Yu, Supreme Flood Dragon, and the others, Lu Ming exerted all his skills to the extreme. While they were fighting, Lu Ming was also comprehending the Earth Essence realm. As long as he successfully comprehended the Earth concept and broke through to the complete 4th level, Lu Ming's combat strength would increase slightly. He would have more confidence in breaking out of the encirclement. Mountain and Sea Slash. Hai Yu roared. He had completely lost his patience. He exerted his combat strength to the maximum and was eager to kill Lu Ming. At this moment, he had returned to his human form. He held the giant axe, the Emperor's spiritual weapon, and slashed it at Lu Ming. The main intent that Hai Yu had comprehended was the Earth intent. As the battle axe slashed out, the terrifying pressure of the Earth concept acted on Lu Ming's body, as if it was going to break his body. However, Lu Ming was not shocked. Instead, he was overjoyed. I'll use you to help me break through. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. He controlled the lightning cauldron and charged at Hai Yu. This time, Lu Ming did not choose to retreat. Instead, he fought head-on with Hai Yu. Ha died. Hai Yu was overjoyed when he saw Lu Ming charging at him. The power of the battle axe in his hand increased a little. Clank! The battle axe collided with the lightning cauldron, causing a violent tremor. A terrifying force gushed over. Lu Ming's body shook violently, and he retreated continuously. Dandan, Bubble, Help me block those sea demons for now. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Dandan and Bubbles. Chirping. Pow Pow waved her hands and nodded repeatedly, indicating that there was no problem. On the other hand, Dandan was full of resentment. She mumbled and wanted Lu Ming to compensate her after the event. However, Dandan and Bubbles were indeed worthy of being in the top 10. Although they had yet to fully mature, they were able to unleash their full strength and coordinate with each other. Their various techniques were extremely profound. Although they couldn't defeat the Flood Dragon Sovereign, they were still able to delay him for a short while. Lu Ming, on the other hand, was focused on the battle with Hai Yu. He wanted to make use of the vast ocean to break through the Earth Essence Realm. Clang, clang, clang. Lu Ming used the Thunder Cauldron as a shield to block the opponent's Emperor's spiritual weapon and engaged in a great battle with Hai Yu. Although Lu Ming was at a complete disadvantage, Hai Yu could not kill Lu Ming in a short time. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of moves. Soon, with the help of Hai Yu's Earth concept and his own, Lu Ming felt that his understanding of the Earth concept was deepening and he could make a breakthrough at any time. Earth, all-encompassing, able to breed life, breed all things, inclusive of everything profound and vast. Lu Ming's mind was filled with thoughts. At that moment, many figures appeared in the distance where Lu Ming and the rest were fighting. They were all people who had entered this place. They looked from afar and saw that there were high-level spiritual god experts and supreme being experts. At this moment, they were all extremely shocked. Is that Lu Ming's combat strength? This is really shocking. Isn't the youth champion a little too strong? Even after Hai Yu and Supreme Flood Dragon used their Emperor's spiritual weapons, they still couldn't take him down. Terrifying. It's too terrifying. Moreover, Lu Ming's two pets are also extremely terrifying. The onlookers gasped in surprise and looked at Lu Ming in shock. Of course, there were also supreme martial artists who had other ideas. It seems like the cultivation method of the pure spirit body has fallen into Lu Ming's hands. The stronger Lu Ming is, the better. It will be best if he, Hai Yu, and the others are both injured. Then I could just sit back and reap the benefits. Some supreme martial artist thought. In fact, this supreme martial artist wasn't the only one who thought this way. The other supreme martial artists also thought the same way. Each of these sovereigns had come in alone. At most, two of them would join forces. They were no match for Hai Yu or the Flood Dragon Sovereign. If the cultivation method of the pure spirit body fell into the hands of Hai Yu or the Flood Dragon Sovereign, they would have no hope at all. However, if Lu Ming could fight with them and both of them would suffer, they would have a little hope. How is that possible? How could Lu Ming be so powerful? How can there be such a strong person in the younger generation? I can't accept this. Hai Tian muttered to himself, not far away. His eyes were filled with jealousy. He was the most shocked. Lu Ming's combat strength had exceeded his imagination again and again. At this moment, the 9th island was packed with people. Many warriors who had low cultivation and couldn't go deep into the sea were waiting here. They couldn't enter the bottom of the sea, so they just waited here to see if there was a cultivation method for pure spirit bodies and who could get it. Sila. At this moment, the space suddenly split open and a figure stepped out. It was an old man with gray hair, wearing a purple and gold robe. The moment he appeared, an earth-shattering aura spread out, making it difficult for people to breathe. It was as if a mountain was pressing on their bodies. The Emperor, it's the Emperor. Judging from the clothes, it's the Emperor of the Sea suppressing Marshall's mansion. The eldest young master of the sea suppressing Marshall's mansion, Hai Yu, is fighting in person. Now, even the Emperor is here. Many people cried out in alarm as they looked at the elder in purple and gold with fear. Even the Emperor had been mobilized. After the old man in the purple gold robe appeared, he looked around casually and then stood calmly in the void. He did not go to the bottom of the sea. In the depths of the sea, in the ancient city, Lu Ming and Hai Yu exchanged a few more moves. Lu Ming, we have to think of a way to break out of the encirclement. We can't hold on much longer. Dandan shouted and waved her claws. All kinds of inscriptions formed a large array in the air. At the same time, Dandan also displayed all kinds of martial arts techniques, all of which were extremely profound and dazzling. I'll be done immediately. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Suddenly, among the 5 colored essences on his body, the khaki essence suddenly increased in power and surpassed the other 4 essences. He had finally made a breakthrough in his earth will, and it had reached the full circle of level 4. In this way, Lu Ming's 5 intents had all reached the full circle of level 4. Clang! The 5 intents combined with the lightning cauldron clashed with Hai Yu. There was a loud boom, and Lu Ming retreated, but this time he retreated even less than before. So what if I've broken through? I'll still die. Hai Yu bellowed and continued to charge at Lu Ming with his battle axe in hand. Dandan, Bubble, all right, get ready to break out. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Dandan and Bubbles. He was prepared to let Bubbles cast the space-time tunnel and break out of the encirclement. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Chapter 1290. 1290, The Primal Chaos Palace. A token suddenly flew out of Lu Ming's body and hovered above his head, emitting a brilliant light. It was a mixed essence token. The token that suddenly appeared on Lu Ming's body was actually a primordial chaos token. Why did the mixed energy token suddenly appear at this time? Lu Ming was bewildered. As soon as the primordial chaos token appeared, the 5 intents on Lu Ming's body automatically wrapped around the primordial chaos token, making it glow even brighter. Boom! Hai Yu's axe landed on the light of the token. The light did not move at all. Instead, Hai Yu was pushed back by a powerful force. Then, the primordial chaos token released a beam of light that enveloped Lu Ming. Lu Ming could feel a strong, pulling force trying to pull him to another place. What's going on? Lu Ming was shocked. Sila. All of a sudden, the space trembled and Lu Ming felt the world spinning. His vision turned black, and he was plunged into boundless darkness. Lu Ming had a feeling that he seemed to be passing through a long void and on a journey. After an unknown period of time, Lu Ming felt that he had regained his ability to move. There was light shining into his eyes. Lu Ming opened his eyes instinctively and looked around. As expected, his surroundings had changed. He was no longer in the ancient underwater city, but in a hall. The main hall was tall and majestic. The surrounding walls were built with huge rocks and were filled with an ancient and vicissitude aura. Moreover, there was a kind of chaotic mist floating on the walls. Lu Ming had never seen this kind of mist before, but gave him a lofty, ancient, and vast feeling. Where's this place? Did the primordial chaos token bring me here? Lu Ming had a series of questions in his heart. The primordial chaos token had suddenly appeared on its own and emitted a blinding light. The reason he had appeared here was definitely related to it. However, why did the mixed essence token suddenly act strangely and bring him here at that time? What was the reason? The more he thought about it, the more doubts Lu Ming had. Also, Dandan and Bubbles were still in the underwater ancient city and had not followed them. He did not know if they would be in danger facing Hai Yu and the others. Dandan and Bubble are both in the top 10. Their life-saving means must be superb. They should be fine. Lu Ming comforted himself. Then, he looked around carefully. There was nothing in the empty hall, and no one was there. There was only a huge door in front of the hall, which seemed to be a passage. "Excuse me, is anyone there?" Lu Ming opened his mouth, but there was no one. He did not get any reply. Lu Ming frowned and asked another question. However, there was still no answer. Just when Lu Ming thought that there were no living creatures here, a voice was suddenly heard. After so many years, someone has finally come. The voice was shrill and dry, without any emotion. Senior, I'm Lu Ming. May I know why you brought me here? Lu Ming perked up when he heard the sound. He cupped his fists and said to the void, "The primordial chaos token brought you here because you met the requirements." The shriveled voice was heard again. Then, the space in front of Lu Ming rippled, and a figure stepped out. What? Lu Ming was slightly stunned at the sight of this figure. This was because this figure was very strange. Although it had the appearance of a middle-aged man, its entire body was khaki. Even its skin and hair were khaki-colored, as if it was sculpted from rock. However, this khaki-colored burly man gave Lu Ming a feeling that he was vast and unfathomable. It was as if he was facing heaven and earth. Strong. He was definitely an unbelievable expert. His strength had exceeded Lu Ming's imagination. You don't have to be surprised. I'm not a human. I'm just a puppet. The yellow-skinned man said. A puppet. Lu Ming was shocked. The khaki-colored man was actually a puppet. However, it seemed to possess the thoughts and emotions of a human. Moreover, its cultivation was unfathomable. It was actually a puppet. What kind of existence? How could he create such a puppet? Senior, may I ask what this place is? How did I end up here? Lu Ming humbly asked for guidance. This is Hunyuan's sect, Primal Chaos Hall. Also, I'm Tui. The khaki-colored man explained. Hunyuan sect, it's the Hunyuan sect again. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. In the Divine Ruins, he had once heard Dandan mention that it was the Time and Space Spiritual Hall, which also belonged to the Hunyuan sect. This place was also the Hunyuan sect. As expected, the Battle of Providence was related to Hunyuan sect. Senior Earth One, could it be that this place is no longer in the primordial realm? Lu Ming asked. That's right. This place is the Heaven Realm. Earth One said. Heaven Realm. Lu Ming was shocked. The primordial chaos token had brought him to the Heaven Realm. You should have a lot of questions. I can explain to you. You must have obtained a primordial chaos token through the Battle of Providence. There aren't many people who can obtain a primordial chaos token. Only people who are considered to have great potential can obtain a primordial chaos token. As for you, you must have cultivated 5 different elemental heaven and earth intents. Moreover, all 5 intents have reached the peak of level 4. That's why the Primal Chaos token activated and brought you to the Primal Chaos Palace. Here, you'll be tested. If you can pass the test, you will be able to obtain the Chaos Scripture. You will be able to combine the 5 intents you have comprehended into one and transform it into the Supreme Chaos Intent. Earth One explained in detail. Chaos Intent. Is there really chaos will in the world? Lu Ming was shocked, and his eyes widened. He had heard of the chaos will before. It was a supreme will. It was said that the world and the universe came from a chaos. The chaos intent realm was an intent realm that transcended time and space. If the time and space concepts were the kings of the concepts, then the chaos concept was the emperor of the concepts. Lu Ming had always thought that the chaos concept was just a legend. He did not expect that such a concept really existed in the world. Furthermore, according to 2E, as long as Lu Ming passed the test, he would be able to obtain the chaos scripture and cultivate the chaos concept. Lu Ming's heart could not help but beat wildly. The chaos scripture was created by a supreme expert of the Hunyuan sect back then. One can cultivate the chaos will. After becoming an emperor, one can transform into the chaos domain and even the chaos laws. It's one of the strongest secret scriptures in the world. However, the conditions to cultivate it are extremely harsh. First, one must cultivate the will of 5 different attributes to the great circle of level 4. All right, show me the intent realm you've comprehended. Earth One said. All right. Lu Ming quickly nodded and unleashed his 5 intents. A 5-colored glow surrounded Lu Ming's body in a dazzling manner. The 5 intents were able to merge and separate at will. It was extremely profound. Chapter 1291. 1291, The Trial of Chaos, Intent, and Slaughter. The earth, wind, fire, thunder, and water essences are indeed 5 different essences, and they are all combined. You barely qualify for the test. However, whether you can get the chaos scripture and successfully cultivate, it will still require a series of tests. Earth 1 looked at the 5 intents surrounding Lu Ming and nodded slightly. There was a glimmer of hope in the depths of his eyes. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. He was amazed by the insane conditions for cultivating the chaos scripture. First of all, he had to comprehend the concepts of 5 completely different attributes. For example, Lu Ming's earth, wind, fire, thunder, and water concepts were 5 completely different concepts. If Lu Ming cultivated the earth concept and the other one was the mountain concept or the earth concept, it would not work. This was because the mountain concept, and earth concept had the same attributes. Or it would be impossible even if one cultivated the water concept, ice concept, swamp concept, and so on, because the fundamental attributes are the same. Only the intent of 5 completely different elements had been cultivated to the full circle of level 4. This condition was hard to find, even one in a billion geniuses. Furthermore, he had to successfully merge all 5 intents. This was even more difficult and harsh. If not for Lu Ming's 9-dragon bloodline, he would not have been able to achieve it. Lu Ming could not imagine who else in the world could meet such a requirement other than him. And this was only the preliminary requirements of the test. If he wanted to cultivate, he still needed to go through the test. Well, that's all I have to say. Now take the test. Go through that passage and keep going. If you can walk to the end, you'll get the chaos scripture and cultivate the chaos will. If you fail halfway, you will be teleported out, and I will send you back. Also, in this place, time is accelerated many times. Even if you stay here for a few years, only a moment will pass in the outside world. So, you can rest assured and accept the test. Earth 1 said, "A few years here is only a short while in the outside world." Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and he was overjoyed. What he was worried about was that if he stayed here for too long, there would be changes in the outside world, like Dandan and Bubbles, or the situation in the Divine Wilderness. But now, Lu Ming did not need to worry. A few years here was only a short while in the outside world. What was there to worry about? At the same time, he marveled at Han Yuan's sect strength. Han Yuan's sect. What kind of power was that? It was truly unfathomable and unimaginably powerful. I must get the chaos scripture. With his worries gone, Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He clenched his fists. If he could successfully cultivate the legendary chaos will, his combat power would increase by a terrifying amount. It would become his most powerful trump card. More importantly, the help it would bring in the future would be unimaginable. Lu Ming's gaze slowly became determined. Senior Earth 1, this junior will be going. Lu Ming cupped his fists at 2E and stepped forward, walking towards the passage. His figure slowly disappeared into the passage. How many years has it been? I've finally waited for someone. This time I must succeed. Looking at Lu Ming's disappearing back, 2E's eyes were filled with hope and anticipation. He had already waited for countless years. Over the long years, there were also outstanding Heaven's favorites who met the requirements and were brought here. Unfortunately, no one had been able to make it to the end, pass all the tests, and cultivate the chaos will. Therefore, he could only wait. Every time someone came, it was a ray of hope. He was filled with anticipation and hoped that someone would succeed in cultivating it. Earth 1 stood quietly in the hall and waited. Lu Ming stepped into the passage. At first, everything was calm. However, after walking for a while, the surrounding environment suddenly changed. Kill, kill, kill. All of a sudden, roars filled with killing intent were heard. Endless killing intent suddenly enveloped Lu Ming's entire body. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes turned red. It was as if countless wild beasts had been triggered in his heart. Lu Ming's heart was filled with endless murderous intent. This kind of killing intent was too cold and too strong. An ordinary person would turn into an idiot if they were struck by this kind of killing intent. However, Lu Ming's eyes only flickered for a moment at the beginning. He immediately calmed down. It's another test of killing intent. However, it's far inferior to the endless killing intent of the third bloodline. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. His gaze became calmer and calmer, not affected by his killing intent. In fact, Lu Ming also understood why there was a test of killing intent. This was because in a warrior's life, if he wanted to reach the peak, he had to kill his way out from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. This path was destined to be a bloody one, a path filled with killing intent. Those who were not determined would be influenced by the killing intent. Therefore, some of the more powerful inheritances would set up a test to test the killing intent. Unfortunately, Lu Ming's third bloodline had endless killing intent. These tests were child's play compared to the third bloodline. Lu Ming remained unmoved despite the killing intent enveloping him. His eyes were calm as he walked forward step by step, determined. Suddenly, the surrounding environment changed again. The endless killing intent disappeared without a trace. Squeak! A melodious chirping of birds rang in Lu Ming's ears. It was crisp and pleasant. A gentle breeze blew, bringing with it waves of fragrant flowers that refreshed one's mind. It was completely different from the endless killing intent just now. Lu Ming could not help but calm down. Lu Ming looked up and realized that he was outside a small mountain village. In front of them was a small mountain village. The small village was surrounded by green grass and colorful flowers. Birds were flying and chirping, making the village look like a paradise. Ding-ling-ling, a melodious voice rang out. It was a 6 or 7-year-old girl. She was very pink and had a red face. She was very cute. There was a string of bells on her wrists and ankles. When she walked, they made melodious sounds. The little girl jogged to Lu Ming's side and looked at him curiously. She whispered, "Big brother, are you an outsider? Are you lost? Come to my house. Ling Ling will treat you to milk tea." With that, the little girl pulled Lu Ming's big hand and walked towards the village. She was so innocent and cute that Lu Ming could not bear to reject her. "Hello, young man." An honest-looking man was carrying a bunch of firewood. When he saw Lu Ming, he smiled and greeted him. Even though Lu Ming knew that this was an illusion, he could not help but be influenced by this simplicity. A smile appeared on his face, and he nodded at the burly man. "Mother, this big brother is lost. I brought him here as a guest to treat him to milk tea." The little girl pulled Lu Ming and walked into the village. They came to a wooden house. In front of the wooden house, there was a young woman in her 30s. When she saw Lu Ming, she flashed a clean smile and patted the little girl's head lovingly. "Since you're Ling Ling's friend, you're also Mother's friend. Wait here, I'll go get the milk tea." The young woman walked into the house and quickly took out a tea brick to make tea for Lu Ming. Very soon, the strong fragrance of milk tea wafted in front of the wooden house. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.